Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Proxima What If. Today's narrative adventure is titled, What If Harry Tamed a Hungarian Horntail at age 10 and Flew it into Gringotts to reclaim his gold? We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1. The Boy and the Beast. A thin ray of sunlight penetrated the grate of the cupboard under the stairs, illuminating dancing dust motes and the pale face of a small boy with unruly black hair. Harry Potter lay perfectly still on his threadbare mattress, listening to the heavy footfalls of his uncle moving about upstairs. 3 days. That's how long he'd been locked in his cupboard this time, with only grudging bathroom breaks and the occasional slice of bread slipped through the vent. His crime? Making the classroom hamster float when Dudley had tried to poke it with a pencil. Harry hadn't meant to do it, he never meant to do the strange things that seemed to happen around him, but Uncle Vernon didn't care about intentions. All that mattered was that, once again, the freakish nephew had embarrassed the family. Harry's stomach cramped painfully. The single piece of toast Aunt Petunia had given him that morning had done little to ease his hunger. He pressed his palm against his belly and closed his eyes, trying to imagine he was somewhere else. Anywhere else. The front door slammed, rattling the stairs above Harry's head. Dudley's whining voice carried through the house. "But I want to go to the cinema. Pierce is going." "Not today, Dudders," came Aunt Petunia's placating voice. "Mummy needs to prepare for the dinner party tonight. The Masons are very important clients of Daddy's." Harry's ears perked up. A dinner party meant they'd be distracted. Maybe, just maybe. The lock on his cupboard clicked open unexpectedly. Aunt Petunia's pinched face appeared in the doorway. "Out," she hissed. "The garden needs weeding before the Masons arrive. And if you know what's good for you, you'll make yourself scarce tonight. Vernon wants you out of sight. Any funny business, and you'll be in this cupboard until Christmas. Understood?" Harry nodded quickly, scrambling out before she could change her mind. The sudden movement made his head spin after days of confinement, but he steadied himself against the wall. Freedom, even temporary freedom, was worth a bit of dizziness. "And comb that hair," she snapped, though they both knew it was a hopeless cause. Outside, the summer sun beat down mercilessly. Harry squinted in the brightness, his pale skin already prickling in the heat. His faded t-shirt hung from his bony shoulders, and his jeans were cinched with an old belt to keep them from sliding off his narrow hips. At nearly 11 years old, Harry was small for his age, a fact Dudley and his gang never tired of pointing out during their favorite game of Harry hunting. Harry worked methodically through the flower beds, pulling weeds and trying to ignore the gnawing emptiness in his stomach. Aunt Petunia watched him through the kitchen window, her eyes narrowed suspiciously as if expecting him to suddenly uproot her prized begonias. When she finally turned away to answer the telephone, Harry snatched a moment's rest, wiping sweat from his forehead with a dirty forearm. That's when he spotted it, a garden snake slithering between the rosebushes. Most boys might have jumped back or called for an adult, but Harry found himself oddly fascinated. The snake paused, its tongue flicking out to taste the air. "Hello," Harry whispered, not really expecting a response. The snake's head swiveled toward him, and Harry could have sworn it nodded in acknowledgement before disappearing into the hedge. These strange little moments, flowers blooming beneath his fingers, glass vanishing at the zoo, whispered conversations with garden snakes, they were the only magic in Harry's otherwise miserable existence. Little did he know how drastically his life was about to change. By 6 o'clock, Harry had finished the weeding, swept the patio, and polished the windows to Aunt Petunia's exacting standards. His reward was a cheese sandwich and strict instructions to make himself invisible until morning. "Go to the park if you must," Aunt Petunia said, already fussing with her pearls as she prepared for the Masons' arrival. "But don't you dare speak to any of the neighbors. And be back before dark or Vernon will have something to say about it." Harry didn't need to be told twice. He wolfed down the sandwich and was out the door before she could add any more instructions. The threat of staying out of sight until morning actually sounded more like a gift than a punishment. The park was deserted in the early evening heat. Harry claimed the only swing that Dudley's gang hadn't managed to break and pushed himself gently back and forth, savoring the rare moment of peace. His moment of tranquility was short-lived. Oi! It's the freak! Harry's heart sank. Piers Polkiss, Dudley's rat-faced best friend, was sauntering across the playground with Malcolm and Gordon in tow. No sign of Dudley himself, but 3 against 1 were still terrible odds. Harry leapt from the swing and ran. He might be small, but years of escaping Dudley had made him fast. He darted between houses, vaulted a garden fence, and cut through backyards until he reached the edge of the small wooded area that bordered the neighborhood. The woods had always been a reliable sanctuary. Dudley and his friends, lazy and afraid of the dark spaces between trees, rarely ventured past the first line of oaks. Harry slipped between the shadows, his breathing ragged as he pushed deeper than he'd ever gone before. The summer foliage was thick, creating a green canopy that filtered the evening sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds called overhead, and somewhere a woodpecker drummed against a tree trunk. Harry slowed his pace, confident he'd lost his pursuers. He wandered aimlessly, enjoying the solitude and the symphony of nature sounds so different from the sterile quiet of Privet Drive. Eventually, he came to a small clearing he'd never seen before, where a fallen tree created a natural bench beside a tiny stream. Harry sat, letting his fingers trail in the cool water. If only he could stay here forever. No Dursleys, no cupboard, no Harry hunting. Just peace and quiet and, a strange sound cut through the forest ambience. A high-pitched keening, almost like the mewling of a kitten, but harsher, more reptilian. Harry froze, listening intently. There it came again, from somewhere beyond the fallen tree. Curiosity overcame caution. Harry slid from his perch and followed the sound, pushing through a thick bramble that tore at his oversized clothes. The strange crying grew louder, more desperate. And then he saw it. In a hollow beneath an ancient oak tree, partially hidden by ferns and fallen leaves, lay a creature straight out of a fantasy book. It was about the size of a small cat, with iridescent scales that shifted between deep bronze and black in the dappled light. Tiny horns protruded from its head, and leathery wings were folded awkwardly against its body. One wing appeared to be bent at an unnatural angle. A dragon. An actual, living, breathing dragon. Harry blinked hard, certain he must be hallucinating from hunger or heat. But when he opened his eyes, the creature was still there, still making that pitiful noise. It turned its head toward him, revealing eyes the color of molten copper, filled with pain and fear. "It's okay," Harry whispered, though he had no idea if the creature could understand him. "I won't hurt you." The tiny dragon hissed weakly, trying to back further into its hollow. Harry noticed then the chain attached to its back leg, tethering it to a stake driven into the ground. Dried blood crusted around the metal cuff. Anger flared in Harry's chest. Someone had done this, chained this magnificent creature and left it to die slowly in the woods. Without thinking about danger or consequences, Harry knelt and reached toward the stake. The dragon snapped at him, but the movement was feeble, its jaws closing inches from his fingers. Harry paused, then tried a different approach. "I'm trying to help," he said softly. "Look, I'm just like you in a way. Trapped. Unwanted." Whether it was his gentle tone or some deeper understanding, the dragon stopped hissing and watched him with wary intelligence. Harry carefully worked at the stake, his skinny arms straining until it finally loosened in the soft earth. The dragon didn't move as Harry cautiously examined the chain and cuff. "This looks tight," he murmured. "I need to get it off you." The metal cuff was locked with a small padlock. Harry tugged experimentally, but it was secure. Frustration welled up inside him. He'd found this amazing creature, and he couldn't even help it. "I wish I had a key," he said, more to himself than to the dragon. "Or that this would just open." As the last word left his lips, there was a soft click. The padlock sprang open in his hands. Harry stared in disbelief. Had he done that? One of his freakish incidents, as Uncle Vernon would call them. The dragon seemed equally surprised, its copper eyes widening as the cuff fell away. It tried to stand but collapsed with a pained cry when it put weight on its injured wing. "You're hurt pretty badly," Harry said, his heart aching for the creature. "I don't know much about dragons, but maybe I can help with that too." He hesitated, then gently placed his hand on the bent wing. The dragon tensed but didn't bite him. Harry closed his eyes, wishing with all his might that he could fix whatever was broken. A strange warmth spread from his chest down his arm and into his fingertips. The dragon let out a surprised chirp. When Harry opened his eyes, the wing no longer bent at that sickening angle. It wasn't completely healed, the membrane still showed tears and the dragon couldn't fully extend it, but the worst of the damage seemed repaired. "I did that," Harry whispered in awe. "I really am a freak." The dragon made a sound almost like a purr and nudged his hand with its snout. For the first time in his life, Harry felt his strangeness might actually be something special, not shameful. "You need food and proper care," he said, looking around the clearing. "I can't leave you here." A wild, impossible plan began forming in Harry's mind. The Dursleys had locked him away for 3 days over a floating hamster. What would they do if they found him with a dragon? He'd be lucky to see daylight before his Hogwarts letter, whatever that was. Aunt Petunia had mentioned it once when she thought he wasn't listening, saying they'd have to head off those blasted Hogwarts letters soon. No, he couldn't take the dragon to Privet Drive. But he couldn't abandon it either. "I'll come back," Harry promised, standing reluctantly. "Tomorrow morning, first thing. I'll bring food." The dragon chirped again, struggling to its feet. To Harry's surprise, it took an unsteady step toward him. "You want to come with me now?" Harry asked incredulously. "But I can't hide you." The Dursleys would, the dragon chirped more insistently, nudging Harry's leg. Something passed between them then, not words exactly, but a feeling, an understanding. The dragon didn't want to be left alone again. It had been abandoned once already. Harry knew that feeling all too well. "Okay," he said finally. "But you'll have to be very quiet. And I guess I should call you something." He studied the creature thoughtfully. "Your scales look like fire, but your breath when you hiss feels cold." The dragon exhaled, and Harry noticed with surprise that its breath did indeed have a strange chill to it. "Frostfire. That's your name. Frostfire." The dragon, Frostfire, made a pleased sound and awkwardly climbed Harry's pant leg until the boy scooped him up. Despite being the size of a cat, Frostfire was surprisingly light, as if his bones were hollow like a bird's. "Right then, Frostfire. Let's go home, or whatever you'd call the place where we're not wanted." Sneaking a dragon, even a small one, into the Dursley household required more luck than skill. Fortunately, the dinner party was in full swing when Harry returned. Through the dining room window, he could see Vernon gesticulating expansively while the Masons nodded politely. Petunia's forced laugh tinkled over the clink of cutlery. Harry crept around to the back garden and eased open the door to his cupboard from the outside, a trick he'd learned years ago during particularly long punishments. Frostfire, tucked inside his oversized shirt, squirmed against his chest. "Shoo," Harry whispered, closing the cupboard door behind them. "We have to be quiet." The cupboard was tiny, barely big enough for Harry's mattress and a small shelf where he kept his few possessions. He cleared a space in the corner, using an old shirt of Dudley's to create a nest for Frostfire. "It's not much," he apologized, "but it's safe for now." The dragon circled the makeshift nest 3 times before settling down, copper eyes gleaming in the dim light filtering through the vent. Harry's stomach rumbled, reminding him that the cheese sandwich had been his first real meal in days. "Food," he muttered. "For both of us." With the Dursleys occupied in the dining room, Harry slipped into the kitchen. He gathered scraps from the refrigerator, leftover chicken, some bacon, a bit of ham, and stuffed them into his pockets. He added a few biscuits for himself and was about to return to his cupboard when his eye caught something on the counter. A letter. Addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, but partially opened. What made Harry pause was the letterhead, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Wizarding? As in wizards? Magic? Harry glanced toward the dining room. The conversation was growing louder as Vernon launched into what sounded like his Japanese golfer joke. No one was coming to the kitchen anytime soon. With trembling fingers, Harry slid the letter from its envelope. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, this statement confirms the monthly transfer of 500 galleons, converted to £2,500, from Potter Trust Vault 687 to your Muggle banking account as stipulated in the guardianship agreement. Please note that these disbursements are intended solely for the care and well-being of Harry James Potter. Recent magical audits have detected potential irregularities in expenditure patterns. As per ministry regulations, Gringotts is required to perform a home inspection to verify proper allocation of funds. A representative will contact you to schedule this inspection before the minor's 11th birthday. The Potter Trust currently stands at approximately 50,000 galleons after this month's disbursement. Additional properties and investments remain in stasis until Mr. Potter reaches his majority or specific conditions of the will are met. Yours in financial partnership, Gornick Potter Account Manager Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read the letter 3 times, his hands shaking harder with each reading. Trust Vault. Galleons. Properties. And most shockingly, £2, 500 per month going to the Dursleys. For his care and well-being. The room seemed to spin around him. For 10 years, he'd been told he was a burden. That his parents had left him nothing but trouble. That the Dursleys' great charity was the only thing keeping him from an orphanage. It was all lies. The sound of chairs scraping in the dining room jolted Harry back to reality. He quickly folded the letter, hesitated, then stuffed it into his pocket alongside the food. Let them wonder where it had gone. Let them panic about the coming inspection. He hurried back to his cupboard, his mind reeling with implications. If this bank, Gringotts, was real, if his parents had left him money that the Dursleys had been stealing all these years. I have money, Frostfire, he whispered as he closed the cupboard door. My own money. A trust vault. And they've been stealing it. The dragon chirped softly, accepting the bits of chicken Harry offered. In the dim light, those intelligent copper eyes seemed to understand exactly what Harry was feeling, the betrayal, the anger, and beneath it all, a flickering spark of hope. Over the next week, Frostfire grew at an astonishing rate. What had been the size of a cat was now closer to a large dog, and Harry's cupboard was becoming cramped. The dragon's injuries healed completely, his torn wing membrane regenerating until he could extend both wings fully, though only when Harry let him out during the Dursleys' frequent absences. Harry stole food whenever possible, sneaking out at night to raid the refrigerator. Frostfire's appetite was voracious, particularly for meat, but he'd eat almost anything Harry offered. More remarkable than his growth was his intelligence. The dragon seemed to understand not just words but concepts, responding to Harry's whispered explanations about hiding and keeping quiet with attentive tilts of his horned head. And something else was happening, something between them. Harry felt it like an invisible thread connecting his thoughts to the dragon's. Not quite mind-reading, but flashes of understanding, shared emotions, and sometimes even fragments of images when Frostfire was particularly excited or frightened. I think we're bonded somehow, Harry whispered one night as they shared a purloined roast beef sandwich. Like in the stories. A magical bond. Frostfire rumbled in agreement, his now massive head resting on Harry's lap. The boy stroked the scales between the dragon's horns, marveling at how they shifted color in different lights, sometimes deep bronze, sometimes burnished gold, sometimes obsidian black. We can't stay here much longer, Harry continued. You're growing too big for the cupboard, and... He hesitated. And I think I've made a decision about that letter. Since discovering the Gringotts statement, Harry had been secretly gathering information. He'd snuck into the school library during lunch periods, researching dragons in mythology books and scouring atlases for any mention of a wizarding bank. He'd found nothing concrete, but the letter had mentioned London, and Harry knew that was real enough. I think we should go there. To Gringotts. If my parents really left me money, I should claim it before the Dursleys steal any more. Frostfire lifted his head, copper eyes glinting with what Harry could only interpret as excitement. Through their strange connection, he felt the dragon's enthusiasm for flight, for freedom. You want to fly there? Harry whispered incredulously. But, you've never carried me before. And London is over 40 miles away. The dragon snorted, offended by the implication he wasn't strong enough. He'd been exercising his wings whenever possible, sometimes lifting himself a few feet off the ground in the privacy of Harry's cupboard, a feat that seemed to defy the laws of physics given the limited space. All right, Harry laughed softly. I believe in you. But we need a plan. Maps, supplies, and I need to figure out exactly where this Gringotts place is in London. Planning their escape gave Harry a sense of purpose he'd never felt before. Each night after the Dursleys went to bed, he and Frostfire would pore over maps Harry had borrowed from school, plotting routes and contingencies. During the day, Harry squirreled away food and useful items, a compass from the school supply closet, a small first aid kit he found in the garden shed, the Dursleys' emergency flashlight. As for locating Gringotts, Harry had a theory. The letter had mentioned Muggle banking, suggesting there was a non-Muggle, presumably wizarding, part of London. Old stories often placed magical communities hidden in plain sight, accessible only to those who knew where to look. If such a place existed in London, a bank called Gringotts would likely be there. It was a tenuous plan based on limited information, but it was all Harry had. The final catalyst came 2 weeks after finding Frostfire. Harry returned from school to find Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon in a heated discussion in the kitchen. He paused by the door, listening. Can't ignore it anymore, Vernon, Petunia was saying, her voice tight with anxiety. The letter said before his birthday. That's only a few weeks away. I don't care what their bloody letter said, Vernon growled. No freak bank inspector is setting foot in this house. I've worked too hard to hide his abnormality from the neighbors. But what about the money? Petunia hissed. If they stop the payments, they won't, Vernon said confidently. Not if we're not here. I've been thinking, pet. That promotion comes with a company house out in the countryside. Isolated. Private. We could move next week, change our telephone number. Those freaks would have a devil of a time finding us. And the boy? There was a pause. Might be time to consider more permanent arrangements. That fig woman mentioned a special school for his kind. St. Brutus's or something. You mean send him away? Petunia sounded surprised, but not opposed. Why not? He'll be 11 soon. Old enough that no one would question it. And with him gone, no more incidents. No more worrying about those letters they're bound to start sending. Harry backed away from the door, his heart pounding. They were planning to move, to hide him away in some special school, which probably meant somewhere awful if Aunt Petunia approved. And they were still talking about those mysterious letters, the ones that were apparently coming soon. He raced to his cupboard, shutting the door quietly behind him. Frostfire raised his head, instantly alert to Harry's distress. We have to go, Harry whispered urgently. Tonight. They're going to send me away and move where no one can find them. Frostfire's scales rippled with a dark pattern that Harry had come to recognize as anger. Through their bond came a fierce surge of protectiveness. I know, Harry said, placing a calming hand on the dragon's neck. You wouldn't let them. But I don't want to wait until they try. He took a deep breath. Tonight, after they're asleep. We fly to London. To Gringotts. To get what's rightfully mine. The grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight. Harry, fully dressed and with his small pack of supplies secured to his back, eased open his cupboard door. Frostfire followed, his large body somehow moving with silent grace despite his size, which now approached that of a Great Dane. The dragon had continued his extraordinary growth, his scales hardening into proper armor and his wingspan reaching nearly 15 feet when fully extended. Harry wondered if all dragons grew this quickly or if their mysterious bond was accelerating the process. Either way, Frostfire now looked capable of carrying him, though they'd never had a proper opportunity to test this theory. Harry led the way through the darkened house, pausing at the kitchen to stuff his pack with additional food. On impulse, he took the emergency cash Vernon kept in a biscuit tin, pound 200 that might prove useful in the Muggle world, at least. Outside, the summer night was warm and clear, the stars bright overhead. Harry looked up at them, then back at his companion. "This is it," he whispered. "Our chance at freedom." Frostfire nudged him gently, then lowered himself to the ground in a clear invitation. Harry hesitated only briefly before climbing onto the dragon's back, settling himself just behind the powerful shoulders where neck met body. There was no saddle, no reins, nothing to hold onto except the ridged scales along Frostfire's spine. "I trust you," Harry said, leaning forward to wrap his arms as far around the dragon's neck as they would go. "London. Southeast from here. Follow the stars." With a powerful thrust of his wings, Frostfire launched them skyward. Harry bit back a startled cry as his stomach lurched with the sudden ascent. The ground fell away at dizzying speed, Privet Drive shrinking to a collection of toy-like houses, then to mere dots of light in a patchwork of darkness. The initial terror gave way to exhilaration as Frostfire leveled out, his great wings catching the night air in powerful strokes. Harry had never felt anything like it, the rush of wind through his hair, the powerful muscles moving beneath him, the absolute freedom of soaring above the world that had caged him for so long. "This is amazing," he shouted, no longer worried about being overheard. Frostfire rumbled in agreement, a sound Harry felt vibrating through his entire body. Through their bond came pure joy, the dragon's delight in flight mingling with Harry's own wonder. They flew southeast as planned, following the dim glow on the horizon that marked London's position. Harry consulted his compass occasionally, but Frostfire seemed to have an innate sense of direction, adjusting their course with confident precision. Below them, the landscape changed from suburban neighborhoods to fields and forests, then back to denser development as they approached the city's outskirts. Lights glittered like fallen stars, growing more numerous as they neared the heart of London. The journey, which would have taken hours by car or train, passed in less than 40 minutes at Frostfire's remarkable speed. As they approached the city proper, Harry guided the dragon lower, wary of being spotted. "We need to find somewhere to land," he called over the rush of wind. "Somewhere quiet, with cover." Through their bond, he sensed Frostfire's agreement and felt the dragon scanning the cityscape below. A large dark patch amid the urban sprawl caught both their attention, a park of some kind, with enough trees to provide concealment. Frostfire descended in wide circles, his night vision far keener than Harry's. They landed in a clearing surrounded by dense trees, the dragon's powerful legs absorbing the impact with surprising gentleness. Harry slid from Frostfire's back on shaky legs, his body still humming with the sensation of flight. "We did it," he breathed, reaching out to stroke the dragon's snout gratefully. "We actually flew to London." Frostfire rumbled contentedly, but his copper eyes remained alert, scanning their surroundings warily. This was unfamiliar territory, filled with new smells and sounds. "We need to find Diagon Alley," Harry said, retrieving the map he'd marked with their destination. According to his research in old London guidebooks, there were several narrow alleyways off Charing Cross Road that seemed promising for a hidden magical enclave. One in particular, wedged between a bookshop and a record store, had appeared and disappeared from maps over the years as if cartographers couldn't quite agree on its existence. "It'll be tricky moving through the city with you," Harry admitted, looking at his now unmistakably dragon-shaped companion. "Even at night, someone's bound to notice." Frostfire huffed, then did something extraordinary. He folded his wings tight against his body and lowered his head, and before Harry's astonished eyes, the dragon's form seemed to shimmer and contract. Within seconds, what stood before him was not a dragon the size of a pony, but a large, unusual-looking dog with bronze-colored fur and unusually bright eyes. You can change shape," Harry gasped. The dragon dog wagged its tail, looking rather pleased with itself. Through their bond came not words but a concept, camouflage, an instinctive magic used by young dragons to avoid larger predators. "That's brilliant!" Harry exclaimed. No one looks twice at a boy with his dog, even a strange-looking one. With renewed confidence, they set out from the park, Frostfire padding alongside Harry like a loyal hound. The streets were relatively quiet at this late hour, with only the occasional taxi or late-night reveler passing by. Those who did notice them gave the odd-looking dog a curious glance but nothing more. Following his marked map, Harry made his way toward Charing Cross Road. The city was a maze of unfamiliar streets and overwhelming sensations, but Frostfire's presence kept his anxiety at bay. Whatever happened, they would face it together. After nearly an hour of walking, stopping occasionally to check directions, they reached Charing Cross Road. Harry scanned the storefronts, looking for the gap between the bookshop and record store that his research suggested might hide the entrance to the wizarding world. "It should be here somewhere," he muttered, walking slowly past each building. Frostfire suddenly stiffened beside him, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Through their bond came a sharp awareness, magic, nearby, hidden from ordinary sight. Harry followed the dragon's gaze and gasped. Between a large bookshop and a music store was a shabby-looking pub he could have sworn wasn't there a moment ago. A weathered wooden sign hung over the door, bearing the name, The Leaky Cauldron. "You can sense it," Harry whispered to Frostfire. "The magic. That's how we'll find Gringotts." Taking a deep breath, Harry pushed open the door to the Leaky Cauldron, Frostfire at his heels. Inside, despite the late hour, a few patrons sat at scattered tables, dressed in what could only be described as wizarding robes. A balding, stooped man wiped glasses behind the bar, looking up as they entered. "Bit young to be out at this hour, aren't you, lad?" the barman called, eyeing Harry suspiciously. Then his gaze fell to Frostfire, and his expression changed to one of uncertainty. "And what sort of creature is that? Doesn't look like any Krupp I've ever seen." Harry swallowed hard, unsure how to respond. He hadn't prepared for conversation, only for finding Gringotts. I'm looking for Diagon Alley," he said finally. "And Gringotts Bank." The barman's eyebrows shot up. "Gringotts? At 1 in the morning? It's closed, boy. Even goblins sleep sometimes." He peered at Harry more closely, his gaze flicking to the lightning-shaped scar partially hidden beneath Harry's fringe. "Wait a minute. You're just passing through," Harry interrupted quickly, not liking the way the man's eyes had widened in recognition. "My guardian is meeting me in the morning. At Gringotts. I'm early." It was a weak lie, but it was all Harry could manage on the spot. To his relief, Frostfire pressed against his leg, projecting calm reassurance through their bond. The barman still looked suspicious, but he nodded slowly. "Diagon Alley's through the back. Need me to open the wall for you?" "Yes, please," Harry said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. The man came around from behind the bar and led them through a back door into a small, walled courtyard. He withdrew a wooden stick, a wand, Harry realized with a thrill of recognition, and tapped a specific brick in the wall. "There you go," he said as the bricks began to shift and rearrange themselves, forming an archway. "Diagon Alley. Though most shops are closed at this hour. You'd be better off waiting till morning, or getting a room here for the night." "Thank you," Harry said politely. "I'll find somewhere to wait." The barman gave him one last curious look before returning to his pub, leaving Harry and Frostfire facing the magical archway. Beyond it stretched a cobblestone street lined with the most extraordinary shops Harry had ever seen. Despite the late hour, magical lanterns cast a warm glow over the alley, illuminating storefronts displaying cauldrons, broomsticks, owls, and countless other wonders. Most were dark and shuttered, but the alley itself hummed with an energy Harry could feel in his very bones. And there, at the far end of the street, stood an imposing white marble building with burnished bronze doors, towering over all the other shops. Gringotts, Harry whispered, recognizing it instantly as a bank worthy of wizards. Frostfire growled softly, his disguised form shimmering slightly as if struggling to maintain the illusion in the presence of so much magic. "Hold on a little longer," Harry urged, stroking the dragon dog's head. "We're almost there." They walked down the deserted alley, Harry's footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. As they approached Gringotts, he could make out strange figures standing guard at the bronze doors, shorter than humans, with pointed ears and clever, suspicious eyes. Goblins, he guessed, remembering the barman's comment. The bank was indeed closed, its massive doors sealed for the night. Harry hadn't really expected otherwise, but standing before it now, he felt a crushing disappointment. So close to answers, to his inheritance, to justice, and yet still out of reach. "We'll have to wait until morning," he said to Frostfire, sinking down on the marble steps. "Find somewhere to hide until they open." Frostfire whined softly, pressing against Harry's side. Through their bond came images of flight, of the dragon's true form, of freedom in the night sky. Harry understood. Maintaining the dog disguise was taxing, and Frostfire needed to be himself again, if only for a while. "You're right," Harry said. "Let's find somewhere you can change back. We'll rest, and return at dawn." They retreated from Diagon Alley, slipping back through the leaky cauldron, the barman now occupied with a loud group of late arrivals, and out into Muggle London. Harry led them back toward the park where they'd first landed, finding a secluded grove of trees far from any paths. Once certain they were alone, Frostfire released his disguise, his form expanding back into that of a young dragon with a relieved rumble. He stretched his wings wide, shaking them out after being confined for so long. Harry settled against a tree trunk, pulling some of their food supplies from his pack. As they shared a meal of bread, cheese, and cold chicken, Harry found himself grinning despite their temporary setback. "We made it, Frostfire. All the way to London, to the magical world. My world, I think." He looked up at the dragon, whose copper eyes gleamed with shared excitement in the darkness. "Tomorrow, we'll get into Gringotts. We'll claim what's mine. And then we'll be truly free." Frostfire rumbled in agreement, curling his massive body protectively around Harry. Through their deepening bond flowed a promise, together. Always. As Harry drifted to sleep beneath the stars of London, cradled in the warmth of dragon scales, he knew with absolute certainty that his life had changed forever. The Dursleys, their lies and cruelty, the cupboard under the stairs, all of it seemed to belong to another lifetime. Tomorrow would bring Gringotts, and with it, the first chapter of a new story. His story. Their story. Harry Potter and his dragon. Dawn broke over London in ribbons of gold and pink, filtering through the trees to where boy and dragon slept. Harry awoke first, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Then memory flooded back, their midnight flight, finding the leaky cauldron, seeing Gringotts with his own eyes. Frostfire stirred beside him, copper eyes blinking open as he sensed Harry's consciousness through their bond. The dragon stretched like a cat, his scales catching the early light and shimmering with metallic brilliance. "Morning," Harry said, running a hand along Frostfire's neck. "Ready for today?" The dragon rumbled affirmatively, projecting eagerness and determination through their connection. Harry felt the same mix of excitement and nervousness churning in his stomach. Today they would enter Gringotts, confront the wizarding world, and claim his inheritance. After a quick breakfast from their dwindling supplies, Harry faced his companion with a serious expression. "We need a plan for entering the bank. The disguise worked well last night, but I don't know if it will fool these goblins. They seem shrewd." Frostfire tilted his head thoughtfully, then projected an image through their bond, Harry entering alone while the dragon waited elsewhere. "No," Harry said firmly. "We stay together. I'm not facing this without you." The dragon's eyes softened, and warmth flowed through their connection. After a moment, Frostfire projected a different image, himself in dog form, but larger, more imposing, with subtle hints of his true nature visible to those who knew what to look for. "A compromise," Harry nodded. "Not hiding completely, but not announcing dragon to everyone either. It might work, especially if these wizards are used to unusual creatures." With their approach decided, they waited until the park began to fill with morning joggers before setting out. Frostfire assumed his enhanced dog disguise, larger than before, with hints of scales visible in his bronze fur and a ridge along his spine that suggested his true nature. To a casual observer, he appeared to be an exotic, possibly magical dog. To a more discerning eye, the truth might be apparent. They made their way back to Charing Cross Road, Harry's heart racing as they approached the leaky cauldron. In daylight, the pub seemed even more out of place among the modern Muggle shops, yet still strangely invisible to the rushing pedestrians around them. Inside, the pub was busier than the previous night, with patrons enjoying breakfast and reading newspapers that featured moving pictures. Harry kept his head down, making directly for the back exit, but not quickly enough to avoid notice. Merlin's beard, the barman, Tom, according to a nameplate on the bar, exclaimed. "It is. It's Harry Potter." A hush fell over the pub as dozens of eyes turned toward Harry. He froze, startled by the recognition and sudden attention. Beside him, Frostfire growled low in his throat, moving closer to Harry's side. "The boy who lived, in my pub." Tom continued, beaming. "What an honor, Mr. Potter. And just a few days before your birthday too." Harry blinked in confusion. The boy who lived. How did these strangers know his name, his birthday? And why were they looking at him with such awe? I'm just passing through," he managed, edging toward the back door. "To Diagon Alley." Of course," Tom said, still smiling broadly. "First time, is it? Where's your guardian? Surely you're not alone." Before Harry could answer, a tall wizard in midnight blue robes approached, extending his hand eagerly. "Daedalus Diggle, Mr. Potter, an honor." The wizard pumped Harry's hand enthusiastically. "Never thought I'd have the chance to meet you in person." Others began to crowd around, each wanting to shake his hand or simply stare at his lightning scar. Harry felt panic rising in his chest, overwhelming and suffocating. Frostfire sensed his distress, the disguised dragon's growl deepening as his form began to shimmer with barely contained magic. "Please," Harry gasped, "I need to get to Gringotts. It's important. Give the boy space." Tom called, seeing Harry's discomfort. "He's got business to attend to." "Come along, Mr. Potter, I'll open the wall for you." Grateful for the intervention, Harry followed Tom to the back courtyard, Frostfire pressing against his leg protectively. Once again, the barman tapped the specific brick, and the wall rearranged itself into an archway. "There you are, Mr. Potter," Tom said kindly. "Gringotts is straight ahead at the end of the alley. You can't miss it. But if you don't mind an old man's curiosity, where is your guardian? Surely Professor Dumbledore didn't send you alone." "I'm meeting them there," Harry lied, avoiding the man's concerned gaze. "Thank you for your help." Before Tom could ask more questions, Harry hurried through the archway, Frostfire at his heels. The alley was vibrant with life in the morning light, witches and wizards in colorful robes browsing shop windows and chatting animatedly. Many turned to stare as Harry passed, whispering behind their hands. "They all know me," Harry murmured to Frostfire. "But how? And why?" The dragon had no answer, but projected caution and alertness through their bond. Something about this situation felt wrong to both of them. Gringotts loomed ahead, its white marble gleaming in the morning sun. Unlike the previous night, the bronze doors stood open, revealing a second set of doors in silver beyond them. Harry approached with growing determination, Frostfire a reassuring presence at his side. A pair of goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms flanked the bronze doors, eyeing Harry and especially Frostfire with suspicious glances. Harry nodded politely as he passed them, trying to appear more confident than he felt. Engraved on the silver doors was a poem, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed for those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there." Harry swallowed hard. He wasn't here to steal, quite the opposite, but the warning still sent a chill down his spine. Beyond the silver doors lay a vast marble hall with long counters stretching along its length. Dozens of goblins sat on high stools, weighing coins, examining jewels, and scratching in ledgers. Doors led off the hall to what Harry assumed were vaults or offices. Despite the early hour, the bank bustled with activity. Harry approached the nearest available goblin, who was weighing rubies on a brass scale. Frostfire stayed close, his disguise holding but his eyes constantly scanning for threats. "Excuse me," Harry said politely. "I need to speak with someone about my vault." "The Potter Vault." The goblin looked up, his dark eyes narrowing as they took in Harry's disheveled appearance, then widening slightly as they noted the scar on his forehead. "Key?" the goblin demanded, setting aside his scale. "I don't have one," Harry admitted. "It was kept from me by my guardians." The goblin's expression soured further. "No key, no vault access. Bank policy." "But it's my vault," Harry protested, frustration building. "My parents left it to me. The Dursleys have been stealing from it for years." At the mention of theft, several nearby goblins glanced up sharply. The one Harry was speaking to leaned forward, suddenly more interested. "Stealing, you say? Explain." Harry pulled the crumpled Gringotts statement from his pocket, the one he'd taken from the Dursleys' kitchen. "This letter shows monthly transfers to their account. For my care, it says. But they've never spent a penny on me. I sleep in a cupboard under the stairs. I wear my cousin's old clothes. They call me a burden, but all this time, they've been taking my money." The goblin snatched the letter, examining it with increasing alarm. He barked something in a harsh, guttural language to another goblin, who hurried away through one of the side doors. "Wait here," he ordered Harry. "Ragnarok will want to see this." As the goblin departed, Harry exchanged a nervous glance with Frostfire. Through their bond, the dragon projected reassurance tinged with caution. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. Several tense minutes passed. Wizards and witches continued their business around them, some casting curious glances at the boy and his unusual dog waiting by the counter. Harry fidgeted anxiously, beginning to wonder if he'd made a terrible mistake in coming here. Finally, a side door opened, and an older goblin emerged, followed by the one Harry had initially spoken to. This new goblin wore an elaborate suit and carried himself with unmistakable authority. "Mr. Potter," he said, his voice grave. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. Please come with me. We have much to discuss." Harry hesitated, glancing at Frostfire. "My companion comes too." Ragnarok's shrewd eyes assessed the disguised dragon, a flicker of recognition passing over his features. "Indeed. I would expect nothing less. This way, please." As they followed the goblin director through opulent marble corridors, Harry felt a strange mixture of triumph and trepidation. He had made it to Gringotts. He had caught someone's attention. But what would happen now? The answer, he suspected, would change his life forever. Again. Chapter 2, Fire in the Marble Halls. Ragnarok led Harry and Frostfire down a long marble corridor, their footsteps echoing against the polished stone. Elaborate gold sconces lined the walls, their magical flames casting dancing shadows as they walked. Though the goblin was a full head shorter than Harry, he moved with such authority that the boy found himself hurrying to keep pace. "Your arrival is unexpected, Mr. Potter," Ragnar said, his gravelly voice carrying a note of carefully controlled anger. "Especially in such company." Harry's hand instinctively moved to rest on Frostfire's disguised form. "He's with me." "Clearly." Ragnar's dark eyes flicked to the dragon dog. "A Hungarian Horntail, if I'm not mistaken. Young, but growing rapidly. Quite the companion for a 10-year-old wizard." Harry nearly stumbled. "You can tell what he is? Even with his disguise?" A dry, humorless smile creased the goblin's face. "Goblins have been dealing with dragons since before your kind learned to use wands, Mr. Potter. That glamour might fool wizards, but not us." His expression turned serious again. "Though I must say, a bond such as yours is extraordinarily rare." Before Harry could ask what he meant, Ragnar stopped before a set of ornate doors emblazoned with the Gringotts crest. He pressed his palm against the metal, and the doors swung open silently, revealing a spacious office dominated by a massive desk carved from a single piece of dark wood. "Sit," Ragnar commanded, gesturing to a chair as he circled around to his side of the desk. Harry sat gingerly, Frostfire positioning himself protectively at his side. The chair adjusted itself to his height, an unexpected bit of magic that momentarily distracted him from his nervousness. "Now then." Ragnar steepled his long fingers, fixing Harry with an intense gaze. "Let us speak plainly. You appear at my bank, unaccompanied by any guardian, with a dragon disguised as a common animal, claiming theft from your vault. This is unprecedented." "I have proof," Harry said, nodding at the letter still clutched in Ragnar's other hand. "Yes, this statement." The goblin director examined it again, his scowl deepening. "It is authentic. And deeply troubling. But before we address that, I must ask, how did you come to be here today? And more importantly, how did you come to be in possession of a dragon?" Harry hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. Frostfire nudged his leg, sending a wave of reassurance through their bond. "Trust your instincts. I found Frostfire, that's his name, injured in the woods near my relative's house," Harry began. "He was chained, abandoned. I freed him and healed his wing, and he chose to stay with me." He met Ragnar's skeptical gaze steadily. "We understand each other. We're connected somehow." "A familiar bond," Ragnar murmured, looking genuinely impressed. "Exceedingly rare, especially with a magical creature of such power. But that doesn't explain your presence here." "I found that letter by accident," Harry continued. "The Dursleys, my aunt and uncle, have always told me my parents left me nothing, that I was a burden on them. But the letter proves they've been lying. They've been taking money meant for me while making me sleep in a cupboard and wear my cousin's old clothes." A dangerous gleam appeared in Ragnar's eyes. "A cupboard, you say?" "Under the stairs," Harry confirmed. "For as long as I can remember. And when I found Frostfire, I knew I couldn't stay there anymore. I couldn't let them keep stealing what my parents left me. So you flew here. On a dragon." The statement carried no judgment, merely confirmation. "Yes. Last night. We waited for the bank to open." Ragnar leaned back, considering Harry with new interest. "Most wizards your age would have run crying to the nearest adult. You chose a more direct approach." "I don't have adults I can trust," Harry said simply. Something shifted in the goblin's demeanor, a subtle softening around his eyes, perhaps, or a slight relaxation of his rigid posture. "Well, Mr. Potter, it seems we have several serious matters to address." He pressed a small silver bell on his desk, and moments later, another goblin entered. Ragnar spoke rapidly in the harsh goblin language, and the subordinate bowed and hurried away. "I've ordered a complete audit of your accounts, backdated to the night of your parents' deaths. If what you claim is true, and that statement suggests it is, there will be severe consequences." His thin lips curved into what might have been a smile, though it held no warmth. Gringotts takes a very dim view of unauthorized withdrawals. Harry felt a flutter of hope. So you can help me? Potentially. Ragnar steepled his fingers again. But there are complications. You are still a minor by both wizard and goblin law. The guardianship arrangement that allowed these withdrawals was legally established, even if it has been abused. By who? Harry demanded. Who decided I should live with the Dursleys? Who gave them access to my money? That would be Albus Dumbledore, as your magical guardian. Dumbledore? The Hogwarts headmaster. Ragnar's eyebrows rose slightly. You know of him? Only what I overheard from my aunt and uncle, Harry admitted. They mentioned him a few times, never kindly. Something about expecting letters soon. Your Hogwarts letter, no doubt. It would typically arrive around your 11th birthday. Ragnar's expression darkened. Which makes your current situation all the more problematic. Dumbledore has significant influence in the wizarding world. If he placed you with these muggles and established their access to your trust vault, he did so with purpose. He will not be pleased to find his arrangements disrupted. Frostfire growled softly, shifting closer to Harry. Through their bond, Harry felt the dragon's protective instinct flaring. I don't care, Harry said firmly. If this Dumbledore person left me with the Dursleys, knowing how they treated me, then I don't want anything to do with him. A sharp knock interrupted them. The door opened to reveal the goblin messenger, now accompanied by a taller goblin carrying several thick folders. Ah, Blood Axe, Ragnar greeted. The audit? Preliminary findings only, the newcomer replied in accented English, placing the folders on the desk. But most concerning, Director. Ragnar dismissed the messengers and opened the topmost folder, scanning its contents with increasing agitation. His long fingers tightened on the parchment until Harry feared it might tear. It is worse than I anticipated, he said finally, looking up at Harry. Your trust vault, the one mentioned in this statement, is merely a small portion of the Potter estate. A fund established for your education and basic needs until your majority. The monthly withdrawals by your relatives total nearly 30,000 galleons over the past decade. How much is that in pounds? Harry asked, trying to grasp the scale. Approximately 150,000 pounds, Ragnar replied, watching Harry's face pale. A considerable sum, but still only a fraction of your total inheritance. However, there are other, more troubling irregularities. He turned a page in the folder. Additional withdrawals from your family's main vault, authorized by your magical guardian, Albus Dumbledore. Investments liquidated. Properties reassigned. Heirlooms removed for safekeeping. The goblin's voice dripped with disdain. Together, these represent a significant diminishment of the Potter estate. Harry felt numb. Not only had the Dursleys been stealing from him, but this Dumbledore person, someone who was supposed to be looking after his interests, had apparently been helping himself to his family's legacy as well. How much? He asked hoarsely. How much is left? Ragnar consulted the documents. The trust vault contains approximately 45,000 galleons. The family vault, once one of the largest in Gringotts, now holds perhaps a tenth of its original contents. Several properties remain, though their status is uncertain. And the withdrawals by Dumbledore, where did the money go? Various accounts. Some to a Hogwarts fund. Others to something called the Order of the Phoenix. Some to personal vaults we cannot legally identify without a formal inquiry. Ragnar's expression was grave. I must be clear, Mr. Potter. These transactions, while ethically questionable, may have been technically legal given Dumbledore's status as your magical guardian. Frostfire rumbled, a sound of clear displeasure that slipped past his disguise. Harry placed a calming hand on the dragon's head, though he shared the sentiment entirely. What can I do? He asked. Can I stop him? Get my money back? Perhaps. Ragnar studied Harry thoughtfully. There are ancient laws of inheritance that supersede standard guardianship in cases where the heir demonstrates sufficient magical maturity. Your bond with a Hungarian horntail, a notoriously difficult species to tame, suggests unusual magical ability. He stood abruptly, circling his desk. I believe it is time for the inheritance test. What's that? A magical evaluation that determines an heir's readiness to claim their birthright. Normally performed at 17, but possible earlier in exceptional circumstances. Ragnock gestured for Harry to follow. It will require a small blood sample and interaction with Potter family magic. Harry hesitated only briefly before standing. Will it hurt Frostfire? The dragon is not required to provide blood, though his presence may influence the outcome. Ragnock paused, studying the disguised dragon. However, maintaining that transformation much longer may strain his magic. The testing chamber is warded and private. He may reveal his true form there. Relief flowed through the bond from Frostfire, who had indeed been finding the prolonged disguise increasingly uncomfortable. Harry nodded, and they followed Ragnock through a hidden door at the back of the office. The corridor beyond sloped steeply downward, the smooth marble giving way to rough-hewn stone that looked ancient. The air grew cooler, carrying a hint of metal and old magic. After several twisting turns and a series of doors that Ragnock opened with touches, whispered words, or small keys, they arrived in a circular chamber dominated by a stone pedestal. The Hall of Inheritance, Ragnock announced. One of Gringotts' most sacred spaces. Few wizards are ever permitted to enter. Harry took in the chamber with awe. The walls were lined with hundreds of small niches, each containing what looked like a colored gemstone. The ceiling arched high overhead, decorated with intricate carvings of goblin runes and constellations. You may release your true form now, dragon, Ragnock said, closing the heavy door behind them. Frostfire didn't need to be told twice. His form shimmered and expanded, the dog disguise melting away to reveal gleaming scales and powerful wings. Fully revealed, the young Horntail stretched to his full height, now taller than Harry by a good foot, with a wingspan that nearly brushed the walls of the chamber. Ragnock stepped back, genuine respect in his expression as he observed the dragon. Magnificent. I've worked with dragons in our deepest vaults for over a century, but never seen one so young form such a complete bond. Harry beamed with pride, scratching Frostfire beneath his chin. The dragon rumbled contentedly, copper eyes half-closing in pleasure. Now, Mr. Potter. Ragnock approached the pedestal, gesturing for Harry to join him. This is the inheritance stone. It has been used by Gringotts since our founding to verify bloodlines and determine magical readiness. The pedestal's surface held a flat black stone inscribed with silver runes around its edge. At its center was a small depression. 3 drops of blood, Ragnock instructed, producing a small silver knife. If you are ready to claim your inheritance, the stone will recognize you. If not, nothing will happen. Harry took the knife, its handle warm against his palm despite the cool air of the chamber. With a steadying breath, he pressed the tip against his finger and winced as it bit into his skin. 3 crimson drops fell into the depression at the center of the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the blood seemed to sink into the stone, disappearing completely. The silver runes began to glow with soft light that gradually intensified until the entire chamber was illuminated by their brilliance. From one of the wall niches, a ruby-red stone floated out, hovering over the pedestal before shooting directly toward Harry. He flinched instinctively, but the stone stopped inches from his chest, directly over his heart. It hung there, pulsing with inner light like a tiny heartbeat. The Potter family stone, Ragnock breathed, sounding genuinely impressed. It recognizes you as the true heir, despite your age. The floating gemstone began to circle Harry, leaving a trail of golden light in its wake. As it completed its 3rd circuit, the light contracted around him like a cocoon, growing blindingly bright. Harry felt a strange warmth flow through his body, centered on his chest. It wasn't painful, but intense, as if something long dormant was awakening inside him. Frostfire moved closer, pressing his snout against Harry's back in silent support. Through their bond flowed strength and reassurance, bolstering whatever magic was working through Harry's blood. The light faded gradually, leaving Harry feeling strangely energized despite the blood loss. The potter's stone drifted back to its niche in the wall, but the silver runes on the black stone continued to glow. "Well," Ragnarok said, his voice carrying a new note of respect. "It seems the inheritance stone has deemed you magically mature enough to claim your birthright, Harry Potter. This changes matters considerably." "What does it mean?" Harry asked, still feeling the lingering warmth in his chest. "It means you may legally challenge your current guardianship arrangements and reclaim control of the Potter vaults." A cunning smile spread across Ragnarok's face. "It also means Gringotts can freeze all current authorizations to those vaults pending your formal claim, effective immediately." "So Dumbledore and the Dursleys can't take any more money?" "Precisely. Though I warn you, this will not go uncontested. Dumbledore's authorization came from the Ministry itself. To permanently secure your inheritance, we must follow specific legal protocols that will inevitably bring you to the Ministry's attention." He glanced meaningfully at Frostfire. "With complications, given your companion." Harry scratched absently at his chest, where the stone had hovered. "I don't care about complications. I just want what's mine. What my parents left for me." "Very well." Ragnarok nodded approvingly. "We shall begin the procedures immediately. First, you will need to—" A sharp knock at the chamber door interrupted him. Without waiting for a response, the door opened to reveal a harried-looking goblin. "Director Ragnarok." Urgent news from above, the goblin blurted in their harsh native language, which Harry surprisingly found he could partially understand, another effect of the inheritance ritual, perhaps. "Ministry officials have arrived. They demand to speak with you regarding reports of a dragon sighting over London last night." Ragnarok's expression darkened. "Already? Who authorized their entry?" Griphook had no choice. "They have a warrant signed by the minister himself. And Sir Dumbledore is with them." Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. Beside him, Frostfire tensed, sensing his alarm. Ragnarok turned to them, his face grim. "It seems events are moving faster than anticipated. We must change our approach." He addressed the messenger. "How many officials?" "For Aurors, 2 representatives from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, Minister Fudge, and Dumbledore." Ragnarok nodded sharply. "Stall them. Invoke Protocol 7, Review of Credentials in the Silver Anteroom. It will buy us perhaps 20 minutes. As the messenger hurried away, he turned back to Harry. "This complicates matters, but does not change our course. The inheritance ritual provides certain protections, but we must move quickly." "What do we do?" Harry asked, unconsciously moving closer to Frostfire. "You have 2 options," Ragnarok said, his voice crisp and businesslike. "You can meet with these officials, assert your newly recognized status, and face whatever consequences follow, which, given the dragon, may include attempts to separate you from your companion. Or. Harry prompted when the goblin hesitated. "Or you can access your vault now, claim what is immediately yours, and leave through alternative means before they can intercept you." Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. Gringotts would, of course, officially disapprove of such evasion. Unofficially, the bank recognizes your legitimate claim and the questionable nature of your current guardianship. Harry didn't need to think twice. The second option. "I'm not letting them take Frostfire, and I'm not going back to the Dursleys." A predictable choice, Ragnarok said with a hint of approval. "Very well. Follow me, and stay close. Your companion must resume his disguise before we leave this chamber." With visible reluctance, Frostfire shrank back into his enhanced dog form, though Harry noticed the disguise now incorporated more draconic features than before, ridged spine, hints of scales, and those unmistakable copper eyes. Perhaps the inheritance magic had affected them both. Ragnar led them through a different door than the one they'd entered, into a narrow passage that seemed to spiral even deeper beneath the bank. The air grew colder and carried a distinctive smell of metal and stone. After several sharp turns, they emerged onto a small platform beside underground railway tracks. "Your trust vault first," Ragnar said, gesturing to a cart that approached on its own. "It will be easier to access than the family vault, which has additional protections we haven't time to navigate properly." The cart ride was dizzying, the small vehicle plunging deeper into the earth at breakneck speed. Harry gripped the sides while Frostfire, to his amusement, seemed to thoroughly enjoy the sensation, his disguised form leaning into the turns with obvious delight. They screeched to a halt before a small door set into the passage wall. The number 687 was emblazoned in gold above it. "Key?" Ragnar demanded, holding out his hand. "But I told you, I don't have." "You do now," the goblin interrupted. "Check your pocket." The inheritance ritual would have summoned it to the true heir. Bewildered, Harry reached into his pocket and, to his astonishment, found a small golden key that definitely hadn't been there before. "Blood magic," Ragnar explained with grim satisfaction. "Older and more powerful than any ministry regulation. The key always returns to the rightful owner eventually." The goblin took the key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it with a series of complex movements. Green smoke billowed out as the door swung open, revealing a sight that made Harry's jaw drop. Mounds of gold, columns of silver, and heaps of tiny bronze coins filled the vault. It was more money than Harry had ever imagined owning, certainly more than he'd ever need. "This is, all mine. Merely your educational fund," Ragnar reminded him. "A fraction of your full inheritance, but sufficient for our current needs." He produced a small pouch from within his suit. "This is enchanted to hold far more than its size suggests and is linked directly to you through the inheritance ritual. Fill it, quickly." Harry did as instructed, scooping handfuls of each type of coin into the pouch, which never seemed to grow heavier or fuller. Frostfire watched from the doorway, his disguised form tense with the awareness that they were effectively on the run. "The gold coins are galleons," Ragnar explained as Harry worked. 17 silver sickles to a galleon, 29 bronze nuts to a sickle. Current exchange to Muggle currency is approximately £5 to a galleon, though rates fluctuate. Once the pouch was filled with a substantial amount, Ragnar gestured for them to return to the cart. "Now, one final stop before your escape." The cart plunged even deeper, the air growing noticeably colder. They passed through a waterfall that left them mysteriously dry, which Ragnar identified as Thief's Downfall, a security measure that would have stripped away disguises or impersonations if they weren't legitimate. Finally, they reached a small circular chamber with no apparent doors. Ragnar placed his palm against the stone wall, whispering words in the goblin language. The wall melted away, revealing a tiny room containing a single pedestal. "The Potter emergency port key," Ragnar announced. "Created by your grandfather, Fleamont Potter, during the First War against Voldemort. It will transport you to one of the Potter properties not currently under monitoring." On the pedestal sat a simple gold pocket watch, its surface engraved with a coat of arms featuring a stag. Touch it together and speak the activation phrase, "Sanctuary in times of need." It will take you somewhere safe. Ragnar's expression grew serious. "But heed this warning, once you activate it, Gringotts will be obliged to report that you accessed your vault. We cannot legally hide that fact. The Ministry and Dumbledore will know you were here and likely guess you fled to a Potter property." "How will they know which one?" Harry asked, reaching for the watch. "They won't, immediately. The Potter family owns several properties, and not all were common knowledge. This port key leads to one your grandfather kept particularly private." Ragnar hesitated, then added, "I would advise you not to remain there long, regardless. Find allies. Secure legal representation. The inheritance ritual gives you standing, but you will need support to maintain it against Dumbledore's influence." Harry nodded, grateful for the goblin's advice. Thank you for helping us. I have merely upheld the ancient laws of inheritance, as is my duty. But there was a gleam in Ragnar's eye that suggested his motives might not be entirely professional. Gringotts does not forget those who have been wronged by unauthorized withdrawals, Mr. Potter. A full accounting will be prepared in your absence. With a final nod of respect, Ragnar stepped back from the pedestal. Harry took a deep breath, placed his hand on the watch, and gestured for Frostfire to touch it with his disguised paw. Sanctuary in times of need, Harry intoned clearly. Nothing happened. Harry frowned, repeating the phrase. Still nothing. I don't understand, he said, looking to Ragnar. Why isn't it working? The goblin's expression darkened. It should respond to Potter blood. Unless. His eyes widened in sudden understanding. The wards must have been reset. Someone has tampered with the Potter family magic since this was created. Dumbledore? Harry guessed grimly. Possibly. Or the Ministry itself. Ragnar's mind worked rapidly. This is a significant setback. Without the port key, we must find another escape route before. A distant alarm began to sound, echoing through the stone passageways. Too late, Ragnar growled. They've discovered you're in the vaults. We must return to the surface immediately. The cart ride back seemed even faster, with Ragnar urging the enchanted vehicle to its limits. Harry's mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. If they couldn't escape by magical means, they'd have to face the Ministry officials, and Dumbledore, directly. As they approached the upper levels, the goblin leaned closer to Harry. Listen carefully. When we reach the main floor, there will likely be confrontation. But remember this, you have passed the inheritance ritual. You are legally recognized as capable of managing your own affairs in the eyes of goblin law. Stand firm on that fact. What about Frostfire? Harry asked anxiously. They'll try to take him away. Claim the familiar bond, Ragnar instructed. It's ancient magic, respected even by Ministry law. A true familiar cannot be separated from their wizard without grave magical consequences. The cart screeched to a halt at the platform where their journey had begun. Ragnar led them swiftly through the corridors, but instead of returning to his office, he guided them toward what Harry assumed was the main hall. Better to face them in public, the goblin murmured. Witnesses limit their options. They emerged into the grand marble entrance hall from a side door, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The bank's normal business had evidently been disrupted. Customers stood in huddled groups while goblin guards maintained a perimeter around a delegation of wizards in official-looking robes. At the center of this delegation stood two figures who immediately commanded attention, a portly man in a pinstriped suit with a lime green bowler hat, looking flustered and important, and beside him, a tall, elderly wizard with flowing silver hair and beard, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with stars. This, Harry knew instinctively, must be Albus Dumbledore. The moment they appeared, Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes locked onto Harry with an intensity that made him shiver. There was recognition there, but also shock. Clearly, Harry was not where the old wizard had expected him to be, nor in the company he'd anticipated. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, his voice carrying effortlessly across the marble hall. What a surprising pleasure to find you here. Before Harry could respond, the man in the bowler hat stepped forward. Is that him? Harry Potter. With that, creature. He turned to one of the officials beside him. Scrimgeour, secure the boy. Weasley, have your dragon handlers ready. We can't have a loose dragon in Gringotts, for Merlin's sake. Minister Fudge, Ragnar interrupted smoothly, stepping slightly in front of Harry. I must inform you that Mr. Potter is here on legitimate bank business regarding his inheritance. Any attempt to interfere would violate the Treaty of 1752, Article 4, regarding goblin autonomy in financial matters. Fudge sputtered indignantly. This isn't about financial matters. It's about an underage wizard gallivanting around London on a dragon. Do you have any idea how many muggles saw them? The Obliviators have been working round the clock. A tall, leonine man with tawny hair, presumably Scrimgeour, moved toward Harry, wand held casually at his side. Come along, Mr. Potter. We'll sort this out at the Ministry. Frostfire's disguise slipped slightly, his growl distinctly draconic as he positioned himself between Harry and the approaching Auror. Several witches and wizards gasped as scales became momentarily visible through the glamour. He stays with me, Harry said firmly, placing a hand on Frostfire's back to steady both the dragon and himself. He's my familiar. We're bonded. This declaration caused a fresh wave of murmurs among the onlookers. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise, while a red-haired man who must be Weasley looked utterly flabbergasted. A familiar bond? With a Hungarian Horntail? Weasley exclaimed. That's impossible. I work with dragons in Romania, and they simply don't bond like that. Nevertheless, Ragnarok interjected, Mr. Potter has undergone the inheritance ritual and been recognized by Gringotts as magically mature enough to claim his birthright. The familiar bond has been verified by our magic. Any attempt to separate them would constitute a violation of Clause 16 of the Magical Familiar Protection Act of 1379. Dumbledore stepped forward, his manner calming but his eyes sharp with assessment. Harry, my boy. This is all quite unexpected. We've been quite concerned about you since you disappeared from your aunt and uncle's home. Concerned about me, or concerned about losing control of my vaults? Harry shot back, surprised by his own boldness. A flicker of something, shock, perhaps, or dismay, crossed Dumbledore's face before his grandfatherly mask slipped back into place. I don't know what you mean, Harry. Your financial affairs have been managed according to your parents' wishes. My parents wished for me to sleep in a cupboard under the stairs. Harry's voice rose with indignation. For the Dursleys to get thousands of pounds a month while I wore Dudley's old clothes and got punished for accidental magic. A hush fell over the hall. Even Fudge looked taken aback. A cupboard, a new voice spoke up, a young, bushy-haired girl who had apparently been watching from nearby with who appeared to be her parents. You lived in a cupboard? All eyes turned to this unexpected interruption. The girl blushed at the sudden attention but stood her ground, her expression indignant. That's child abuse, she continued, looking accusingly at the adults. And if what he's saying is true about the money, it's fraud as well. Young lady, Fudge began patronizingly, this is a ministry matter that doesn't concern, actually, I believe it concerns all of us, the girl's father interrupted, placing a protective hand on her shoulder. My daughter received her Hogwarts letter last week. We're here to open her account. And I must say, if this is how your world treats children under your care, we might need to reconsider our decision. Murmurs of agreement rose from several other obvious Muggle parents in the bank. Fudge's face flushed with embarrassment and alarm. The political implications were clearly not lost on him. Dumbledore smoothly took control of the situation. Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more private. Harry, surely you would like to sit down and have a proper explanation of your situation. The way he said it, with such confident authority, made Harry feel as if he were being subtly compelled to agree. But the inheritance ritual seemed to have done more than verify his claim. Harry felt strangely resistant to the suggestion, as if a fog had lifted from his mind. I think I'd rather stay right here, he replied steadily. In public. With witnesses. Dumbledore's smile didn't waver, but his eyes lost some of their twinkle. As you wish. But I assure you, there are perfectly reasonable explanations for all of your concerns. Like why the Dursleys got thousands of pounds a month when I never saw a penny. Harry challenged. Or why you've been taking things from my family vault without my knowledge. This direct accusation seemed to catch Dumbledore off guard. His pause was brief but noticeable. Harry, the financial arrangements were necessary for your protection. The blood wards at your aunt's home have kept you safe from those who would harm you. As for the family vault, as your magical guardian, I've merely ensured your inheritance was properly managed until you came of age. Blood wards? Harry repeated skeptically. What are those supposed to be? Powerful protective magic, anchored in your mother's sacrifice and your aunt's blood relation to you, Dumbledore explained gravely. They shield you from dark wizards who might seek to harm you, particularly followers of Voldemort who remain at large. Several people flinched at the name, but Harry pressed on. If these wards are so important, why did you never check on me? Did you know the Dursleys kept me in a cupboard? That they called me a freak and punished me for accidental magic? That they told me my parents died in a car crash? Each revelation sent fresh ripples of shock through the watching crowd. Dumbledore's composure finally cracked, genuine distress showing on his aged face. A car crash? They told you? Harry, I had no idea they would treat you so poorly. I knew they might not be affectionate, but I never imagined. You never checked, Harry repeated flatly. Not once in 10 years. The bushy-haired girl stepped closer, outrage clear on her face. That's negligence. My parents are dentists, and if they suspected one of their patients was being mistreated, they'd be legally obligated to report it. Hermione, her mother murmured, though she too looked appalled by what she was hearing. Harry glanced gratefully at the girl, Hermione, surprised to find an ally among the strangers. Fudge, sensing the political winds shifting, cleared his throat importantly. Well, these are serious allegations that should certainly be investigated. However, that doesn't change the fact that we have a dragon loose in Diagon Alley. Dragon handlers, secure the creature before anyone is harmed. No. Harry shouted as two wizards stepped forward with what looked like chains. Frostfire's disguise slipped further, his true form partially emerging as he sensed the threat. Scales gleamed, wings half unfurled, and several people screamed and backed away. Chaos erupted. Witches and wizards scrambled for the doors, Aurors drew their wands, and the dragon handlers moved in with practiced coordination. In the confusion, Harry felt a small hand grab his arm. It was Hermione, her eyes wide but determined. This way, she urged, pulling him toward a side passage. Before they separate you. Harry didn't question the unexpected help. With Frostfire close behind, they ducked into the narrow corridor as spells began flying in the main hall. The shouting faded as they ran deeper into the bank, guided by Hermione's surprisingly confident navigation. I memorized the floor plan from Gringotts, a history, before we came, she explained breathlessly as they rounded a corner. There's a service entrance near the currency exchange that should lead outside. But why are you helping us? Harry asked, struggling to keep up with the determined girl. Hermione shot him an incredulous look. Because you're being treated unfairly. And because. She hesitated, then admitted, I saw you arrive this morning. On the dragon. It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen, and I knew right away there must be something special about your connection. No one should separate a wizard from their familiar. They reached a small, unassuming door partially hidden behind a tapestry. Hermione pushed it open cautiously, revealing a narrow alley running alongside the bank. Go, she urged. Before they realize which way you went. Come with us, Harry found himself saying. Something about this brave, principled girl made him trust her instantly. Hermione looked startled, then torn. I can't just leave my parents. They're still inside. Hermione, a woman's voice called from further down the corridor. Hermione, where are you? Mom. Hermione responded automatically, then turned back to Harry with an agonized expression. I have to stay. But. She fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a small notebook, hastily scribbling something on a page before tearing it out. My address and telephone number. When you're somewhere safe, call me. I want to help. Harry took the paper, tucking it securely in his pocket. Thank you. For everything. Just be careful, she whispered. And take care of your dragon. He's beautiful. As if understanding the compliment, Frostfire rumbled appreciatively, his disguise now completely abandoned. He nudged Hermione gently with his snout before turning to Harry, clearly ready to depart. With a final grateful nod to his new friend, Harry climbed onto Frostfire's back. The dragon didn't wait for instruction. With a powerful leap and thrust of his wings, they were airborne, soaring above the rooftops of Diagon Alley before anyone could stop them. Behind them, shouts of alarm rose from Gringotts as their escape was discovered. Harry bent low over Frostfire's neck, urging him higher and faster. The dragon responded eagerly, climbing into the clouds until London spread beneath them like a miniature model, the people below reduced to tiny specks. "We need somewhere to hide," Harry called over the rush of wind. "Somewhere safe to figure out our next move." Through their bond, Frostfire projected confidence and direction. The dragon banked to the north, as if drawn by some instinct or memory that Harry couldn't quite access. Whatever the destination, Harry trusted his companion completely. As they soared over the sprawling city, Harry reflected on the morning's revelations. His parents had left him wealth beyond imagining. Dumbledore, supposedly his protector, had never once checked on his welfare. The Ministry seemed more concerned with controlling a dragon than addressing child abuse. And yet, amid all the betrayal, there had been unexpected allies: Ragnarok, who recognized his claim despite his age; Hermione, who stood up for a stranger simply because it was right; and most importantly, Frostfire, whose unwavering loyalty had transformed Harry's life in just a few short weeks. For the first time, Harry felt a sense of real possibility. With his inheritance recognized and his dragon at his side, he was no longer just the unwanted boy in the cupboard. He was Harry Potter, wizard and dragon rider, with the freedom to forge his own path. Whatever came next, he would face it on his own terms. Frostfire's instincts led them north of London to a densely wooded area where they could rest without fear of discovery. They landed in a small clearing beside a stream, far from any visible human habitation. Harry slid from the dragon's back, his legs wobbling slightly after the long flight. "Good choice," he told Frostfire, patting the dragon's neck appreciatively. "We need to think." The dragon rumbled in agreement, then padded to the stream for a long drink. Harry joined him, splashing cold water on his face as he considered their situation. They had escaped Gringotts with access to his trust vault and confirmation of his inheritance, but also with the full attention of the Ministry and Dumbledore. Without the Potter port key, they had no immediate access to any family properties that might offer sanctuary. And while Harry now had a pouch full of wizard gold, he had limited knowledge of how to use it effectively in either the magical or muggle world. "We need allies," Harry murmured, echoing Ragnarok's advice. Frostfire lifted his dripping snout from the water, copper eyes thoughtful. Through their bond came a sense of questioning, an image of the bushy-haired girl who'd helped them escape. "Hermione?" Harry pulled the crumpled paper from his pocket, examining the neat handwriting. "Maybe. But I'd need to find a telephone, and I don't know if it's safe to approach Muggle areas with you, even with the disguise." The dragon snorted, clearly offended by the suggestion he couldn't maintain a convincing disguise. Harry smiled despite their predicament. "Fair enough. But we should wait until dark to try finding a phone. In the meantime." He pulled out the pouch of gold from Gringotts. "Let's see what we have to work with." The enchanted pouch held far more than should have been physically possible. Harry poured a small fortune in galleons, sickles, and nuts onto his jacket, which he'd spread on the ground. There was easily enough to live on for years, even without accessing the rest of his inheritance. First priority is food, Harry decided, returning most of the coins to the pouch but keeping a few galleons out. Then information. We need to learn more about the wizarding world, about my parents, about Dumbledore, everything. Frostfire rumbled in agreement, settling down beside Harry with his head resting on his front legs. The dragon's presence was comforting, a solid anchor amid the chaos of Harry's rapidly changing reality. As the afternoon wore on, Harry took the opportunity to inspect the money pouch more thoroughly. Besides the coins, he discovered a small, flat object that looked like a blank card. When he touched it, words appeared on its surface: Potter Trust Access Card present to any Gringotts representative for account services. Blood verification required. It seemed the goblins had included a way for him to access his vault even without returning to the main bank, a thoughtful provision he hadn't expected. When twilight finally arrived, Harry and Frostfire set out to find civilization. The dragon assumed his enhanced dog disguise, though Harry noticed it was more convincing than before. Perhaps Frostfire was learning from experience. They walked for nearly an hour before reaching a small village. At this hour, the streets were quiet, with only a few locals visible through pub windows or walking dogs of their own. Harry located a phone box near the village post office and, with Frostfire standing guard outside, dialed the number Hermione had given him. After 3 rings, a woman's voice answered. Granger residence. May I speak to Hermione, please? Harry asked, suddenly nervous. It's a friend from today. There was a pause, then, 1 moment. Seconds later, Hermione's breathless voice came on the line. Harry? Is that you? Are you safe? Yes to both, Harry replied, relieved to hear a friendly voice. We're hiding north of London. I'm not sure what to do next. Where exactly are you? No, wait, don't tell me over the phone. My parents and I have been talking since what happened at the bank. They're concerned about you, we all are. Can you meet us somewhere? Somewhere public but not too crowded. Harry hesitated, glancing at Frostfire waiting patiently outside the phone box. It's complicated. My friend is noticeable, even with his disguise. I understand, Hermione said thoughtfully. What about Hampstead Heath? The wooded parts are fairly private, but it's public enough to be safe. We could meet at Parliament Hill at sunset tomorrow. That could work, Harry agreed, though he had only a vague idea of London's geography. But won't your parents be afraid? After seeing Frostfire's true form? They're dentists, Harry, Hermione said with unexpected amusement. They pull people's teeth out for a living. They're not easily frightened. Besides, after what happened at Gringotts, they're more worried about you than any dragon. The easy acceptance in her voice warmed something in Harry's chest. All right. Parliament Hill, tomorrow at sunset. Perfect. And Harry? After you left, it was chaos. Dumbledore was trying to calm everyone down, saying you were confused and manipulated. The Ministry wanted to send out search parties immediately, but the goblins insisted you had legitimate business at the bank and invoked some treaty that prevented Ministry intervention on their property. Did they mention where they thought I'd gone? Dumbledore suggested you might head for a Potter property, but said most were under Ministry monitoring. Oh, and the dragon handlers, the red-headed man is named Charlie Weasley, apparently. He kept insisting a Horntail couldn't possibly bond with a wizard, especially a child. Harry smiled grimly. He's wrong about that. Clearly, Hermione agreed. My parents have been asking questions since then, trying to understand the wizarding world better. The goblins have been surprisingly helpful, especially once they learned we're muggles with a witch daughter. They seem to enjoy explaining things the Ministry would rather keep quiet. Like what? Like the fact that your parents had a will that was apparently sealed by the Wizengamot, that's their high court. And that your magical guardian should have been someone named Sirius Black, not Dumbledore. Harry felt as if he'd been struck. I have a godfather. But then why? It's complicated, according to the goblins. They wouldn't explain everything, but they implied there were irregularities after your parents died. Dumbledore became your guardian through Ministry appointment, not your parents' wishes. The revelation hit Harry like a physical blow. Not only had Dumbledore placed him with the Dursleys and allowed his inheritance to be plundered, but he'd apparently circumvented his parents' explicit wishes regarding his guardianship. Harry? Are you still there? Hermione's concerned voice brought him back to the present. Yes, sorry. It's just a lot to take in. I know. We'll talk more tomorrow. And Harry? Be careful. The Daily Prophet, that's the wizarding newspaper, is already running stories about your kidnapping by a rogue dragon. They're making it sound like you're in danger, not exercising your rights. Of course they are, Harry muttered bitterly. Can't have people knowing Dumbledore left me in a cupboard for 10 years. Exactly. Now, is there anything you need me to bring tomorrow? Books? Food? Harry considered. Information, mostly. Anything about wizarding law, dragon bonds, or my family would be helpful. And maybe some normal food, we've been living on whatever we can find. Consider it done. See you tomorrow, Harry. Stay safe. You too, Hermione. And, thank you. As Harry hung up the phone, he felt a lightness he hadn't experienced since finding Frostfire. Having an ally, a human ally with access to information, changed everything. Rejoining Frostfire outside, Harry explained their plans. The dragon seemed to approve, particularly of the part involving food. They spent the night in the wooded area outside the village, Harry sleeping curled against Frostfire's warm side, protected from the summer chill by dragon scales and the first real hope he'd felt in days. Parliament Hill offered a sweeping view of London's skyline, the city's landmarks visible in the distance as the sun began its descent. Harry and Frostfire had arrived early, positioning themselves in a less frequented area where the trees provided cover. The dragon maintained his enhanced dog disguise, though his size still drew curious glances from passing dog walkers. Remember, we're just a boy and his unusual pet, Harry murmured, stroking Frostfire's head for the benefit of onlookers. Nothing suspicious about us at all. Frostfire rumbled quietly, his copper eyes scanning their surroundings with predatory awareness. Through their bond, Harry sensed the dragon's alertness to any potential threats. Coupled with hunger, they'd managed only a meager breakfast of berries and a rabbit Frostfire had caught. As the appointed time approached, Harry spotted 3 figures walking up the hill from the south entrance. Even from a distance, Hermione's bushy hair was distinctive. She was accompanied by a tall man and a slender woman who Harry assumed were her parents. Harry raised his hand in greeting, and Hermione broke into a trot, hurrying ahead of her parents. She carried a bulging backpack that looked almost too heavy for her slight frame. Harry, she called as she drew closer, her face lighting up with excitement and relief. You made it. Thanks to your directions, Harry replied with a genuine smile. Hermione reached them slightly breathless, her attention immediately drawn to Frostfire. Is this, him? In disguise? Harry nodded. This is Frostfire. He can understand everything we say. As if to demonstrate, the dragon dipped his head in polite greeting, his intelligent eyes fixed on Hermione with obvious recognition. He's magnificent, she breathed, cautiously extending her hand. May I? Frostfire moved forward, allowing Hermione to touch his disguised head. Her expression of wonder was almost comical. I can feel scales beneath the illusion, she marveled. The magic is incredible. I've read about familiars in magical bonds through the ages, but nothing mentioned anything like this with dragons. By this time, her parents had caught up, regarding Harry and Frostfire with curious but not fearful expressions. You must be Harry, Mr. Granger said, extending his hand. I'm Edward Granger, and this is my wife, Jean. Our daughter has talked about little else since yesterday's excitement. Harry shook the offered hand, surprised by the normal, friendly greeting. Thank you for coming. And for not, well, running away screaming when you saw what Frostfire really is. Jean Granger smiled warmly. After what we witnessed at that bank, I think we've adjusted our expectations of what's normal in the magical world. Besides, he seems quite protective of you. He is, Harry agreed, feeling Frostfire press against his leg as if to emphasize the point. We take care of each other. That's what Hermione explained, Edward nodded. A familiar bond, she called it. Quite extraordinary. But perhaps we should find somewhere more private to talk. Jean suggested, glancing around at the other parkgoers. We brought food, and Hermione has compiled quite a research portfolio she's eager to share. They moved to a more secluded area sheltered by a grove of trees, where Jean spread a blanket on the ground. From a large shoulder bag, she produced an impressive picnic: sandwiches, fruit, cold chicken, bottles of water, and even a package of chocolate biscuits. Harry's stomach growled audibly at the sight. "Please, help yourself," she encouraged. "Hermione mentioned you might be hungry." Harry didn't need to be told twice. As he ate with barely restrained enthusiasm, Hermione unpacked her backpack, revealing an assortment of books, newspapers, and hastily assembled notes. "I've been researching non-stop since yesterday," she explained, arranging her materials methodically. "The goblins were surprisingly helpful once they understood we were trying to help you. They provided access to public records about the Potter family and some basic information about wizarding law." Between bites of the best sandwich he'd ever tasted, Harry examined the Daily Prophet that Hermione had brought. His own face stared back at him from the front page, an old school photo somehow obtained from his Muggle school. The headline blared, "Boy who lived abducted by dragon, Dumbledore leads search efforts." "It's ridiculous," Hermione fumed, seeing his expression darken. "They're completely ignoring the facts about your treatment by the Dursleys and the questions about your inheritance." "Not surprising," Edward commented. "From what we've gathered, this Dumbledore fellow holds significant influence in your world." "Several important positions," Hermione confirmed, pulling out a piece of parchment covered in her neat handwriting. "Headmaster of Hogwarts, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, that's like their Supreme Court, and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. He's essentially the most politically powerful wizard in Britain, possibly Europe. And he left me in a cupboard for 10 years, Harry said bitterly, putting down his sandwich as his appetite suddenly diminished. Jean's expression softened with maternal concern. "Harry, would you be willing to tell us more about your life with the Dursleys? It might help us understand what legal options you have." Something in her gentle tone broke through Harry's usual reluctance to discuss his home life. Perhaps it was the genuine concern, so different from the calculated interest Dumbledore had shown, or simply the relief of finding adults who believed him. He told them everything: the cupboard, the hand-me-down clothes, the neglect, the punishment for accidental magic, the lies about his parents, the constant belittling. As he spoke, Frostfire moved closer, offering silent support through their bond. The Grangers listened without interruption, their expressions growing increasingly troubled. "That's textbook child abuse," Edward said firmly when Harry finished. "In the Muggle world, it would be grounds for immediate removal and criminal charges. Which is probably why Dumbledore never allowed Muggle authorities to check on you," Hermione deduced. "According to what I've read, there's significant separation between magical and non-magical governance in Britain. But surely the wizarding world has child protection laws?" Jean asked. "They do," Hermione confirmed, consulting her notes. "But they're largely enforced through the Department of Magical Children's Welfare at the Ministry, the same ministry that appears to be supporting Dumbledore's narrative that Harry has been abducted." Harry felt a surge of frustration. "So even with proof of the Dursleys' treatment and the theft from my vault, I have nowhere to turn." "I didn't say that," Hermione corrected, her expression brightening. "There are independent avenues." The Goblin suggested approaching the Wizarding Child Advocacy Bureau. It's a separate entity from the ministry, established after the last Wizarding War to protect orphan children from exploitation. "And there's another option," Edward added, "though it might be more controversial. Hermione tells us that your situation has already caused quite a stir among Muggle-born families like ours who were visiting Gringotts yesterday. There's apparently a Muggle-born Parents Association that's taking an interest in your case." Harry blinked in surprise. "People care that much about what happens to me?" "You're Harry Potter," Hermione explained, as if this were obvious. "According to modern magical history, you're famous for surviving the killing curse as a baby when you know who attacked your family. They call you the boy who lived." "That's the second time I've heard that title," Harry said, frowning. The barman at the Leaky Cauldron called me that too. But I don't understand, what exactly am I supposed to have done? The Grangers exchanged puzzled glances. You don't know? Hermione asked, astonished. About you-know-who? About how your parents died? Harry shook his head. The Dursleys told me they died in a car crash. That's all I know. Oh, Harry. Hermione's voice softened with sympathy. They didn't die in a crash. They were murdered by a dark wizard called Voldemort. Despite having no prior knowledge of the name, Harry felt a strange chill at its mention. Beside him, Frostfire growled softly, sensing his distress. He was trying to kill you too, Hermione continued gently. But somehow, the curse rebounded. You survived with only that scar, and you know who was destroyed. That's why you're famous, you're the only person ever known to survive the killing curse. Harry touched his lightning-shaped scar unconsciously, trying to process this revelation. So my parents were murdered by a dark wizard, and I somehow defeated him as a baby? And everyone in the wizarding world knows this story except me? It appears so, Jean said, her expression troubled. Which raises serious questions about why you were never told. Control, Edward suggested grimly. Keep the boy ignorant, isolated, dependent, then swoop in as his savior when it's time for him to enter the magical world. The assessment, harsh as it was, resonated with Harry. It explained Dumbledore's shock at finding him at Gringotts with Frostfire. The old wizard's carefully laid plans had been completely upended. But why? Harry asked, struggling to understand. Why go to such lengths to control me? Your fame, perhaps, Hermione suggested. Or maybe something to do with your defeat of Voldemort. The books aren't clear on exactly how you survived or what happened to him. Some believe he's not truly gone. This possibility sent another chill through Harry. If the dark wizard who murdered his parents might return, it would explain Dumbledore's obsession with protecting him, though not the neglect or financial exploitation. There's something else, Hermione said hesitantly, pulling a thick book from her backpack. About your parents. I found this in a bookshop in Diagon Alley this morning, Prominent Magical Families of Modern Britain. There's a chapter on the Potters. She opened to a marked page and handed the book to Harry. There, staring back at him, were his parents, a handsome man with unruly black hair and glasses, and a beautiful woman with flowing red hair and startlingly green eyes like his own. They smiled and waved from the magical photograph, looking young, vibrant, and very much in love. James and Lily Potter, Harry read, his voice barely above a whisper. I've never seen them before. The Dursleys didn't have any pictures. Jean moved to sit beside him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder as he stared at the image of his parents. They were very young when they died. Just 21, according to the book. Harry forced himself to read the accompanying text, learning fragments of his family history for the first time. The Potters were an ancient magical family with significant wealth and political influence. His father had been a talented wizard who fought against Voldemort's forces. His mother, Muggle-born like Hermione, had been brilliantly gifted, particularly in charms and potions. They had gone into hiding when Harry was an infant, protected by a powerful spell called the Fidelius Charm, with Sirius Black, his godfather, as their secret keeper. But they had been betrayed, the charm broken, allowing Voldemort to find them on Halloween night in 1981. This says Sirius Black betrayed them to Voldemort, Harry said, frowning. But you said earlier he was supposed to be my guardian. That's one of the inconsistencies, Hermione confirmed. According to the history books, Sirius Black was your parents' friend who turned out to be working for Voldemort. He supposedly revealed their location, then killed another friend of theirs, Peter Pettigrew, along with 12 Muggles before being captured and sent to Azkaban, the wizard prison. But, Edward interjected, the goblins told us that according to your parents' will, which was sealed after their deaths, Black was named as your guardian in the event of their death, with no provisions for placement with Muggle relatives. Which makes no sense if they believed him capable of betraying them, Jean added. Unless they were wrong about who betrayed them, Harry said slowly, the implications dawning on him. Or someone wanted everyone to believe it was Sirius Black. Hermione nodded eagerly. Exactly. And there's more, the goblins hinted that there was never a proper trial for Black. He was simply imprisoned on Dumbledore's testimony that he had been the secret keeper. The pieces were falling into place, forming a disturbing picture. So Dumbledore testified that Sirius betrayed my parents, had my parents' will sealed, placed me with the Dursleys against their wishes, and gave the Dursleys access to my vault. All while presenting himself as my protector. And now he's leading the effort to find you, claiming you've been abducted by a dragon rather than acknowledging you're exercising your rights as recognized by the inheritance ritual, Hermione concluded. The scope of the manipulation left Harry feeling cold despite the warm summer evening. Frostfire, sensing his distress, abandoned his disguise entirely, scales shimmering into view as he curled protectively around Harry. The Grangers started at the sudden transformation but, to their credit, remained calm. Well, Edward said dryly, eyeing the now fully visible dragon, I believe that confirms the familiar bond beyond any doubt. Hermione was staring at Frostfire with undisguised wonder. He's even more magnificent than I remembered. The dragon preened slightly at the compliment, copper eyes bright with intelligence as he regarded the Grangers. Through their bond, Harry sensed Frostfire's assessment, these humans were allies, trustworthy, genuinely concerned for Harry's welfare. I think we need to consider next steps, Jean said practically, apparently accepting the presence of a dragon with remarkable composure. You can't simply keep hiding indefinitely, Harry. We need legal representation, Edward suggested. Someone not under Dumbledore's influence who can challenge the guardianship arrangement and address the financial irregularities. Hermione was already consulting her notes. The goblins suggested a law firm called Gringotts and Associates. They specialize in inheritance law and have a reputation for independence from ministry politics. But how do I contact them without being captured by the ministry as soon as I show my face? Harry asked. That's where we might be able to help, Jean offered. As Muggles with a magical child, we have certain rights to legal counsel regarding our daughter's status in the wizarding world. We could approach Gringotts and Associates on your behalf initially. And in the meantime, Edward added, we might be able to offer you temporary sanctuary. Our house isn't connected to the magical world in any way Dumbledore would know about. It wouldn't be a permanent solution, but it would give you a safe place while legal avenues are pursued. Harry stared at the Grangers in disbelief. You'd do that? For someone you just met? Even with? He gestured at Frostfire, who was now the size of a small pony and distinctly non-canine. We believe in doing what's right, Jean said simply. And what's being done to you is clearly wrong. Besides, Edward added with a wry smile, our back garden is quite private, and Hermione has already compiled a list of dietary requirements for adolescent dragons. Mostly meat, Hermione confirmed eagerly. Though horntails apparently also consume certain minerals to strengthen their scales. I've ordered some books on dragon care that should arrive by owl post tomorrow. Harry felt a lump forming in his throat. After years of the Dursleys' neglect, the Grangers' immediate, practical concern for both him and Frostfire was overwhelming. I don't know how to thank you, he managed. There's no need, Jean assured him. Now, the question is how to get you and Frostfire to our home without being detected. Flying is obviously too conspicuous after the Ministry's alerts. And the night bus, that's wizarding transportation, would report your location immediately, Hermione added. What about Muggle transport? Edward suggested. A rental van, perhaps. We could drive out here before dawn, collect you both, and be back home before the magical authorities would think to check Muggle roads. The plan was simple but practical, exactly the kind of straightforward thinking the wizarding world might overlook. They spent the next hour refining the details. The Grangers would rent a large van tomorrow morning, claiming to be moving furniture. They would meet Harry and Frostfire at Parliament Hill at 4 a.m., before the park filled with morning joggers. With Frostfire disguised, they would drive back to the Grangers' home in a suburb outside London, where the dragon could remain hidden in their enclosed garden while they contacted Greengrass and associates. As twilight deepened into night, the Grangers packed up their picnic, leaving Harry with enough food for breakfast and a blanket for warmth. "We'll see you at dawn," Jean promised, giving Harry a spontaneous hug that nearly brought tears to his eyes. "Try to get some rest," Edward advised, shaking his hand firmly. "Tomorrow is the first step toward setting things right." Hermione hung back as her parents started down the hill. "Harry, there's something else I've been wondering about. Your dragon bond, it's not just companionship, is it? I've been observing how you interact. You communicate somehow." Harry nodded, impressed by her perception. "Not with words exactly. More like feelings, images, intentions. It's getting stronger every day." "That's fascinating. There are historical accounts of familiars sharing magical abilities with their wizards. Have you noticed anything like that?" Harry considered. "I understood some of the goblin language at Gringotts, even though I'd never heard it before. And when I was talking to Ragnarok, I felt different. More confident, more aware." "Dragon magic," Hermione breathed, her eyes alight with intellectual curiosity. "Dragons are incredibly magical creatures. Your bond might be transferring some of that magic to you." The possibility hadn't occurred to Harry, but it made sense. He had felt different since connecting with Frostfire, stronger, more focused, more attuned to the magic around him. "I'll research it more," Hermione promised. "There might be historical precedents we could use to strengthen your legal case." With a final promise to see him at dawn, she hurried after her parents, leaving Harry and Frostfire alone on the darkening hillside. "What do you think?" Harry asked his companion as they settled beneath a large oak tree. "Can we trust them?" Frostfire rumbled affirmatively, copper eyes gleaming in the darkness. Through their bond came unequivocal certainty, the Grangers were genuine in their desire to help. Harry stroked the dragon's scales, finding comfort in their familiar texture. "Then we'll go with them tomorrow. And maybe, finally, find a way to fight back against Dumbledore and the Ministry." As night fell fully over London, Harry curled against Frostfire's warm side, the dragon's wing extending to shelter him like a living tent. For the first time since fleeing Gringotts, he felt something beyond mere survival, he felt hope. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but also new allies. And perhaps, at last, some answers about his past, his parents, and the truth behind Dumbledore's manipulations. With Frostfire's steady breathing lulling him to sleep, Harry dreamed not of cupboards or Dursleys, but of flight, soaring free above the world, with nothing but open sky ahead. Dawn had not yet broken when a large van pulled up at the designated meeting point. Harry and Frostfire were already waiting, the dragon once again disguised as an unusual dog, though the illusion seemed more refined than before, less obviously magical to casual observation. Edward Granger slid open the van's side door, revealing an interior emptied of seats except for the front row. "Quick now," he whispered. "We've got blankets to cover him once you're both inside." Harry guided Frostfire into the van, where Hermione waited with several large blankets. Once they were settled, with the dragon lying across the floor and Harry beside him, she draped the covers over Frostfire's form. "Just a large piece of furniture we're moving," she explained with a conspiratorial smile. "No one will look twice." Jean handed Harry a thermos of hot chocolate and a paper bag containing warm pastries. "Breakfast," she said simply. "It's a bit of a drive back to our place." As the van pulled away from Parliament Hill, Harry felt a mixture of anxiety and relief. They were committing to a definite course of action now, placing trust in the Grangers and whatever legal help they could secure. The journey passed uneventfully, the early morning traffic still light as they left London proper. Hermione kept up a steady stream of conversation from the front passenger seat, briefing Harry on what she'd learned about wizarding law and the process for challenging magical guardianship. "The key is the inheritance ritual," she explained. "The goblins recognize you as magically mature enough to manage your own affairs. That carries significant weight under the Treaty of 1752, which established Goblin autonomy in financial matters. But will the Ministry respect that? Harry asked skeptically. They might not want to, Edward called from the driver's seat, but according to what we've learned, breaking a Goblin treaty would have severe repercussions for Wizard-Goblin relations. It's not something they'd do lightly, even for Dumbledore. By the time they reached the Granger's home, a comfortable two-story house with a surprisingly spacious and private back garden, Harry had begun to believe their plan might actually work. Getting Frostfire from the van to the back garden proved simpler than expected. The tall fence and mature trees provided excellent cover from neighboring houses. Once safely enclosed in the garden, Frostfire abandoned his disguise with obvious relief, stretching his wings wide after the cramped journey. In the morning light, his scales gleamed with metallic brilliance, shifting between bronze, gold, and obsidian. Extraordinary, Jean murmured, watching the dragon explore his new surroundings with cautious curiosity. I still can't quite believe we have a Hungarian Horntail in our garden. I've set up a shelter in the old garden shed, Hermione announced proudly, pointing to a structure she'd obviously modified overnight. It's not ideal, but I expanded the interior and reinforced the walls with some basic spells I found in Practical Household Magic. It should be comfortable enough temporarily. Harry stared at her in amazement. You can already do magic? Before starting Hogwarts? Just a few simple spells, Hermione admitted with a hint of embarrassment. I've been practicing since we got my wand yesterday. The Ministry tracks underage magic through wands, but they expect new students to experiment a bit before school starts. Speaking of the Ministry, Edward interrupted, checking his watch, I should contact Greengrass and Associates before they close for the weekend. Jean, perhaps you could show Harry where he'll be staying. While Edward made the call, Jean led Harry upstairs to a small but comfortable guest room. The bathroom is just across the hall, she explained. I've left some toiletries there for you, and there are fresh towels on the rack. This is really nice, Harry said, overcome by the simple kindness. I've never had a real bedroom before. Jean's expression softened with maternal concern. Well, you do now, for as long as you need it. She hesitated, then added gently, Harry, I want you to know that whatever happens with the legal proceedings, you're not alone in this. We're on your side. For the second time in 24 hours, Harry found himself fighting back tears at the Granger's genuine compassion. Thank you, he managed, the words wholly inadequate for what he was feeling. Jean seemed to understand, giving his shoulder a gentle squeeze before leaving him to settle in. Harry spent a luxurious 20 minutes in the shower, his first proper one in days, before changing into clean clothes Hermione had lent him from her father's collection of old t-shirts and sweatpants, magically shrunk to approximately his size. By the time he made his way back downstairs, Edward had returned from his study with news. I spoke with Andromeda Greengrass herself, he announced to the family gathered in the kitchen. She was already aware of the situation. Apparently, the Daily Prophet's continued coverage of Harry's abduction has raised eyebrows in legal circles, especially after witnesses at Gringotts contradicted the official narrative. What did she say? Harry asked anxiously. She's agreed to meet with us, all of us, this afternoon. She's particularly interested in the Goblin inheritance ritual and what it reveals about your magical maturity. Edward checked his notes. She also mentioned something called the right of primus familiae, that might apply in your case, given the dragon bond. Hermione gasped, her eyes widening. The right of primus familiae? That's incredibly rare. It's an ancient legal precedent for underage heirs who demonstrate exceptional magical affinity through bonding with magical creatures of significant power. Which is exactly what happened with you and Frostfire, Jean noted. This could be significant, Hermione continued excitedly. The right supersedes standard guardianship laws because it recognizes the heir as having achieved a form of magical majority through the bond. It's mentioned in ancient wizarding laws and their modern applications, but I didn't realize it might apply to your situation. Harry felt a flicker of hope. So this right could legally free me from Dumbledore's guardianship? Potentially, Edward cautioned. Ms. Greengrass was clear that it's a complex area of magical law that hasn't been tested in the modern era. But she seemed genuinely interested in pursuing it. How are we getting to this meeting? Harry asked, acutely aware that traveling through magical areas carried significant risk of detection. Ms. Greengrass suggested we use Muggle transportation to her private residence rather than her office in Diagon Alley, Edward explained. Apparently, her family maintains a country estate with considerable privacy protections. She's arranging a private meeting there at 3 o'clock. What about Frostfire? Harry glanced toward the garden where the dragon was currently sunning himself on a flat rock Hermione had apparently transfigured for precisely this purpose. That's the extraordinary part, Edward said with a bemused smile. She specifically requested that you bring him. Apparently, the visible proof of your familiar bond is crucial to invoking the right of primus familiae. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. She wants me to bring a dragon to her house. The Greengrass estate has extensive grounds, Hermione explained. Old wizarding families often have properties specifically warded to conceal magical creatures. It's how they maintained hippogriff stables and the like without Muggle detection. The prospect of professional legal help from someone who actually wanted to see Frostfire rather than capture him was almost too good to believe. After years of the Dursleys' cruelty and Dumbledore's manipulations, Harry had grown deeply skeptical of adult assistants. But the Grangers had proven themselves trustworthy, and if this Andromeda Greengrass was willing to help challenge his magical guardianship. All right, he agreed cautiously. We'll go. But if anything seems wrong, we leave immediately, Edward promised. Your safety comes first, Harry. The remainder of the morning passed in preparation for the meeting. Hermione, ever thorough, compiled a detailed timeline of events from Harry's discovery of Frostfire to their escape from Gringotts. Jean helped Harry select more appropriate clothes from a collection she had purchased that morning while Edward was contacting the lawyer, simple but well-fitting items that would help Harry make a respectable impression. After a hearty lunch, Harry and Frostfire both ate enthusiastically, the dragon enjoying a considerable amount of raw meat Jean had thoughtfully procured. They prepared to depart. The same van that had transported them that morning would take them to the Greengrass estate, with Frostfire once again disguised and hidden beneath blankets. The estate is in Kent, Edward explained as they loaded into the vehicle. About an hour's drive. Ms. Greengrass said to approach from the Muggle Road rather than using magical transportation. Apparently, there's a special entrance for non-magical visitors that bypasses some of the protective enchantments. The journey was tense but uneventful. Harry spent much of it mentally reviewing everything he wanted to discuss with the lawyer, the Dursleys' abuse, the stolen inheritance, Dumbledore's interference, the questions about Sirius Black, and most importantly, his determination never to return to his aunt and uncle's home. As they turned onto a narrow country lane bordered by ancient oaks, Harry felt Frostfire stir beneath the blankets. Through their bond came a sense of awareness, magic, old and powerful, layered in the very air around them. We must be close, Harry murmured. Frostfire can sense the magical protections. Edward nodded, slowing the van as they approached an unassuming gate set into a high stone wall. This should be it. Ms. Greengrass said to stop at the gate and state our names clearly. He brought the vehicle to a halt before the iron gate, which appeared weathered and ordinary but radiated a subtle sense of power that made the hair on Harry's arms stand on end. Edward, Jean, and Hermione Granger, Edward called clearly through his open window. Accompanying Harry Potter and companion to meet with Andromeda Greengrass by appointment. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the air around the gate shimmered like heat waves on summer asphalt. The ordinary country lane behind them seemed to blur and distort, and when Harry looked back, he saw not the road they'd traveled but an endless stretch of empty field. Remarkable, Jean breathed. Some kind of illusion. Misdirection wards, Hermione explained, her voice hushed with awe. Anyone who didn't know exactly where they were going would suddenly find themselves somewhere else entirely, with no memory of seeing the gate at all. The gate swung open silently, revealing a long gravel drive winding through manicured gardens toward a stately manor house in the distance. As they drove through, Harry felt a distinct sensation of passing through a magical barrier, like pushing through an invisible curtain of energy. "We can remove the blankets now," Harry told Frostfire, sensing the dragon's eagerness to see their surroundings. "I think we're safe inside the wards." The unveiled Frostfire, still maintaining his dog disguise, though less rigorously, peered out the windows with obvious curiosity as they approached the house. It was an impressive structure of pale stone and large windows, smaller than a true manor house but considerably larger than an ordinary country home. Gardens stretched in all directions, with a dense wood visible to the north. A woman waited for them on the front steps, tall, with dark hair streaked with silver and an air of confident authority that reminded Harry somewhat of Professor McGonagall. As they parked and exited the van, she approached with a welcoming smile. "The Grangers, I presume. And Mr. Potter." Her gaze moved to Frostfire, still in his enhanced dog form, and her eyebrows rose appreciatively. "And this must be the Hungarian Horntail that has the ministry in such an uproar. Impressive glamour, though unnecessary here. The estate is fully warded against detection." Harry glanced at Frostfire, who looked to him for permission. At Harry's nod, the dragon released his disguise, scales shimmering into view as he expanded to his true size. Several nearby birds took startled flight, but Andromeda Greengrass merely nodded in satisfaction. "Magnificent," she said softly. "A true familiar bond with a horntail. Not seen in Britain for over 4 centuries, if the records are accurate." She extended her hand to Harry. "Andromeda Greengrass, Mr. Potter. Specialist in magical inheritance law and, if you're agreeable, your legal representative against Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic." As Harry shook her hand, he felt the first stirrings of genuine optimism. Perhaps, with the Granger's support and Ms. Greengrass's expertise, he could finally escape the cage Dumbledore had built around his life. With Frostfire at his side, Harry followed the lawyer into her home, ready at last to fight for his freedom, his inheritance, and the truth about his parents' deaths. Chapter 3, Ministry and Mysteries. The interior of Greengrass Manor matched its impressive exterior, elegant without ostentation, magical without flamboyance. Andromeda led them through a high-ceilinged entrance hall into a spacious study where tall windows overlooked immaculately maintained gardens. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with leather-bound volumes on magical law, history, and what appeared to be family records. "Please, make yourselves comfortable," she said, gesturing to a seating arrangement of comfortable leather chairs and a long sofa. "The wards will alert us to any approach, magical or mundane. We can speak freely here." Harry settled on the sofa, Frostfire immediately positioning himself at Harry's feet, copper eyes watchful. The dragon had shrunk himself slightly to fit comfortably in the room, but still retained his true form, a concession Harry appreciated after the strain of maintaining disguises. "First," Andromeda said, taking a seat across from Harry, "I must clarify that while I've agreed to meet with you, I haven't yet formally accepted you as a client, Mr. Potter. Before I do, I need to understand the full situation." Her expression softened slightly. "Though I admit, the presence of a Hungarian Horntail familiar strongly suggests your case has extraordinary merit." "We appreciate your caution," Edward Granger responded. "Given the high-profile nature of Harry's situation." "Indeed." Andromeda's gaze settled on Harry. "The boy who lived, reportedly kidnapped by a dragon, seeking legal representation against Albus Dumbledore himself. I've had less complicated international diplomatic cases." "I wasn't kidnapped," Harry stated firmly. "Frostfire and I chose to leave together. And I'm not going back to the Dursleys, no matter what Dumbledore wants." Andromeda studied him thoughtfully. "Perhaps you could start at the beginning. How did you come to form a familiar bond with a Hungarian Horntail, one of the most dangerous dragon species known to wizardkind?" Harry recounted the story, finding the injured hatchling, healing it through what he now understood was accidental magic, and the bond that formed between them. He explained discovering the Gringotts statement revealing the Dursleys' theft, the midnight flight to London, and everything that followed at the bank. Hermione occasionally supplemented the narrative with information from her research, while the elder Grangers provided context regarding Harry's Muggle circumstances. Throughout the account, Andromeda took notes with a quill that wrote on its own when she set it down, her expression remaining professionally neutral despite the increasingly troubling details. Only when Harry described his childhood at the Dursleys, the cupboard, the neglect, the systematic emotional abuse, did her composure falter slightly, a flash of genuine anger crossing her aristocratic features. "And Dumbledore never checked on you?" "Not once in 10 years, she asked sharply. "Never," Harry confirmed. "At least, not that I know of. I didn't even know who he was until recently." "Nor did you know about your parents' true fate, your fame in our world, or your inheritance." Andromeda set down her quill, her expression grave. "Mr. Potter, your case represents one of the most egregious breaches of magical guardianship I've encountered in 30 years of practice. So you'll help us?" Hermione asked eagerly. "I will." Andromeda's decision seemed to solidify as she spoke. "Not only because your cause appears just, Mr. Potter, but because the legal precedents involved could reshape magical guardianship law for generations." She leaned forward, her manner becoming more direct. "However, you should understand the forces arrayed against us. Albus Dumbledore is not merely Hogwarts headmaster, he holds significant political power and is widely revered as the greatest wizard of the age." "Because he defeated some dark wizard, right?" Harry asked, recalling fragments of information from Hermione's research. "Grindelwald, yes, in 1945. And more recently, he led the opposition against Voldemort during the war that claimed your parents' lives." Andromeda paused, seeming to choose her next words carefully. "Many in our world view Dumbledore as fundamentally incapable of wrongdoing, a perspective he has done little to discourage." "But the evidence," Jean began. "Will be dismissed, minimized, or explained away," Andromeda finished. "Already, the prophet is portraying Harry as confused, possibly enchanted by dark magic. Dumbledore has expressed grave concern for his safety and profound regret that the boy fled before he could explain the necessity of the blood protection." "Blood protection?" Harry repeated skeptically. "He mentioned that at Gringotts. Something about blood wards from my mother's sacrifice." Andromeda's eyebrows rose with interest. "Did he, indeed? That's significant." She made another note. "Blood wards are ancient magic, powerful but ethically complex. If Dumbledore invoked such protection, it might explain his insistence on your placement with blood relatives, despite their unsuitability. But it doesn't explain the financial irregularities," Edward pointed out. "Or why Harry was kept ignorant of his heritage." "No," Andromeda agreed, "it doesn't. And therein lies our strongest legal position." She retrieved a folder from her desk. "I've reviewed the public records concerning the Potter estate. Even without access to the sealed documents, the pattern is concerning. Assets moved, properties reassigned, regular withdrawals beyond the Dursley stipend." Harry leaned forward. "Do you know where the money went?" "Some to Hogwarts, ostensibly for your future education. Some to an organization called the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's anti-Voldemort resistance group. And some—" She hesitated. "To personal vaults registered under confidentiality charms. We can't identify the recipients without a court order. So he's been using my money to fund his own projects." Harry's indignation rose. "While I wore Dudley's cast-offs and slept in a cupboard." Frostfire growled softly, sensing Harry's anger. The dragon's scales darkened, shifting from bronze to obsidian as his emotional state reflected Harry's own. "It appears so," Andromeda confirmed. "Though he would likely argue he acted in the greater good, preserving your wealth for noble causes rather than frivolous expenditure." "It wasn't his decision to make," Harry stated flatly. "It was my parents' money, left for me." "Precisely. And that brings us to our strategy." Andromeda set the folder aside. "The Gringotts inheritance ritual provides our foundation. By recognizing you as magically mature enough to claim your birthright, the goblins have effectively challenged Dumbledore's guardianship under the Treaty of 1752. Which the Ministry is bound to honor, Hermione added eagerly. In theory, yes. In practice, the Ministry has shown remarkable flexibility in interpreting treaty obligations when politically expedient. Andromeda's tone was dry. However, your familiar bond offers a second, potentially more powerful avenue, the right of primus familiae. Hermione mentioned that, Harry said. Something about ancient legal precedent? Indeed. Andromeda gestured to Frostfire. The right recognizes that certain magical connections, particularly familiar bonds with powerful magical creatures, indicate exceptional magical maturity beyond chronological age. The last recorded invocation was in 1631, when a 14-year-old heir of House Shafik bonded with a phoenix. And it worked. The right freed him from his guardian. It did. The Wizengamot recognized that a wizard capable of earning a phoenix's loyalty possessed sufficient magical judgment to manage his own affairs. Andromeda's expression grew thoughtful. Your case is arguably stronger. Hungarian horntails are notoriously resistant to human connection. The fact that you healed Frostfire, formed a familiar bond, and maintain it with such stability suggests extraordinary magical aptitude. Frostfire rumbled approvingly, nudging Harry's hand with his snout. So what's our next step? Edward asked practically. We petition the Wizengamot directly, bypassing the Department of Magical Children's Welfare, which falls under Dumbledore's influence as Chief Warlock. Andromeda began outlining the process on a fresh sheet of parchment. We invoke both the Goblin Inheritance Recognition and the right of primus familiae, requesting an emergency hearing to address both your guardianship status and the financial irregularities. Won't Dumbledore simply block it as Chief Warlock? Jean asked skeptically. He would be forced to recuse himself due to direct conflict of interest. Andromeda smiled thinly. And in his absence, the acting chief would be Madame Augusta Longbottom, who has a historically contentious relationship with Dumbledore regarding orphaned heirs. Longbottom? Harry perked up, recognizing the name from Hermione's research. Related to Neville Longbottom? His grandmother, Andromeda confirmed. And a formidable ally, should we secure her support. She's been questioning Dumbledore's educational and administrative decisions for years, particularly regarding, a soft chime interrupted her, emanating from what appeared to be a small silver instrument on her desk. Andromeda stiffened, rising immediately. The outer wards, she explained, her manner suddenly alert. Someone with significant magical power has crossed them. She moved to the window, peering out across the gardens. Multiple apparition signatures. At least 6, no, 8 individuals. The Ministry? Edward asked, moving protectively closer to his family. Almost certainly. Andromeda turned back, her expression grave. Mr. Potter, they've found you more quickly than I anticipated. We must assume Dumbledore has been alerted as well. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. How? We were careful, used Muggle transportation. Later, Andromeda said decisively. For now, we need to prepare. You have 3 options: attempt to flee before they breach the inner wards, hide within the estate under protective enchantments, or face them directly with me as your legal counsel. Harry exchanged glances with Frostfire, feeling the dragon's determination flow through their bond. Running had kept them safe temporarily, but it wasn't a long-term solution. And hiding suggested guilt or weakness, neither of which Harry felt. We face them, he decided firmly. With you as our counsel. Andromeda nodded approvingly. A wise choice. Confrontation on our terms, with proper representation, establishes your legitimacy. She turned to the Grangers. However, I must warn you that involving yourselves further could have consequences. The Ministry may not appreciate Muggle intervention in what they consider internal wizarding affairs. We're already involved, Jean replied steadily. We can't in good conscience abandon Harry now. And as parents of a Muggle-born witch, we have certain rights to understand and participate in wizarding legal proceedings that affect children, Edward added. I've been researching the international statute provisions. Impressive, Andromeda acknowledged with raised eyebrows. Very well. Then we shall present a united front. She moved to her desk, retrieving what appeared to be a legal contract. Mr. Potter, if you would sign this? It formally establishes me as your legal representative, activating certain protections under magical law. Harry signed where indicated, the quill leaving a momentary tingling sensation as it drew a drop of blood with the ink, a magical signature, Andromeda explained, that would prevent anyone from forcing him to dismiss her representation. Now, she said briskly, let's greet our visitors appropriately. She led them from the study into a formal receiving room at the front of the house. Unlike the comfortable study, this space had a distinctly official atmosphere, high-backed chairs arranged around a massive oak table that dominated the center, family crests displayed on the walls, and a slightly raised platform at one end that resembled a judicial bench. The traditional room for formal disputes within wizarding households, Andromeda explained. Magically configured to enforce certain protocols, truth-speaking, non-aggression, and most importantly, respect for legal representation. Harry positioned himself near the center of the room, Frostfire by his side. The dragon had again adjusted his size, still unmistakably a horntail but compact enough to move comfortably within the confines of the chamber. The Grangers stood nearby, with Hermione barely containing her fascination with the magical properties of the room. They didn't wait long. The distant sound of voices announced the arrival of the ministry delegation at the front gates. Moments later, a house elf Harry hadn't previously noticed appeared with a soft pop. Mistress, the elf announced with dignity, Minister Fudge demands entrance, with Aurors and ministry officials. They is saying they have come for the boy and his dragon. Thank you, Tippy, Andromeda replied calmly. You may admit them to the receiving room only. Activate the room's protective protocols once all parties are present. As the elf disappeared, Andromeda turned to Harry. Remember, in this room, they cannot legally compel you to go anywhere or surrender your familiar against your will. Speak clearly, defer to me when uncertain, and above all, maintain your composure. Your bond with Frostfire is evidence of your magical maturity, demonstrated through your behavior. Harry nodded, standing straighter, his hand resting reassuringly on Frostfire's neck. Through their bond flowed mutual determination. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The doors to the receiving room swung open, revealing a contingent of wizards led by the now familiar figure of Cornelius Fudge, resplendent in pinstriped robes and his trademark lime green bowler hat. Behind him came 4 individuals in the scarlet robes of Aurors, including the leonine scrimgeour from Gringotts, 2 official-looking witches in formal ministry attire, and to Harry's surprise, the red-haired dragon handler, Charlie Weasley. Minister Fudge, Andromeda greeted formally, giving no indication of surprise or alarm at the size of the delegation. To what do I owe the honor of this unannounced visit to my family home? Fudge puffed up importantly, his gaze fixed on Harry and Frostfire rather than Andromeda. Madam Greengrass, you are harboring a fugitive and an extremely dangerous magical creature. The ministry has been searching for Harry Potter since his abduction from his rightful guardians 3 days ago. I believe you are mistaken, Minister, Andromeda replied coolly. Mr. Potter is here voluntarily as my client, exercising his right to legal counsel regarding his guardianship status and inheritance. His familiar accompanies him, as is his right under the Magical Familiar Protection Act. Familiar, sputtered one of the ministry witches, a squat, toad-like woman with a pink bow perched atop her curly hair. That is a Class XXXXX dangerous creature. It cannot possibly be classified as a familiar. Yet it is, Madam Umbridge, Andromeda countered smoothly. As verified by Gringotts' inheritance ritual and observable through their magical bond. Mr. Weasley, she addressed the dragon handler directly, as an expert in dragonology, perhaps you could enlighten your colleagues about the signs of a true familiar bond. Charlie Weasley stepped forward, his freckled face conflicted. I observed the dragon at Gringotts, he admitted reluctantly. Its behavior was unlike anything I've seen in 10 years of handling dragons in Romania. The protective positioning, the restrained fire breathing despite provocation, the apparent communication with the boy. He shook his head. Academically speaking, the signs do match historical accounts of familiar bonds, but with a horntail? It's unprecedented in modern records. Unprecedented doesn't mean impossible, Mr. Weasley, Andromeda pointed out. Particularly for Mr. Potter, whose magical affinity has already demonstrated extraordinary properties once before. Fudge waved this aside impatiently. Whatever this connection may be, it doesn't change the fact that the boy belongs with his legal guardians. Dumbledore himself arranged the protection. Ah, yes, Albus Dumbledore, Andromeda interjected. Who placed Mr. Potter with Muggle relatives who kept him in a cupboard for 10 years while embezzling thousands of galleons from his trust vault. A most exemplary guardian. Her blunt statement silenced the room momentarily. Harry could see shock register on several faces, including Charlie Weasley's. Preposterous, the toad-like Umbridge declared. The boy is clearly confused, perhaps enchanted by the dragon. Everyone knows Dumbledore has only the child's best interests at heart. Does he indeed? Andromeda raised an elegant eyebrow. Then he won't object to a formal investigation into Mr. Potter's living conditions and the management of the Potter estate. Shall we summon the Department of Magical Child Welfare for an immediate home inspection? Or perhaps the Goblin Liaison Office to review the unauthorized withdrawals from the Potter vaults? Fudge shifted uncomfortably. Now see here, Greengrass, this is becoming unnecessarily complicated. Our priority is returning the boy to safety and containing the dragon before anyone gets hurt. No one is in danger here except from your own prejudice, Minister, Harry spoke up, keeping his voice steady despite his racing heart. Frostfire has never hurt anyone who didn't threaten us first. He's my familiar, not a mindless beast. As if to emphasize the point, Frostfire rumbled softly, his intelligent copper eyes fixed on the ministry delegation with unmistakable understanding. The boy speaks the truth, came a new voice from the doorway, crisp, authoritative, and distinctly female. All heads turned to see a square-jawed witch with a monocle enter the receiving room. Her short grey hair and formal robes conveyed an air of no-nonsense authority that seemed to immediately change the energy in the room. Madam Bones, Fudge acknowledged, looking distinctly less comfortable. I wasn't aware you were joining us. Evidently, she replied dryly. Which is curious, given that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement should be notified when Aurors are deployed to a private residence. Her monocled gaze swept the room, lingering thoughtfully on Harry and Frostfire before settling on Andromeda. Counselor Greengrass. I see you've taken on an interesting client. Madam Bones, Andromeda inclined her head respectfully. Mr. Potter has retained me regarding his guardianship situation and certain financial discrepancies involving his family estate. I see. Bones turned to Fudge. And the ministry's interest, Minister? Beyond the obvious presence of an unusually well-behaved Hungarian Horntail. Fudge blustered, the boy ran away from his legal guardians. Flew a dragon over London in full view of Muggles. Broke into Gringotts. I didn't break into Gringotts, Harry corrected firmly. I went there to access my own vault, which is my right. And I didn't run away, I escaped abuse and theft with my familiar's help. Bones' expression remained neutral, but her eyes sharpened. Abuse, Mr. Potter? A serious allegation. A true one, Harry replied, emboldened by Andromeda's supportive presence. The Dursleys kept me in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years. Made me wear my cousin's cast-offs. Punished me for accidental magic. All while receiving thousands of pounds monthly from my trust vault for my care. These claims require investigation, Bones stated, turning to the Aurors. Scrimgeour, dispatch Auror Shacklebolt to perform a welfare inspection at the Dursley residence immediately. Full documentation protocols. Now wait just a moment, Fudge protested. Dumbledore assured me the boy's home situation was perfectly adequate, then he will welcome verification, Bones replied crisply. Standard procedure in cases involving allegations of child endangerment, Minister. Surely you wouldn't suggest we deviate from established protocols. Fudge subsided, looking disgruntled. The toad-like umbrage, however, was not so easily silenced. The half-breed is still dangerous, she insisted, eyeing Frostfire with naked disgust. Ministry Decree 1637 clearly states that dragons cannot be kept as pets or familiars due to their inherently violent nature. Decree 1637 was superseded by the Magical Familiar Protection Act of 1379, Hermione spoke up unexpectedly, unable to contain herself. Section 3, Paragraph 2 explicitly states that no creature bound by true familiar magic may be separated from its wizard or witch regardless of classification, as such separation constitutes magical harm to both parties. Umbrage's eyes bulged with indignation. And who might you be, young lady, to lecture ministry officials on magical law? Hermione Granger, ma'am, she replied coolly. Incoming Hogwarts student and concerned citizen who believes laws should be applied consistently rather than selectively ignored when politically inconvenient. Jean placed a warning hand on her daughter's shoulder, though her expression suggested she fully supported the sentiment. Ms. Granger is correct regarding the legal precedent, Andromeda confirmed smoothly. Furthermore, Mr. Potter has undergone the Gringotts inheritance ritual, which recognized his magical maturity despite his age, a determination the ministry is bound to respect under the Treaty of 1752. The goblins have their procedures, we have ours, Fudge said dismissively. The boy is underage by wizarding law, and dangerous creatures are regulated by the ministry regardless of so-called familiar bonds. Then perhaps we should take this matter directly to the Wisengamot, Andromeda suggested. I've already prepared a petition invoking the right of primus familiae, which would require Dumbledore's recusal as chief warlock due to conflict of interest. This declaration clearly caught Fudge off guard. The right of, but that hasn't been invoked in centuries. 365 years, to be precise, Andromeda confirmed. But the precedent remains valid in magical law. Unless, of course, the ministry wishes to challenge ancient magical traditions regarding familial inheritance. I'm sure the pure-blood houses would find that position interesting. The veiled threat, that challenging Harry's case could undermine inheritance traditions that benefited old wizarding families, was not lost on Fudge. His florid face paled slightly. No need for such drastic measures, he backpedaled. Perhaps a temporary arrangement while these allegations are properly investigated. A soft chime echoed through the room, similar to the one that had announced the ministry's arrival but with a different tone. More visitors, Andromeda noted, looking unsurprised. Tippy. The house elf reappeared. Professor Minerva McGonagall requests entrance, mistress. She is saying it is most urgent regarding young Mr. Potter. Harry felt a jolt of surprise. McGonagall had been at Gringotts, but she'd seemed less antagonistic than Dumbledore or the ministry officials, concerned rather than controlling. Admit her, Andromeda instructed. Moments later, the tall, severe-looking witch Harry remembered from the bank entered the receiving room. Her emerald green robes were impeccable as ever, but there was something in her expression, a tightness around her eyes, a tension in her posture, that suggested deep disquiet. Minister. Madam Bones. McGonagall acknowledged the officials with curt nods before her gaze settled on Harry. Mr. Potter. I see you are well, despite the alarming reports circulating. Professor McGonagall, Harry replied cautiously. I'm fine. Just trying to sort out my situation. With a dragon at your side, she observed, eyeing Frostfire with professional assessment rather than fear. Most extraordinary. Phileas will be beside himself when he learns of this familiar bond, he's been researching magical affinities for decades. If I might ask, Professor, Andromeda interjected, what brings you here? Surely Hogwarts business doesn't typically involve tracking down prospective students before term begins. It doesn't, McGonagall agreed crisply. I'm here because certain information has come to light that I felt Mr. Potter should be aware of. She fixed Fudge with a stern look. Information that others seem reluctant to acknowledge. Now see here, McGonagall, Fudge began, but she cut him off with a gesture that had likely silenced generations of unruly students. I visited Privet Drive yesterday, she stated flatly. After hearing Mr. Potter's claims at Gringotts. I found a house pristinely normal in every way, except for the cupboard under the stairs. Her voice hardened. A cupboard fitted with locks on the outside, containing a thin mattress, a shelf of broken toys labeled Dudley's, and carved into one wall, the words, Harry's room. A shocked silence followed this pronouncement. Even Umbridge seemed momentarily at a loss for words. You exceeded your authority, Fudge finally sputtered. Entering a Muggle dwelling without ministry approval, I exceeded nothing, McGonagall interrupted coldly. As deputy headmistress, I am authorized to conduct home visits for prospective students when welfare concerns arise. What I found was evidence corroborating Mr. Potter's account of his living conditions, conditions I warned Albus were unacceptable 10 years ago when he left an infant on a doorstep in November. Harry stared at her, something cold and heavy settling in his stomach. You were there. When he left me with them? McGonagall's expression softened fractionally as she met his gaze. I was. I observed the Dursleys for a day before your arrival and told Albus they were the worst sort of Muggles imaginable. He insisted the blood protection outweighed any discomfort you might experience. Discomfort? Harry repeated incredulously. Is that what you call being locked in a cupboard? Starved? Treated like a servant? The professor's face registered genuine distress. I didn't know the extent, Mr. Potter. I objected to the placement, but ultimately deferred to Albus's judgment. He assured me you were being monitored, that your welfare was secure. She straightened, something resolute hardening in her expression. It appears I was wrong to do so. This admission, clearly difficult for the proud witch, seemed to shift something in the room. Madame Bone's expression grew more concerned, while Fudge looked increasingly uncertain. The blood protection remains crucial, came a new voice, calm, measured, and instantly recognizable. Despite any regrettable circumstances at Privet Drive. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway, resplendent in robes of deep purple embroidered with silver stars. His long white beard and half-moon spectacles completed the image of the wise, benevolent wizard beloved by the wizarding world. Only his eyes, penetrating blue, missing their customary twinkle, betrayed his concern at the scene before him. Ah, Albus, Fudge exclaimed with obvious relief. Perhaps you can talk some sense into the boy. Dumbledore entered the room with measured steps, acknowledging the various officials with polite nods. I shall certainly try to explain the complexities of the situation. His gaze settled on Harry, a mixture of concern and calculation in those piercing blue eyes. Harry, my boy. You've led us on quite a chase. I'm not your boy, Harry replied, his voice steadier than he felt. Frostfire shifted closer, scales darkening as he sensed Harry's tension. And I'm not going back to the Dursleys. Not ever. I understand your feelings, Dumbledore said soothingly. Truly, I do. Your experiences there have clearly been more difficult than I anticipated. But you must understand, the blood protection provided by your mother's sacrifice, anchored through your aunt's blood relation, is the only absolute defense against Voldemort's followers. Several people flinched at the name. Harry didn't. The same protection that left me in a cupboard for 10 years, he challenged. That let the Dursleys steal thousands of pounds from my vault while telling me my parents died in a car crash. That protection. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, genuine surprise, quickly masked. I was unaware of the specifics of your accommodations, Harry. As for the financial arrangements, a stipend was necessary to compensate your relatives for your care. Compensate? Harry repeated incredulously. They didn't spend a penny on me that they didn't have to. And what about the withdrawals from the Potter family vault? Was that compensation, too? This direct accusation seemed to catch Dumbledore off guard. His pause was brief but noticeable. The Potter estate has been managed prudently for your future benefit, he responded carefully. Certain allocations were necessary for the greater good, causes your parents would have supported, had they lived. But they didn't live, Harry countered, feeling a surge of anger. And they left their money to me, not to your greater good. Forgive me, Headmaster, Andromeda interjected smoothly, but are you acknowledging authorizing withdrawals from the Potter family vault beyond the guardianship stipend? Dumbledore's gaze shifted to her, his expression cooling slightly. The financial details are complex, Madam Greengrass, and not relevant to our immediate concern, Harry's safety. I would argue they're entirely relevant, Andromeda countered. Particularly given the Goblin audit findings suggesting approximately 17 million galleons have been removed from the Potter holdings over the past decade. This figure, far larger than Harry had realized, caused a ripple of shocked murmurs through the room. Even Madam Bones looked startled. 17 million. Harry repeated, stunned. What could possibly justify stealing that much money? Not stealing, Harry, Dumbledore corrected gently. Reallocating for necessary purposes. The war against Voldemort did not truly end that night in Godric's Hollow. Preparations had to be made, organizations funded, resources secured. Your parents were committed to the fight against the darkness, they would have understood. But they didn't authorize it, Harry insisted. They left their money to me. And you took it without even checking if I had enough clothes that fit, or food, or a proper bedroom. Frostfire growled softly, sensing Harry's distress. A wisp of icy vapor escaped the dragon's nostrils, not quite Frostfire, but a warning. The boy raises valid concerns, Albus, McGonagall said unexpectedly. Financial guardianship carries strict responsibilities. The Wisengamot's protocols on orphaned heirs are quite specific. Protocols that can be modified in extraordinary circumstances, Minerva, Dumbledore replied, a hint of steel entering his gentle tone. Harry is not merely any orphan, he is the boy who lived, with unique protections and unique vulnerabilities. Which justified leaving him ignorant of his heritage. His parents' true fate. His place in our world. McGonagall pressed, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced as her agitation grew. I watched that boy discover his own parents' faces in a book today, Albus. A book. Because no one had ever shown him so much as a photograph. Her words hung in the air, damning in their simplicity. Harry saw several of the officials exchange troubled glances. Even Umbridge seemed momentarily discomfited. Dumbledore sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. Perhaps there were oversights in Harry's upbringing. Mistakes made in prioritizing his physical safety over his emotional well-being. I am not infallible. Clearly, Andromeda agreed dryly. Which is why my client is exercising his right to alternative guardianship arrangements, supported by the Gringotts inheritance recognition and the right of primus familiae. The right? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, genuine surprise evident. That is, an unexpected approach, Madam Greengrass. But legally sound, she countered. Mr. Potter's familiar bond with a Hungarian Horntail demonstrates exceptional magical maturity. Combined with the goblin recognition of his inheritance claim, we have more than sufficient grounds to petition for emancipation. Emancipation is an extreme measure, Dumbledore objected. Harry is still a child, regardless of his magical connection to this dragon. He requires guidance, protection, which he will have, interrupted a new voice, imperious, elderly, and distinctly formidable. Though perhaps from those who haven't already demonstrated such catastrophic lapses in judgment. All heads turned to see an elderly witch in formal robes and a distinctive hat topped with a stuffed vulture enter the room. She moved with rigid dignity, leaning slightly on an ornate cane that Harry suspected was more weapon than walking aid. Behind her, looking uncomfortable but determined, came a round-faced boy approximately Harry's age. Augusta, Dumbledore acknowledged, his tone carefully neutral. This is an unexpected pleasure. Is it? She replied crisply. I would think my presence entirely predictable once Andromeda Greengrass invoked the right of primus familiae. As acting chief which in matters where you are conflicted, Albus, I have an obligation to observe the proceedings directly. Madame Longbottom, Fudge began nervously, this is a ministry matter regarding a missing child, it is a matter of magical inheritance law, Minister, Augusta corrected firmly, which falls under Wisengamot jurisdiction regardless of the heir's age. A jurisdiction I currently represent due to Dumbledore's obvious conflict of interest. She moved further into the room, her gaze settling on Harry with keen assessment. The boy behind her, Neville, Harry presumed, offered a shy but supportive smile. So, Augusta continued, this is the Potter heir and his familiar. Most impressive. She studied Frostfire with interest rather than alarm. Hungarian Horntail, male, approximately 3 months old judging by the scale patterning, but accelerated growth due to the familiar bond. Remarkable. Harry blinked in surprise at her matter-of-fact assessment. You know about dragons, ma'am? My late husband was something of an enthusiast, she replied with the ghost of a smile. Kept detailed journals on every species. Now, Mr. Potter, I understand you've invoked ancient magic regarding your inheritance and guardianship. Yes, ma'am, Harry confirmed. I can't go back to the Dursleys. And I need to protect what my parents left me. Augusta nodded briskly. Understandable on both counts. She turned to Andromeda. Counselor, has your client undergone the formal verification ritual for the right of primus familiae? Not yet, Madame Longbottom, Andromeda replied. We were interrupted by the ministry's arrival before we could proceed. Then we shall remedy that immediately. Augusta turned to Fudge and Dumbledore. Gentlemen, as this is now officially a Wisengamot matter, I must ask that you and your associates withdraw to the adjoining chamber while the verification ritual is conducted. Only myself, as acting chief witch, and Madame Bones, as head of the DMLE, are required to witness. Now see here, Augusta, Fudge blustered. You can't simply commandeer a ministry operation, I am not commandeering anything, Minister, she replied coldly. I am executing my lawful duties as designated by the Wisengamot Charter of Rights, Section 7, Paragraph 12, regarding inheritance disputes involving extraordinary magical circumstances. Unless you wish to challenge 300 years of magical law before the full Wisengamot. Fudge deflated visibly, recognizing a losing battle. Dumbledore, however, made one final attempt. Harry, he said softly, those blue eyes fixing on him with intensity. Please reconsider this path. There is much you don't understand about your situation, dangers beyond what you can imagine. Your mother's protection is essential to your survival. Harry met the old wizard's gaze steadily, feeling Frostfire's unwavering support through their bond. I understand enough, Professor. I understand you left me with people who hated magic, who hated me. I understand you never checked on me, not once in 10 years. I understand you used my family's money without permission while I wore rags and went hungry. He took a breath, his resolve strengthening with each word. I understand that every adult who was supposed to protect me failed. Except Frostfire. He's never let me down. So no, I won't reconsider. I want new guardians, my inheritance secured, and the truth about everything, including why Voldemort came after my family in the first place. Something flashed in Dumbledore's eyes at that last demand, alarm, perhaps, or calculation. But he merely nodded slowly. Very well. I see your mind is made up. He turned toward the door, then paused. I hope you will at least consider returning to Hogwarts when term begins. Despite everything, it is where your parents would have wanted you to study. With that parting comment, he swept from the room, Fudge and the other ministry officials following reluctantly behind. Only Madame Bones and Augusta Longbottom remained, along with the Grangers, Neville, McGonagall, and of course, Andromeda. As the door closed, Augusta turned to McGonagall with raised eyebrows. Well, Minerva? Will you be reporting this conversation to Albus, or have you finally recognized the limits of appropriate loyalty? McGonagall's lips thinned at the blunt question. I am Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Augusta, not Albus Dumbledore's spy. My priority has always been the welfare of the students. A priority that seems to have failed spectacularly in Mr. Potter's case, Augusta noted dryly. Yes, McGonagall acknowledged, surprising Harry with her candor. A failure I intend to remedy through proper oversight going forward. She turned to Harry directly. Mr. Potter, I want to be absolutely clear, what happened to you was wrong. Whatever Albus's reasons, leaving you in that situation without monitoring or intervention was inexcusable. As your prospective head of house, you have my word that such negligence will not continue at Hogwarts. Her sincere apology caught Harry off guard. Adults in his experience didn't admit mistakes, they justified them, minimized them, or blamed others. McGonagall's straightforward acknowledgement of failure and commitment to change felt refreshing. Thank you, Professor, he said simply. Augusta nodded approvingly. Well said, Minerva. Now, let us proceed with the verification ritual. She turned to Andromeda. Counselor, do you have the necessary materials? I do. Andromeda moved to a cabinet in the corner, retrieving an ornate wooden box inlaid with silver runes. Everything is prepared. As she arranged items from the box on the central table, a silver knife, a shallow stone basin, a vial of clear liquid, and what appeared to be a small, uncut crystal, Neville cautiously approached Harry. Hello, he said shyly. I'm Neville Longbottom. Gran says our mums were friends. Really? Harry perked up at this unexpected connection to his past. I didn't know that. Neville nodded earnestly. They were in the same year at Hogwarts. Both in Gryffindor. He glanced at Frostfire with obvious awe. Your dragon is amazing. I've only ever seen pictures in books. This is Frostfire, Harry introduced, warmed by the other boy's friendly approach. He's been with me for about a month now. Frostfire regarded Neville with intelligent curiosity, then did something unexpected. He extended his snout toward the round-faced boy in greeting. Neville, after a moment's hesitation, carefully touched the dragon's scales. He's warm, Neville observed with wonder. The books say dragons are cold-blooded, but he feels like a furnace, Harry confirmed with a smile. Especially when he's happy. Through their bond, Harry sensed Frostfire's assessment of Neville, trustworthy, kind-hearted, with untapped magical potential. The dragon approved of this new acquaintance. Mr. Potter, Andromeda called, interrupting the boys' conversation. We're ready to begin the verification ritual. Harry approached the table where she had arranged the mysterious items, Frostfire following close behind. The rite of primus familiae, Augusta explained solemnly, tests not merely the existence of a familiar bond, but its depth and nature. A true familiar is more than a magical companion, it is an extension of the wizard's magic itself, a reflection of their inner nature and potential. The ritual requires a small blood offering from both of you, Andromeda continued, indicating the silver knife. 3 drops from you, Mr. Potter, and 3 from Frostfire, freely given into the basin. Harry nodded his understanding. The blood magic aspect didn't surprise him after his experience at Gringotts. He took the knife, carefully pricking his finger and allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into the stone basin. Then he turned to Frostfire, silently communicating their need through their bond. The dragon understood immediately. He extended one massive foreleg, carefully positioning a spot between scales where the skin was softer. Harry hesitated, the knife seemed so small compared to the dragon's tough hide. The willing intent matters more than the instrument, Augusta explained, observing his uncertainty. If the bond is true, the magic will facilitate what is needed. Harry nodded and gently pressed the knife against Frostfire's offered leg. To his surprise, it sliced through more easily than expected, drawing 3 perfect drops of dragon blood, darker and slightly more viscous than human blood, which fell into the basin to mingle with Harry's own. Andromeda added the clear liquid from the vial, causing the blood mixture to swirl and emit a faint silvery vapor. Into this mist, she placed the uncut crystal, which immediately began to absorb the vapor, changing color from clear to deep ruby red. "The heritage stone accepts the offering," Augusta announced formally. "The familiar bond is recognized as true and foundational." The crystal continued to change, ruby red giving way to emerald green, then sapphire blue, before settling into a swirling mix of all three colors with veins of gold running through it. Madame Bones, who had been observing silently, let out a soft exclamation of surprise. "Triple resonance with Orium integration. I've never seen that in person." "Nor I," Augusta agreed, looking impressed despite her formidable composure. "The records speak of it occurring only once before, with Godric Gryffindor and his Griffin familiar." "What does it mean?" Harry asked, watching the mesmerizing swirl of colors within the crystal. "It means, Mr. Potter," Andromeda explained with poorly concealed excitement, "that your familiar bond with Frostfire is not merely unusual, it is historically significant. The triple resonance indicates harmony across mind, magic, and soul, while the gold veins represent what we call Orium Potentia, golden potential, magic not yet manifested but destined to develop. In practical terms," Augusta added, "it provides irrefutable evidence for the Wizengamot that you possess magical maturity well beyond your years, precisely what the rite of primus familiae requires." "So it worked?" Harry asked hopefully. "I don't have to go back to the Dursleys." "The ritual confirmation is only the first step," Andromeda cautioned. "But yes, with this evidence, we now have extremely strong grounds to petition for alternative guardianship arrangements immediately, rather than waiting for a full Wizengamot hearing." "Alternative guardianship," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "But who? I don't have any other family." "There are several possibilities," Augusta said briskly. "Including magical guardians appointed by the Wizengamot based on familial connections to your parents, friends who might have been named in their will, for instance." "Like Sirius Black?" Harry asked, remembering what Hermione had discovered. A charged silence followed his innocent question. McGonagall looked startled, Madame Bones frowned deeply, and Augusta's expression turned calculating. "You know about Black?" McGonagall finally asked. "Only that he was supposedly my godfather according to my parents' will," Harry replied cautiously, sensing he'd touched on something significant. "And that he's in prison for betraying them to Voldemort, but—" He hesitated, then continued, "But it doesn't make sense that they'd name him my guardian if they thought he might betray them." "An astute observation," Augusta acknowledged, exchanging a meaningful look with Andromeda. "One that has troubled some of us for years. Particularly those who knew Sirius Black personally." "He was your father's best friend," McGonagall said softly. "Like brothers, they were. His betrayal seemed inconceivable. And yet the evidence." "What evidence?" Harry pressed, suddenly intensely curious about this man who had been so close to his father. "Was there a trial? Testimony? Anything that proved he actually did it?" Again, that charged silence. "There was no trial," Madame Bones finally admitted, her expression troubled. "Black was apprehended at the scene of Peter Pettigrew's murder. 12 Muggles dead. He was, laughing. Seemingly deranged. Given the circumstances and the testimony about his role as secret keeper, he was remanded directly to Azkaban." "Without trial?" Edward Granger interjected, looking horrified. "How is that possible in a system of law?" "It was wartime," Bones replied, though her tone suggested she found it as disturbing as he did. "Emergency powers were in effect. Barty Crouch, then head of the DMLE, had authority to imprison suspected Death Eaters without full Wizengamot proceedings." "But that's," Hermione began hotly. "A grave miscarriage of justice," Augusta finished for her. "Particularly given the absence of Veritaserum questioning or pensive evidence review. Standards that were applied in other cases, even during wartime. So my godfather might be innocent?" Harry asked, feeling a strange mixture of hope and dread. He might not have betrayed my parents at all. It is a possibility that deserves investigation, Andromeda acknowledged carefully. Though not one we should count on for your immediate guardianship needs. No, Augusta agreed. For now, we must focus on securing your removal from the Dursleys and protecting your inheritance. Black's situation is a separate matter that may take considerable time to unravel, given the political sensitivities. Harry nodded, though his mind was now filled with questions about Sirius Black. If his godfather was innocent, he'd spent a decade in wizard prison for a crime he didn't commit, all while Harry suffered at the Dursleys. The injustice of it burned. So what happens now, he asked, focusing on the immediate issue. Now, Andromeda said decisively, we file emergency papers with the Wisingamot Administrative Office, citing the verification ritual results and requesting immediate temporary guardianship transfer to a suitable party until a full hearing can be arranged. And who would that suitable party be? Jean Granger asked the question that had been on Harry's mind. Augusta straightened to her full, imposing height. Given the circumstances, I am prepared to offer myself as temporary magical guardian, with the Longbottom name and resources behind Mr. Potter. Our families have historical alliances, and as acting chief witch for this matter, I can expedite the necessary proceedings. Harry glanced at Neville, who looked surprised but pleased by his grandmother's offer. The idea of staying with the Longbottoms, a proper wizarding family with connections to his parents, was appealing. But before he could respond, McGonagall spoke up. If I might suggest an alternative, she said carefully. Augusta's offer is generous, but given her position adjudicating this matter, it could create the appearance of conflict. Perhaps a neutral third party with appropriate qualifications? You have someone in mind, Minerva? Augusta asked shrewdly. Yes. My colleague, Professor Filius Flitwick. Charms master, dueling champion, and, most relevant to Mr. Potter's situation, an acknowledged expert in magical familiar bonds. He has no prior connection to either Dumbledore's guardianship arrangements or the Potter estate. Harry considered this suggestion. Would I still be able to keep Frostfire with me? And attend Hogwarts in September? Absolutely, McGonagall confirmed. Filius would be fascinated by your familiar bond rather than alarmed by it. And his quarters at Hogwarts include a private courtyard where Frostfire could remain during term time, with appropriate accommodations for a growing dragon, of course. The prospect of a guardian who would actually appreciate Frostfire rather than fear him was appealing. And staying at Hogwarts would mean access to information about his parents, who had studied there themselves. I'd like to meet him first, Harry decided cautiously. Before agreeing to anything. A wise precaution, Augusta approved. And easily arranged. Filius is currently at Hogwarts preparing for the upcoming term. There is also the matter of Mr. Potter's Muggle guardianship, Andromeda pointed out. While magical guardianship falls under Wisingamot jurisdiction, his legal status in the Muggle world must also be addressed to fully remove him from the Dursleys' control. My department can handle that aspect, Madame Bones offered unexpectedly. As head of the DMLE, I have authority to liaise with Muggle law enforcement regarding cases involving magical children. Once the Auror report on the Dursley household is complete, we'll have ample evidence to void their guardianship under both magical and Muggle law. Harry could hardly believe how quickly things were moving. After years of helplessness at the Dursleys, suddenly multiple competent adults were working to secure his freedom and protect his interests. It was almost overwhelming. Frostfire nudged his side gently, sensing his emotional turmoil. Through their bond flowed reassurance and pride, the dragon's unwavering confidence in Harry's decisions. All right, Harry agreed finally. Let's meet Professor Flitwick. If I think he'll be good for us, then I accept him as temporary guardian. Excellent, Augusta declared. Now, we should inform the Minister and Dumbledore of our decisions. They've been kept waiting long enough. As if on cue, a sharp knock came at the door. Tippy the house elf appeared, looking distinctly harried. Begging your pardon, mistress, but the minister is most insistent on returning. And the elf hesitated, ears drooping. There is a most unpleasant witch with a quick quotes quill who has somehow breached the outer wards. She is saying she is from the Daily Prophet. Andromeda's expression darkened. Rita Skeeter. How that woman consistently bypasses protective enchantments remains a mystery. She sighed. Admit the minister and Dumbledore, but keep Skeeter contained in the outer gardens for now. As Tippy disappeared to execute these instructions, Andromeda turned to Harry. Prepare yourself. The next phase will be political rather than legal, and both Fudge and Dumbledore will attempt to regain control of the narrative. Let them try, Augusta said grimly. The verification ritual results are incontestable. And I, for one, am looking forward to explaining to Cornelius exactly why he'll be announcing a full investigation into the boy who lives treatment under Albus Dumbledore's guardianship. The doors opened once more, admitting Fudge, Dumbledore, and their entourage back into the receiving room. Harry could immediately sense a shift in their demeanor. Fudge looked resigned rather than blustering, while Dumbledore's expression was carefully neutral, his eyes assessing the crystal still swirling with colored light on the table. The ritual was successful, I see, he observed mildly. Triple resonance. Most extraordinary. Indeed, Augusta confirmed with satisfaction. The right of primus familiae is unequivocally validated. Mr. Potter's familiar bond demonstrates magical maturity sufficient to invoke alternative guardianship provisions. Alternative guardianship? Fudge repeated anxiously. Surely that's premature. Not at all, Augusta interrupted crisply. Given the evidence of neglect at the Dursley residence, confirmed by Minerva's inspection, and the financial irregularities identified by Gringotts, immediate action is not merely justified but required under Section 12 of the Magical Child Protection Act. And who do you propose as this alternative guardian? Dumbledore inquired, his tone conversational though his eyes were sharp. Professor Filius Flitwick has been suggested, pending Mr. Potter's approval after meeting him, Augusta replied. A neutral party with appropriate expertise regarding Mr. Potter's familiar bond. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Filius? An interesting choice. Though I must point out that as headmaster of Hogwarts, I would still maintain certain authority over Harry's welfare during term time. Educational authority only, Andromeda clarified firmly. Not financial guardianship or personal decision-making rights. Those would rest solely with Professor Flitwick. I see. Dumbledore steepled his fingers thoughtfully. And the blood protection? Without residence at Privet Drive, the wards will fail. Harry's safety from Voldemort's followers would be compromised. A concern that will be addressed through alternative security measures, Madame Bones interjected. The DMLE is perfectly capable of providing appropriate protection for Mr. Potter, as we do for other high-profile individuals at risk from Death Eater remnants. And Hogwarts itself remains the safest location in Britain, McGonagall added pointedly. As you have often stated, Albus. Dumbledore inclined his head, acknowledging the point. Very well. It seems you have considered the practical aspects. He turned to Harry directly. I hope you understand, Harry, that despite our disagreements, my primary concern has always been your safety. The choices I made, however flawed in execution, were born from that concern. Harry met the old wizard's gaze steadily. Maybe. But they were still wrong. You left me with people who hated me, who lied about my parents, who kept me in a cupboard while taking money meant for my care. Whatever your reasons, that was wrong. A flicker of genuine regret crossed Dumbledore's features. Yes, he acknowledged softly. In that assessment, you are entirely correct. I believe the blood protection outweighed all other considerations. Perhaps, in my focus on keeping you alive, I gave too little thought to the quality of that life. He straightened, his manner becoming more formal. I will not oppose Professor Flitwick's appointment as your guardian, provided adequate security arrangements are established. This concession, clearly reluctant but apparently sincere, caught Harry by surprise. He'd expected more resistance, more manipulation. Dumbledore's willingness to step back, even conditionally, seemed out of character with the controlling figure who had dominated his life from the shadows. "Thank you," Harry said cautiously. "Don't thank me, Harry," Dumbledore replied with a sad smile. "I have failed you in ways I am only beginning to understand. I can only hope that, in time, you might allow me the opportunity to explain the full context of the decisions I made, and perhaps, to make amends for their consequences." Before Harry could respond to this unexpected humility, Fudge cleared his throat importantly, clearly uncomfortable with the personal turn the conversation had taken. "Yes, well, all this is very touching, but there remains the matter of the dragon," he declared, gesturing at Frostfire. "Familiar bond or not, a Hungarian Horntail cannot simply reside at Hogwarts. The parents would be in uproar." "Actually, Minister," Charlie Weasley spoke up unexpectedly from where he'd been silently observing, "with appropriate precautions, it's entirely feasible. Dragon sanctuaries maintain educational facilities with much larger specimens. Given this particular dragon's demonstrated intelligence and the verified familiar bond, standard containment protocols would be more than sufficient." "You can't seriously be suggesting," Umbridge began shrilly. "I'm not merely suggesting it, Madam Umbridge," Charlie interrupted with professional confidence. "I'm offering my expertise to establish those protocols personally. The dragon research community would consider this bond an unprecedented opportunity for study. Romania would gladly provide resources. There's the precedent of Sylvanus Kettleburn's griffins, as well," McGonagall added. "Hogwarts has historically accommodated various magical creatures for educational purposes." Fudge looked increasingly cornered. "But the public perception, a dragon at Hogwarts, could be managed quite effectively with proper ministry messaging," Augusta suggested smoothly. "After all, what demonstrates the superiority of British magical education better than accommodating the first documented dragon familiar bond in centuries? The international prestige alone." Harry watched with fascination as Augusta expertly manipulated Fudge's political instincts. The minister's expression shifted from concern to calculation as he considered the potential for positive publicity. "Well, when you put it that way," he began thoughtfully. "Of course, such a narrative would require the ministry's full support for Mr. Potter's new guardianship arrangements," Andromeda added pointedly. "A unified approach, presenting the changes as a positive development rather than an acknowledgement of past oversights." Naturally, Fudge agreed hastily, clearly relieved at the face-saving opportunity. "The ministry has always prioritized the welfare of magical children, especially one as important as Harry Potter. These new arrangements simply reflect our ongoing commitment to his unique needs." Harry barely managed to suppress an eye roll at this blatant political pivot. Beside him, Hermione made a small noise of disgust that she quickly disguised as a cough. "Then we are in agreement," Augusta concluded with satisfaction. "The paperwork will be filed today for Professor Flitwick's temporary guardianship, pending Mr. Potter's approval after meeting him. Madam Bones will handle the Muggle legal aspects. Mr. Weasley will develop appropriate protocols for Frostfire's accommodation at Hogwarts. And the Ministry will present these developments positively to the public." "And the financial matters?" Andromeda pressed. "The withdrawals from the Potter vaults?" A momentary tension returned to the room. Dumbledore's expression remained carefully neutral, but Harry detected a slight stiffening in his posture. "Those will require a separate investigation," Madam Bones declared before Fudge could respond. "The DMLE's Financial Crimes Division will coordinate with Gringotts to trace all withdrawals and determine their legitimacy under guardianship law." "Surely that's unnecessary," Fudge began. "It is entirely necessary," Augusta interrupted firmly. 17 million galleons is not a trivial sum to be dismissed, Cornelius. The Potter estate was among the largest in Wizarding Britain. Its diminishment demands accounting, regardless of who authorized the withdrawals." The implicit challenge to Dumbledore hung in the air. The old wizard inclined his head slightly. "I welcome a full audit," he said quietly. All withdrawals were documented, though the purposes of some must remain confidential due to ongoing security concerns. I am prepared to justify each allocation before the appropriate authorities. Harry wasn't entirely satisfied with this response. Security concerns seemed conveniently vague, but he recognized it as a significant concession nonetheless. The financial investigation would proceed, even if certain details remained classified. Very well, Augusta declared. I believe we have established a clear path forward. Unless there are further matters requiring immediate attention, I suggest we adjourn and begin implementing these arrangements. As the meeting began to break up, with various officials moving in groups to discuss next steps, Harry felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The emotional intensity of the past hours, coming after days of stress and uncertainty, left him drained despite the positive outcomes. Frostfire pressed against his leg supportively, copper eyes gazing up at him with concern. Through their bond came waves of reassurance tinged with protective vigilance. The dragon remained alert even as he comforted his bonded human. You did brilliantly, Hermione whispered, appearing at his side. Standing up to Dumbledore like that? I could never be so brave. Harry smiled tiredly. Not brave. Just done with being pushed around, I guess. That is bravery, she insisted. Standing your ground when it matters. Neville approached tentatively. Gran says we should head to Hogwarts now to meet Professor Flitwick. If that's all right with you. Now? Harry asked, surprised. But it's getting late. Best to strike while the iron is hot, Augusta declared, overhearing as she joined them. Establish the new guardianship before Dumbledore has time to develop countermeasures. He may appear to concede now, but that man always has secondary plans. Can the Grangers come? Harry asked, unwilling to be separated from the family that had shown him such unwavering support. Augusta considered this briefly. No reason why not. As parents of a Muggle-born student, they have visitation rights to Hogwarts. And their presence would provide valuable neutral witness to the guardianship discussion. We'd be honored, Edward said, joining the conversation with Jean and speaking for both of them. Hermione has been so eager to see Hogwarts before term begins. Hermione's expression brightened considerably at this prospect. Could we really see the library too? McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been the ghost of a smile. I'm sure that could be arranged, Miss Granger. Your enthusiasm for learning is noted. As arrangements were finalized for their departure to Hogwarts, Harry found himself approached by Dumbledore one last time. The old wizard maintained a respectful distance, seemingly conscious of Frostfire's protective posture. Harry, he said quietly. Before you depart, there is something I feel you should know. Something about your familiar bond with Frostfire that may be significant. Harry regarded him warily. What about it? The timing, Dumbledore replied. Dragon eggs are extremely rare and tightly controlled. For a hatchling to appear in Surrey, precisely where you live, precisely when you needed a companion. It suggests something beyond mere coincidence. What are you saying? Harry asked, frowning. That someone planted Frostfire there. For me to find. Perhaps. Or perhaps something more profound was at work. Dumbledore's blue eyes held a strange, distant look. Magic itself has ways of restoring balance when great injustice occurs. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful magic. Magic that may have manifested in unexpected ways to ensure your protection when other measures failed. Harry considered this odd suggestion, feeling Frostfire's confusion mirroring his own through their bond. You think my mother's magic somehow created Frostfire for me? Not created, no. But perhaps guided. Drawn to you. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Lily Potter was extraordinarily gifted with charms and protective magic. And a mother's love is perhaps the most powerful magic of all. With that cryptic statement, he inclined his head respectfully and withdrew, leaving Harry with more questions than answers. Don't let him get in your head, Augusta advised, having overheard the exchange. Albus has always had a flair for the dramatic, especially when it serves his purposes. Do you think he's wrong? Harry asked, genuinely curious about her assessment. About Frostfire appearing where I'd find him? Augusta considered this thoughtfully. I think the old man rarely says anything without calculation. But that doesn't make him wrong. She glanced at Frostfire with renewed interest. Dragon migrations and nesting patterns have always had mysterious elements wizards haven't fully explained. And your mother was indeed exceptional with protective charms. She patted Harry's shoulder firmly. Something to consider another time, perhaps. For now, let us focus on securing your new guardianship arrangements. Hogwarts awaits. As their group prepared to depart for the school, via a secure Floo connection for the humans, with special arrangements for Frostfire due to his size, Harry felt a strange mixture of emotions. Anxiety about further changes and challenges, certainly. But also, for perhaps the first time in his life, genuine hope. With Frostfire by his side, the Granger's steadfast support, new potential allies in the Longbottoms, and the prospect of a guardian who might actually understand his bond with the dragon, Harry felt something he'd never truly experienced before, the foundation of a real future, built on his own terms. Whatever came next, meeting Professor Flitwick, preparing for Hogwarts, investigating the financial irregularities, or even exploring the mysterious circumstances of Frostfire's appearance, he would face it not as the unwanted boy from the cupboard under the stairs, but as Harry Potter, wizard and dragon rider, claiming his rightful place in the world. Frostfire rumbled contentedly, as if reading his thoughts. Through their bond came absolute certainty, together, they could face anything. Chapter 4, Secrets and Shadows. Hogwarts Castle loomed against the twilight sky, its countless windows glowing with warm light, towers stretching toward the darkening heavens. Harry's first glimpse of the ancient school left him momentarily breathless. Augusta Longbottom had arranged a boat crossing of the Black Lake, traditionally reserved for first years during the September start of term, allowing him to experience the castle's magnificent approach. It's incredible, Harry whispered, gazing up at the massive structure as their small fleet of enchanted boats glided silently across the water. Frostfire, flying overhead rather than risking the boats, circled above them, his dark form occasionally silhouetted against the stars. My parents walked those halls, Harry continued, a lump forming in his throat. They lived there, learned magic there. And now you will too, Hermione said softly from beside him. Her eyes reflected the castle lights, wide with wonder and excitement. Just imagine all the knowledge inside those walls. The history. In the boat ahead of them, Augusta sat ramrod straight beside Neville, who kept sneaking glances back at Harry with shy smiles. The Grangers occupied another boat, Edward's arm wrapped protectively around Jean's shoulders as they took in the magnificent spectacle. Professor McGonagall led the procession from the foremost boat, her tall figure silhouetted against the castle's glow. Their arrival at Hogwarts had been carefully orchestrated. While McGonagall had taken them across the lake, Andromeda had traveled ahead via Floo to prepare Professor Flitwick for their meeting. Madame Bones had returned to the Ministry to begin the formal process of transferring Harry's guardianship and initiating the investigation into his financial affairs. Dumbledore, notably, had made himself scarce, returning to London for urgent business, according to McGonagall. Perhaps he's clearing his office of evidence, Augusta had remarked dryly before they departed. As the boats bumped gently against the small underground harbor, Harry felt a flutter of nerves. He was about to meet the person who might become his new guardian, someone who would have significant influence over his future. What if Professor Flitwick wasn't what he expected? What if they didn't get along? Frostfire landed on the rocky shore with surprising grace for his size, folding his wings and waiting as the humans disembarked from the boats. The dragon had grown noticeably even in the past few days, his shoulder now reached Harry's chest, and his wingspan stretched nearly 20 feet when fully extended. Through their bond, Harry felt the dragon's curiosity about the castle mingled with protective alertness. Frostfire sensed this place was important to Harry but remained vigilant in the unfamiliar environment. This way, McGonagall directed, leading them up a stone staircase carved into the rock. Professor Flitwick is waiting in his quarters. We thought it best to avoid the Great Hall for this initial meeting. They emerged from the staircase into a torchlit corridor within the castle proper. Harry tried not to gawk as they walked, but it proved nearly impossible. Moving portraits whispered and pointed as they passed, suits of armor seemed to shift subtly as if watching them, and ghosts, actual, translucent ghosts, drifted occasionally through walls, doing double-takes at the sight of a dragon padding through the hallways. The castle's magic is responding to Frostfire's presence, McGonagall explained, noticing Harry's wonder at the castle's reactions. Hogwarts itself is semi-sentient after 1,000 years of housing magical education. It recognizes unusual magic when it enters. Is that good or bad? Harry asked anxiously. Neither, McGonagall replied with the ghost of a smile. Simply, noteworthy. The last dragon within these walls was over 4 centuries ago, a demonstration for 7th-year students that went rather spectacularly wrong. The scorch marks are still visible in the old Transfiguration courtyard. Frostfire snorted indignantly, as if offended by the implication that he would cause similar damage. Harry smiled, scratching the ridge between the dragon's horns reassuringly. Don't worry, Professor. Frostfire is perfectly well behaved. So I've observed, McGonagall acknowledged with a nod. A remarkable bond you share. Phileas will be absolutely delighted. After navigating several corridors and a moving staircase that elicited gasps of delight from Hermione, they arrived at an ornate door adorned with bronze ravens and intricate charm symbols. McGonagall knocked 3 times, and the door swung open of its own accord. Ah! Welcome, welcome! Came an enthusiastic, high-pitched voice from within. Harry's first impression of Phileas Flitwick was one of abundant energy contained in a remarkably small package. The professor stood barely 3 feet tall, with a shock of white hair and bright, intelligent eyes that immediately fixed on Harry with keen interest. Then his gaze shifted to Frostfire, and the small wizard actually clapped his hands in undisguised delight. Extraordinary, he exclaimed, approaching without a trace of fear. A genuine familiar bond with a Hungarian Horntail. The rumors didn't do it justice. Harry immediately liked the tiny professor's straightforward enthusiasm. There was no calculation in his expression, no hidden agenda, just genuine academic excitement and warm welcome. Professor Flitwick, McGonagall began formally, may I present Harry Potter and his familiar, Frostfire. Along with Augusta and Neville Longbottom, and Dr. and Dr. Granger and their daughter Hermione, who will be joining us this September. Delighted, absolutely delighted, Flitwick responded, bowing to each in turn. When he reached Harry, he looked up with a gentle smile. Your mother was one of my most gifted charm students, Mr. Potter. A natural talent. I see something of her in your eyes, beyond just the color. The simple, personal observation caught Harry off guard. It was the first time anyone had offered a specific memory of his mother as a person rather than as a symbol or sacrifice. You really knew her? Harry asked hesitantly. Indeed I did, Flitwick confirmed warmly. Lily Evans was brilliant, kind, and fiercely determined. She created several original charms before she even graduated, a rare achievement. Your father, meanwhile, was quite the transfiguration prodigy when he applied himself, which I'll admit was not always his priority. His eyes twinkled with remembered amusement. But please, all of you, come in. We have much to discuss, and these stone corridors are no place for comfortable conversation. I've prepared refreshments. They entered Flitwick's quarters, a surprisingly spacious set of rooms decorated in the blue and bronze colors of Ravenclaw House. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, interspersed with gleaming objects that Harry suspected were advanced magical devices. A large set of windows looked out over a private courtyard, currently bathed in moonlight. That will be Frostfire's access point, Flitwick explained, following Harry's gaze. My private courtyard connects to an unused section of the grounds I've already begun modifying for his accommodation. Complete privacy, protection from the elements, and room to stretch his wings without being visible to the casual observer. Harry was impressed by how thoroughly the professor had prepared, especially on such short notice. "You've thought of everything." "I try to be thorough," Flitwick said modestly. "Though I must admit, dragon accommodations present fascinating new challenges. Mr. Weasley, Charlie, has already sent preliminary recommendations by express owl. Most helpful." As everyone settled into chairs, magically adjusted to accommodate both the adults' comfort and Frostfire's considerable size, Flitwick served tea and an assortment of cakes with casual waves of his wand. The casual display of magic delighted Harry, who found himself eager to learn such practical skills. "Now then," Flitwick began once everyone was comfortable, "I understand I'm being considered as a potential magical guardian for Mr. Potter. A responsibility I would not take lightly." "Indeed," Augusta confirmed briskly. "Given the circumstances of his former guardianship and the complications of his familiar bond, we believe someone with your expertise would be ideal. Assuming, of course, that both you and Mr. Potter find the arrangement suitable." Flitwick turned to Harry directly. "What do you think, Mr. Potter? We've only just met, after all. Such an arrangement should not be entered into without your full confidence." Harry appreciated the direct question. Unlike Dumbledore, who had made life-altering decisions without consultation, Flitwick was treating him as someone whose opinion mattered. "I'd like to know what being my guardian would mean to you," Harry said carefully. "What you'd expect from me, and what I could expect from you." Flitwick nodded approvingly. "A very fair question. As your guardian, my primary responsibility would be to ensure your well-being, physical, emotional, and educational. I would manage your financial affairs until you come of age, though with significant transparency and your input. I would advocate for your interests when dealing with the ministry, the press, or other institutions." He leaned forward slightly. "What I would expect from you is honesty, reasonable attention to your studies, and a willingness to discuss problems rather than facing them alone. I would not demand obedience for its own sake, but rather cooperation in maintaining your safety and development." The professor gestured toward Frostfire. "Regarding your familiar, I would expect responsible handling of his abilities and needs, but I see your bond as something to be nurtured rather than restricted. Dragons are magnificent creatures with profound magical significance. Your connection with Frostfire represents an extraordinary educational opportunity for both of you." It was everything Harry could have hoped to hear. No demands for blind trust, no dismissal of his autonomy, no fear of Frostfire, just clear expectations and genuine respect. "I think," Harry said slowly, "that sounds brilliant." Flitwick beamed. "Excellent. Then with your permission, we shall begin the formal process. Augusta has already prepared the necessary documentation." As the adults began discussing legal particulars, Harry felt Frostfire's warm approval through their bond. The dragon had taken the measure of Flitwick and found him trustworthy, a significant endorsement, given Frostfire's protective instincts. Hermione and Neville, meanwhile, had struck up a conversation about Hogwarts classes, with Hermione peppering Neville with questions about wizarding education and Neville shyly offering what knowledge he had from his grandmother's descriptions. "And herbology is where you study magical plants, right? Professor Sprout teaches that?" Hermione was asking eagerly. "Why yes," Neville confirmed, seeming to gain confidence when discussing plants. "My gran says Professor Sprout is brilliant with even the most temperamental species. I've been looking forward to her class the most." "I'm fascinated by all of them," Hermione admitted. "Though I expect Transfiguration will be particularly challenging. Professor McGonagall's reputation is rather intimidating." McGonagall, overhearing this, raised an eyebrow but appeared more amused than offended. "A healthy respect for the subject is wise, Miss Granger. Transfiguration brooks no carelessness." As the evening progressed, Harry found himself relaxing in a way he'd rarely experienced. The combination of Flitwick's genuine warmth, the Granger's supportive presence, the Longbottom's practical assistance, and McGonagall's no-nonsense competence created an atmosphere so different from the tension and manipulation of the past days that he felt almost dizzy with relief. By the time the guardianship papers were signed, with magic that left a brief, warm glow around both Harry's and Flitwick's signatures, Harry had developed genuine optimism about this new arrangement. The diminutive professor had already demonstrated more concern for his preferences and comfort in one evening than the Dursleys had shown in 10 years. The transfer remains temporary until confirmed by the Wizengamot, Augusta explained, rolling up the parchment, but given the evidence we've gathered and the ritual results, that should be mere formality. In the meantime, these documents grant Professor Flitwick full legal authority as your magical guardian, including management of the Potter accounts once we've secured them from Dumbledore's control. Which brings us to an important matter, Flitwick added, his expression growing more serious. The Potter family vault. Andromeda has informed me of the significant irregularities in its management under Albusa's guardianship. While Madame Bones investigates those withdrawals, I believe it would be prudent for us to visit Gringotts together as soon as possible. Visit the vault? Harry asked, surprised. Indeed. The main family vault, not just your trust account. Flitwick steepled his small fingers. According to Andromeda, the Potters were known to keep important family documents, heirlooms, and personal effects in their vault, items that may have significant personal value to you beyond mere gold. Like what? Harry asked, a flutter of excitement rising in his chest at the thought of personal connections to his parents. Letters, journals, photographs, Flitwick listed. Family history records. Possibly even pensive memories. Memories? Harry repeated, confused. Magical recordings of actual memories, Hermione explained eagerly, then looked embarrassed at her interruption. Sorry, I've been reading ahead. Quite right, Miss Granger, Flitwick approved. Wizards can extract copies of their memories for viewing by others. Many old families preserve significant memories for future generations. The possibility of actually seeing his parents' memories, perhaps even their voices, their movements, their personalities, left Harry momentarily speechless. After a lifetime of nothing but the Dursleys' lies and a few days of second-hand accounts, the thought of direct connection with James and Lily Potter was overwhelming. When can we go? He asked, unable to keep the eagerness from his voice. Tomorrow morning, Flitwick decided promptly. I'll make arrangements with Gringotts tonight. As your new guardian, I'll have the authority to access the vault with you, though any removals will require your consent as the blood heir. Augusta nodded approvingly. A wise first step. The contents of that vault may prove valuable beyond sentiment. There could be information pertinent to the financial investigation or even clues about Sirius Black's situation. The mention of his godfather reminded Harry of another question that had been nagging at him. Professor, do you think my parents might be in the vault? The real one, I mean, not whatever version Dumbledore presented to the Ministry. Flitwick exchanged a significant look with Augusta before answering carefully. It's possible, though magical wills are typically filed in multiple locations for security. If they suspected possible interference, your parents might indeed have kept a copy in the family vault. We should also check the Hall of Records at the Ministry, Augusta added. The original filing may still exist, even if it was subsequently sealed. I have certain connections in that department who might assist discreetly. The conversation continued as they finalized plans for the coming days, the Gringotts visit tomorrow, followed by Harry's formal introduction to the Wizengamot members who would be overseeing his case, then preparations for the upcoming school year. The Grangers would return home but remain in regular contact, with plans for Harry to visit them before term began. Neville and Augusta would assist with Harry's introduction to wizarding customs and politics, compensating for his Muggle upbringing. For tonight, McGonagall concluded as the hour grew late, we've prepared guest quarters for all of you. Mr. Potter, you'll stay in Professor Flitwick's spare room, with accommodations for Frostfire in the courtyard. The Grangers and Longbottoms have rooms in the guest wing. As the gathering broke up, with Flitwick showing the Grangers and Longbottoms to their quarters, Harry found himself momentarily alone with McGonagall. The stern professor seemed to hesitate, then spoke in a voice softer than he'd yet heard from her. "Mr. Potter. Harry. I want to apologize again for my role in all this. I questioned Albus's decision to place you with the Dursleys, but I did not follow through. I did not check on you. That failure will haunt me for a very long time." Her sincerity was unmistakable, her usual composure slipping to reveal genuine regret. "You're helping now," Harry offered, not quite ready to absolve her completely but acknowledging her current efforts. "Small amends for a decade of neglect," she replied grimly. "But yes, I am. And I will continue to do so." She straightened, her professional manner returning. "Now, get some rest. Tomorrow will be eventful." As McGonagall departed, Flitwick returned to show Harry to his room, a comfortable chamber adjoining the professor's own quarters, with tall windows overlooking the private courtyard where Frostfire would spend the night. "I've enchanted the courtyard with warming charms," Flitwick explained as Harry prepared for bed. "Dragons typically prefer higher temperatures, particularly at night. And there's a passage that leads directly to the grounds beyond, should he wish to hunt. The outer boundaries are warded to alert us if he strays too far, but I suspect your bond would make such precautions redundant." "He won't go far without me," Harry confirmed, feeling Frostfire's agreement through their connection. "Thank you for being so accepting of him. Most people just see a dangerous creature." "Most people lack imagination," Flitwick replied with a smile. "I've studied familiar bonds extensively. Historically, the most powerful have often involved creatures others considered dangerous or uncontrollable. Merlin himself had a familiar that contemporaries described as a winged serpent, quite possibly an ancestor of modern dragons." This historical context fascinated Harry. "So there have been other dragon familiars?" "Perhaps, though records from that era are fragmentary at best." Flitwick adjusted a pillow to be more comfortable for Harry. "What makes your bond with Frostfire truly remarkable is that Hungarian Horntails are considered the most dangerous and least tractable of all dragon species. For one to form a familiar bond, especially with a wizard as young as yourself, it suggests extraordinary magical affinity." Through the window, they could see Frostfire exploring the courtyard, occasionally spreading his wings to test the space. The dragon seemed pleased with the arrangement, particularly the charmed heating that made the stones beneath his claws comfortably warm. "I should let you rest," Flitwick said, moving toward the door. "Tomorrow will be quite busy." "But Harry." He paused, his expression becoming serious. "I want you to know that while I may be your guardian on paper, I have no intention of controlling your life. My role, as I see it, is to provide guidance, protection when needed, and the tools for you to make your own informed choices. You've already shown remarkable judgment in extraordinarily difficult circumstances." The words warmed Harry more than he could express. After a lifetime of being told he was worthless, incapable, and unwanted, having an adult acknowledge his competence felt like water in a desert. "Thank you, Professor," he managed, emotion making his voice slightly rough. Flitwick smiled kindly. "Sleep well, Harry. Your parents would be very proud of the young man you're becoming." After the professor left, Harry opened the window to the courtyard, allowing Frostfire to extend his head inside. The dragon rumbled contentedly as Harry scratched beneath his chin, copper eyes half closing in pleasure. "What do you think?" Harry asked softly. "About all this? About Professor Flitwick?" Through their bond came clear approval tinged with cautious optimism. Frostfire liked the small professor's direct manner and obvious acceptance of their partnership. The dragon was also pleased with the accommodations, particularly the heated courtyard and access to hunting grounds. "I think so too," Harry agreed, responding to the unspoken assessment. "For the first time since we left Privet Drive, it feels like we might actually be safe. Like things might actually work out." Frostfire nudged him gently, projecting reassurance and protection. Whatever came next, they would face it together. As Harry finally settled into bed, the most comfortable he'd ever slept in. His last thoughts before drifting off were of what tomorrow might bring. Family heirlooms. Personal effects. Perhaps even memories of his parents when they were alive and happy, before Voldemort destroyed their family. For the first time in his life, Harry fell asleep looking forward to the future. Morning brought a flurry of activity. After a hearty breakfast in Flitwick's quarters, their group prepared for the Gringotts visit. To Harry's delight, Hermione would be accompanying them, her parents having arranged to meet with Professor McGonagall regarding the academic transition from Muggle to magical education. Neville and Augusta would be attending to Longbottom family business in Diagon Alley, with plans to meet them afterward. The matter of Frostfire presented a logistical challenge. While the dragon could fly to London independently, his arrival at Gringotts would inevitably cause the same commotion as before. "I believe I have a solution," Flitwick announced after some consideration. A modified disillusionment charm, combined with a notice-me-not enchantment. It won't render Frostfire completely invisible, but it will make him less obvious to casual observation. "Will that work on a dragon?" Hermione asked skeptically. "I've read magical creatures often resist standard enchantments." "Ordinarily, yes," Flitwick agreed. "But the familiar bond changes the equation. Harry's magic is connected to Frostfire's, creating a pathway for spells cast with his consent." The theory proved correct. With Harry's hand resting on Frostfire's neck, Flitwick's carefully cast enchantments took hold, causing the dragon to shimmer slightly before seeming to blend partially with his surroundings. He wasn't invisible, but somehow less eye-catching, as if the mind wanted to slide past the awareness of his presence. "Brilliant," Harry breathed, still able to see Frostfire clearly himself. "Will this work better than his disguise?" "For our purposes, yes," Flitwick confirmed. "The glamour he uses requires constant magical maintenance, which can be draining over time. These enchantments are external and will last approximately 4 hours before needing renewal." Their journey to Gringotts utilized a combination of methods: flow travel for Harry, Hermione, and Flitwick to the Leaky Cauldron, while Frostfire flew above, the enchantments making him difficult to track against the morning sky. They reconnected in a quiet alley near the bank, where Flitwick strengthened the concealment charms before they proceeded to Gringotts. The effect was remarkable. While people still occasionally glanced in Frostfire's direction with momentary confusion, there was none of the panic or commotion of their previous visit. The dragon padded beside Harry, visible but somehow not drawing attention, like a background detail most minds automatically filtered out. Gringotts itself presented a different atmosphere than during Harry's dramatic first visit. The goblins regarded their approach with obvious recognition but maintained professional composure. They were led directly to a private consultation room rather than conducting their business at the public counters. Professor Flitwick, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, greeted a goblin Harry recognized from his previous visit. "I am Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts. We've been expecting you." "Director Ragnarok," Flitwick replied with a formal bow. "Thank you for accommodating our visit on short notice. As you're aware, I've recently assumed magical guardianship of Mr. Potter and wish to conduct a comprehensive review of the Potter family holdings." Ragnarok's shrewd eyes assessed Flitwick carefully. "The bank has received the official notification of guardianship transfer. However, given recent irregularities, additional verification would be prudent." He produced a small black stone similar to the one used in the inheritance ritual. "If you would both place your hands upon the stone." Harry and Flitwick did as requested. The stone briefly glowed with golden light, then displayed what appeared to be a miniature family crest, a shield bearing a stag. "The Potter family sigil acknowledges the guardianship bond," Ragnarok confirmed, seeming satisfied. "Now, regarding the accounts. The trust vault remains accessible as before. The family vault, however, has certain complications." "What sort of complications?" Harry asked warily. "Security enchantments placed by your father," Ragnarok explained. "James Potter added additional protections during the war, restricting access to blood relatives and specifically designated individuals. As your guardian, Professor Flitwick may accompany you, but cannot access the vault independently. That seems reasonable, Flitwick acknowledged. Our primary purpose is to review the contents with Harry, not to make withdrawals at this time. Very well. Ragnarok produced an ornate key from within his jacket. This is the master key to the Potter family vault. It will work only in conjunction with Mr. Potter's blood verification. He fixed Harry with a serious look. I must also inform you that Albus Dumbledore attempted to access the vault yesterday evening, after the guardianship transfer was filed. Harry stiffened. Did he get in? No, Ragnarok replied, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Despite his claims as your former guardian, the Blood Wards rejected his authority. It seems James Potter's precautions specifically excluded certain overrides that Dumbledore may have expected to work. This news was both alarming and vindicating. Dumbledore had tried to access the vault before Harry could, perhaps to remove something he didn't want found. But James Potter, it seemed, had anticipated potential interference, even from supposed allies. Dad didn't fully trust Dumbledore, Harry realized aloud. So it would appear, Ragnarok agreed. An interesting detail, given subsequent events. After completing additional paperwork, they were escorted to the carts that would take them deep into the caverns beneath Gringotts. Hermione looked simultaneously terrified and thrilled at the prospect of the wild cart ride Flitwick had warned them to expect. Frostfire, meanwhile, would follow a larger access tunnel, guided by two goblin guards who seemed more intrigued than intimidated by the dragon's presence. Dragons are sacred to goblins, Flitwick explained quietly as they boarded their cart. They've worked with them as vault guardians for centuries. A wizard-born dragon with a familiar bond is a curiosity they find professionally interesting. The cart ride lived up to its reputation, hurtling at breakneck speed through twisting passages, plunging into darkness only to emerge into caverns of breathtaking scale, passing underground lakes and glimpsing distant vault doors embedded in stone walls. Hermione alternated between terrified squeaks and delighted exclamations, while Harry found himself enjoying the wild journey far more than he'd expected. It reminded him, in some ways, of flying with Frostfire, the speed, the freedom, the exhilarating unpredictability of movement. They descended far deeper than Harry's trust vault, into older sections of the bank where the air carried a distinctive chill and the magic felt ancient and heavy. Finally, the cart screeched to a halt before a massive vault door made of what appeared to be black iron inlaid with gold. The Potter family crest was emblazoned prominently in the center, the stag seeming almost alive in the flickering torchlight. Frostfire was already waiting for them, having clearly enjoyed his own journey through the larger tunnels. The dragon's copper eyes gleamed with interest as he examined the ancient vault door. The Potter family vault, announced their goblin guide. Established in 1332, expanded in 1786, and reinforced with additional protections in 1979. He turned to Harry. Place your hand on the crest and state your name and lineage. Harry approached the door, feeling a strange resonance as he neared it, as if the magic within recognized something in his blood. He placed his palm against the cool metal of the stag emblem. Harry James Potter, he stated clearly, then added after a moment's hesitation, son of James and Lily Potter. The crest warmed beneath his touch, the metal seeming to soften momentarily around his fingers. Then, with a series of complex mechanical sounds, the massive door began to swing inward, revealing the Potter family legacy within. Harry's first impression was of vastness. The vault extended far deeper than he'd expected, its ceiling arching high overhead. Unlike his trust vault, which had contained primarily coins, this chamber held a diverse collection of treasures. Piles of gold, silver, and bronze coins formed only a portion of the contents. Shelves lined the walls, holding books, scrolls, and artifacts. Display cases contained jewelry, weapons, and what appeared to be family heirlooms. Furniture pieces, some antique, some merely old, were arranged in grouped collections. Paintings hung on sections of wall, their magical occupants stirring as light entered their long darkened home. "Oh my," Hermione breathed beside him, her academic interest clearly warring with the recognition that this was an intensely personal moment for Harry. "Take your time," Flitwick suggested gently. "There's no rush." Harry stepped forward hesitantly, overwhelmed by the tangible connection to his family history. Where did one begin with such a vast collection of heritage? What should he look at first? Frostfire made the decision for him. The dragon moved purposefully toward the right side of the vault, drawn to a particular section as if guided by some instinct. He stopped before a large trunk emblazoned with the initials, J.P. and L.E. intertwined. "James Potter and Lily Evans," Flitwick translated quietly. "Your parents' personal storage." With trembling hands, Harry knelt before the trunk. Unlike the vault door, this opened at a simple touch, recognizing his blood right without ceremony. Inside, he found exactly what he'd hoped for, the personal effects of James and Lily Potter, carefully preserved. Topmost was a leather-bound photo album. Harry lifted it reverently, opening to the first page to find a wedding photo, his parents, young and radiant with happiness, waving at the camera. James looked so much like Harry it was startling, except for the eyes. Those, as everyone had told him, were undeniably Lily's, the same vivid green as his own. "They look so happy," Harry whispered, emotion threatening to overwhelm him. "They were," Flitwick confirmed, his own voice thick with memory. Despite the war, despite the danger, they had a remarkable capacity for joy. Harry turned pages slowly, drinking in each image, James and Lily at Hogwarts, surrounded by friends, their wedding day from various angles, the couple holding a tiny baby Harry, their faces alight with parental pride. There were other people who appeared frequently, a handsome young man with elegant features and a mischievous grin who was often pictured with his arms slung around James's shoulders, a tired-looking man with prematurely gray-streaked hair who smiled gently at the camera, and occasionally, a small, mousy-looking man who seemed somehow less substantial than the others. "That Sirius Black," Flitwick identified when Harry pointed to the handsome man. "Your father's best friend and your godfather. And beside him, Remus Lupin, another close friend of your parents. The smaller man is Peter Pettigrew." "Pettigrew," Harry repeated, the name triggering recognition. "The one Sirius supposedly killed?" Flitwick nodded gravely. "According to the official account, yes." "But you don't sound convinced," Harry observed, catching the professor's careful tone. "Let's just say I find it difficult to reconcile the Sirius Black I knew with the crimes he was imprisoned for," Flitwick replied diplomatically. "He was reckless, certainly, but utterly devoted to your father. The idea that he would betray James and Lily to Voldemort never sat right with many who knew them." Harry returned to the trunk, setting aside the photo album to examine what else his parents had left. He found James's Hogwarts head boy badge, a collection of Lily's academic awards, letters they'd written to each other during school holidays, and several journals bound in different colored leather. "Your mother's research journals," Flitwick identified the latter with reverent appreciation. "Lily was brilliant at experimental charm work. These would be academically valuable beyond their personal significance." Deeper in the trunk, Harry discovered a sealed envelope with his name written on it in an elegant, flowing script that must have been his mother's handwriting. His heart raced as he carefully broke the seal. "My darling Harry, if you're reading this, then our worst fears have come to pass, and your father and I are no longer with you. I pray that you're reading this as an adult, having been raised with love by Sirius and surrounded by those who care for you. But something in my heart, mother's intuition, perhaps, tells me to prepare for other possibilities. There is so much I want to tell you, so much you should know about your heritage, about why we've been targeted, about the prophecy that has shaped our final days. But some things are too dangerous to commit even to paper secured in our vault. What I can tell you is this: trust your instincts, Harry. You were born with an extraordinary magical gift, one that manifested earlier and more powerfully than any child I've ever encountered. Even at 1 year old, your accidental magic has been remarkable. This gift comes with great responsibility, but also with great joy. Magic is wonder, Harry. Never let fear or bitterness dim that wonder. If Sirius is unable to raise you for any reason, there is a sealed letter for Amelia Bones in this vault. She will know what to do. Under no circumstances are you to be placed with my sister Petunia. While blood protections might be possible through her, the emotional damage would be too great a price. James and I have made other arrangements with the goblins, including bloodbound safe houses unknown to anyone else. Know that you were loved, Harry. Completely and absolutely. Your father and I adored every moment with you, from your first smile to your first wobbly steps. You brought pure joy into our lives during the darkest of times. Whatever happens, carry that love with you. It is the greatest magic of all. With all my heart, Mum. Harry read the letter twice, tears streaming unchecked down his face. The direct connection to his mother, her thoughts, her love, her specific instructions, was overwhelming. And the revelations within the letter were stunning. Lily had explicitly forbidden his placement with the Dursleys. There had been other arrangements, other protections. And most significantly, a letter for Amelia Bones that might explain everything. Professor, Harry managed finally, handing the letter to Flitwick. You should read this. As the small professor read, his expression shifted from sympathy to shock, then to barely contained anger. This changes everything, he said quietly. Albus claimed your placement with the Dursleys was your parents' contingency plan if Sirius couldn't take you. This proves that was a deliberate falsehood. There's supposed to be a letter for Madame Bones, Harry said, turning back to the trunk to search more thoroughly. After several minutes of careful examination, they located a sealed scroll locked in a small compartment at the bottom of the trunk. The wax seal bore the Potter crest, with magical sigils that suggested Sirius security enchantments. This can only be opened by Amelia Bones, Flitwick confirmed after examining the magical signatures. Powerful privacy charms keyed specifically to her magical signature. Then we need to get it to her immediately, Harry decided. Agreed. But let's continue our inventory first. Flitwick gestured around the vast vault. There may be other critical information here. They spent the next hour systematically exploring the contents of the vault, with Hermione helping to catalog items of particular significance. Beyond the personal trunk, they discovered several interesting collections, a cabinet of Potter family wands dating back centuries, display cases containing magical artifacts of historical significance, financial records documenting the family's business investments, and most intriguingly, a small pensieve, a shallow stone basin used for viewing memories, surrounded by dozens of labeled crystal vials. Your father's collection, Flitwick identified, examining the neat labels. James was meticulous about preserving significant memories, a tradition in pure-blood families. Harry read some of the labels with growing excitement: James and Lily, first date, Harry's birth, Harry's first magic, wedding day, Marauder's graduation, Sirius and Harry, flying lesson. Can we view these? He asked eagerly. A few, perhaps, Flitwick agreed cautiously. Pensive memories are extraordinarily vivid, more intense than photographs. They can be emotionally overwhelming, especially when they involve loved ones who have passed. They selected 3 memories to view: Harry's first magic, Potter family Christmas 1980, and after some deliberation, one labeled simply, Emergency Protocol, October 1981. This last had been marked with a small red star, suggesting particular importance. The process of viewing memories proved surprisingly straightforward. Flitwick demonstrated how to pour a memory into the pensieve, where it swirled as silvery liquid gas, neither one state nor the other. Then, together, they leaned forward until their faces touched the surface, falling into the memory itself. The first memory showed a 9-month-old Harry in a high chair, giggling as James attempted to feed him strained peas. Lily watched with amusement from nearby, occasionally intervening when James made airplane noises with the spoon. The infant Harry, clearly unimpressed with the vegetable offering, suddenly made the spoon and its contents vanish entirely, replacing it with a chocolate biscuit that floated from a nearby plate. "Did you see that?" Memory James exclaimed, eyes wide with delight. 9 months old and already doing switching spells. That's newt-level transfiguration. He's not doing proper spells, James, Memory Lily corrected, though she looked equally impressed. It's instinctive magic. But yes, it's extraordinarily advanced for his age. The baby Harry munched happily on his ill-gotten biscuit, apparently pleased with his magical problem-solving. The Christmas memory was even more poignant, showing Harry at 15 months, surrounded by presents and doting adults including Sirius Black, who transformed into a large black dog to give baby Harry rides around the living room. The scene was one of perfect familial joy, made heartbreaking by the knowledge that less than a year later, most of the people in it would be dead or imprisoned. The third memory, the emergency protocol, proved to be the most significant. It showed James and Lily Potter in a formal setting, apparently recording a deliberate message. The date at the bottom of the memory showed October 15, 1981, just 16 days before their deaths. This is our formal statement of contingency plans for Harry's guardianship, Memory James began solemnly. In the event of our deaths, custody of Harry James Potter should pass to his godfather, Sirius Orion Black. If Sirius is unable to serve in this capacity for any reason, temporary guardianship should be granted to Frank and Alice Longbottom until Sirius's situation can be resolved. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with my sister, Petunia Desley, Memory Lily continued firmly. Despite the potential blood protection such a placement might offer, we have made alternative security arrangements through Gringotts that provide equal protection without the emotional damage Petunia's known views on magic would cause. The memory continued, outlining specific instructions for Harry's upbringing, education, and financial support. James detailed properties unknown to the Order of the Phoenix where Harry could be safely housed, including a cottage in northern Wales under the Fidelius charm with Lily as secret keeper, information that would have transferred to Harry upon her death. Most significantly, the memory addressed the secret keeper arrangement directly. We wish to clarify that as of October 1, 1981, Peter Pettigrew has replaced Sirius Black as our secret keeper for our Fidelius charm at Godric's Hollow, James stated clearly. This switch was made at Sirius's suggestion as a strategic deception, with Sirius serving as a decoy target. Only we four, James, Lily, Sirius, and Peter, are aware of this change. Not even Albus Dumbledore has been informed, as Sirius believes there may be a spy within the Order. The memory ended with James and Lily both solemnly swearing on their magic that the statements were true and complete, a magical oath that left visible traces of golden light around them, the magical equivalent of a notarized legal document. When they emerged from the pensive, Harry felt simultaneously devastated and vindicated. His parents had explicitly forbidden his placement with the Dursleys. They had created safe alternatives unknown to Dumbledore. And most critically, they had documented the secret keeper switch that proved Sirius Black's innocence. We need to get this to Madame Bones immediately, Flitwick said urgently, carefully collecting the memory vial. This is definitive evidence exonerating Sirius Black. Combined with the letter for Amelia, it could lead to his immediate release from Azkaban. And prove Dumbledore deliberately ignored my parents' wishes, Harry added, anger burning cold in his chest. He knew I wasn't supposed to go to the Dursleys. He knew there were other protections. He just ignored everything they wanted for me. It appears so, Flitwick agreed grimly. The question is why? What purpose did it serve to place you in that abusive environment against your parents' explicit instructions? Control, Hermione suggested quietly. She had been a respectful, silent observer during the memory viewing, but now spoke with conviction. Someone raised in a loving magical household would have grown up confident, knowledgeable about their heritage, and surrounded by people who cared about them. They would have been much harder to manipulate. The assessment, harsh as it was, rang true to Harry. Dumbledore had wanted him ignorant, isolated, and desperate for any kindness or approval. A perfect blank slate to mold according to his plans, whatever those might be. There's more we need to understand, Flitwick said thoughtfully. Lily mentioned a prophecy in her letter. That aligns with certain rumors during the war about why Voldemort targeted your family specifically. What kind of prophecy? Harry asked. I don't know the details, Flitwick admitted. It was closely guarded information. But prophecies in the wizarding world are recorded in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry. With this evidence and Amelia's support, we might be able to access it. They continued exploring the vault, eventually discovering additional significant items, a folder of investment documents showing unauthorized liquidations under Dumbledore's guardianship, a collection of letters between James and Sirius discussing their suspicions of a traitor, and most alarmingly, evidence that funds from the Potter accounts had been diverted to private accounts belonging to known Death Eater families after the war ended, disguised as reconciliation grants, but bearing Dumbledore's signature. Money laundering, Flitwick muttered, examining the transaction records. Disguised as post-war humanitarian efforts, but flowing to Malfoy, not Parkinson, all families who claimed imperious defense after Voldemort's fall. He was paying off Death Eaters with my money? Harry asked incredulously. It appears so. Though the question is whether it was blackmail, bribery, or something more complex. Flitwick's expression was troubled. Albusa's political power grew substantially after the war. These payments coincide with his appointment as Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump. The implications were staggering. Not only had Dumbledore ignored the Potter's wishes regarding Harry's placement, but he had potentially used Potter wealth to secure his own political position through payoffs to former Death Eaters. The betrayal ran deeper than Harry had imagined. As they prepared to leave the vault, having collected the most critical documents and personal items, Harry felt Frostfire's sudden alertness through their bond. The dragon, who had been contentedly exploring the vault's perimeter, now stood rigid, copper eyes fixed on the entrance with obvious alarm. Something's wrong, Harry said, instantly on guard. Frostfire senses danger. Flitwick immediately drew his wand, his formerly genial demeanor shifting to that of the dueling champion he'd once been. Stay behind me, he instructed calmly. Both of you. They approached the vault entrance cautiously. Outside, they could hear raised voices echoing through the stone corridors, the distinctive tones of goblins arguing with a human visitor. Absolutely no authority to restrict my access, came a smooth, aristocratic voice that sent a chill down Harry's spine despite never having heard it before. The minister himself has appointed me to the Oversight Committee for the Potter Estate investigation. The appointment has not been registered with Gringotts, replied a goblin's harsh voice. Ragnarok, Harry thought. Without proper documentation, no access will be granted, regardless of ministry assertions. Perhaps this will clarify my authority, the aristocratic voice continued, now tinged with menace. Flitwick tensed, moving to the vault entrance to peer carefully around the edge. His expression darkened. Lucius Malfoy, he whispered to Harry and Hermione. Death Eater who claimed imperious defense after the war. Currently a school governor and major ministry donor. One of the people receiving money from my vault, Harry realized, remembering the transaction records they'd just discovered. Indeed. His timing is suspicious. Flitwick considered their options. We should wait until he leaves. Confrontation would be unwise, especially with the evidence we've gathered. But fate had other plans. As they waited tensely inside the vault, a new voice joined the confrontation outside, higher-pitched, nervous, and somehow immediately setting Harry's scar burning with unexpected pain. Perhaps I could be of assistance, Mr. M. Malfoy, the stuttering voice offered. As defense against the Dark Arts professor, I have a professional interest in any artifacts from the Potter estate that might relate to why-you-know-who's defeat. The sudden, searing pain in Harry's scar brought him to his knees, his vision swimming with black spots. Frostfire reacted instantly, moving to shield Harry while emitting a low, threatening growl. Harry! Hermione whispered urgently, kneeling beside him. What's wrong? My scar, Harry gasped, pressing his palm against the lightning bolt mark. It's burning, like someone's pressing a hot iron to it. Flitwick looked alarmed. When did it start? Just now, Harry managed through gritted teeth. When that stuttering man started talking. Flitwick's expression shifted from concern to sharp suspicion. Quirinus Quirrell. Recently appointed defense against the dark arts professor. He's been different since returning from a sabbatical in Albania. Albania? Hermione repeated. But isn't that where rumors suggested you know whose spirit fled after his defeat? Flitwick's eyes widened at this unexpected connection. How did you know that, Miss Granger? I read it in Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, she replied simply. It mentioned unconfirmed reports of dark magical disturbances in Albanian forests over the past decade. The professor looked impressed despite the tense situation. Your reading has been thorough indeed. Yes, there were such rumors, though never officially acknowledged by the ministry. Outside the vault, the confrontation continued, with Malfoy becoming increasingly insistent and the goblins more resistant. Quirrell's stuttering interjection seemed designed to mediate, but each time he spoke, Harry's pain intensified. We need to leave, Flitwick decided abruptly. There's another exit from these lower vaults, an emergency passage. The goblins will guide us if I signal them. He sent a small spell, barely visible as a flicker of silver light, toward Ragnarok. The goblin director gave no obvious indication of receiving it, but moments later, a previously invisible door appeared in the side wall of the vault. Quickly, Flitwick urged, helping Harry to his feet. And silently. The concealment charms on Frostfire should hold, but we must move carefully. They slipped through the hidden door into a narrow passage carved from raw stone. The door sealed seamlessly behind them, leaving no trace of their exit. A goblin guard waited on the other side, holding a lantern of cold blue fire. This way, he instructed curtly. The passage leads to a secondary exit near Nocturne Alley. From there, you can reach the leaky cauldron without being observed. As they followed the goblin through the twisting emergency tunnel, Harry's pain gradually subsided, though a dull throbbing remained. Frostfire stayed close, projecting protective concern through their bond. What was that? Harry asked when he could speak normally again. Why would my scar hurt when that professor spoke? I don't know, Flitwick admitted, his expression troubled. But cursed scars sometimes react to the presence of the magic that created them. Yours is unique, the only known surviving mark of the killing curse. Its properties are unpredictable. You think this Quirrell has some connection to Voldemort? Harry pressed, ignoring the goblin guard's flinch at the name. It's a troubling possibility we must consider, Flitwick acknowledged. Especially given his recent travels in Albania. They emerged eventually into a narrow alley off a shadier section of Wizarding London. The goblin directed them toward Diagon Alley proper, then disappeared back into the concealed passage without further comment. We should contact Madame Bones immediately, Flitwick decided, checking to ensure the evidence they'd collected was secure. This convergence of events, Malfoy's unexpected appearance, your scar's reaction to Quirrell, the financial records linking Dumbledore to Death Eater payments, suggests a concerning pattern. Do you think Quirrell and Malfoy are working together? Hermione asked as they made their way cautiously toward the more respectable part of the shopping district. I'm not certain, Flitwick replied thoughtfully. Lucius Malfoy typically prefers to maintain a veneer of respectability. Openly associating with someone connected to dark magic would be out of character for his public persona. Unless what? Harry prompted when the professor hesitated. Unless the stakes are exceptionally high, Flitwick finished. Something valuable enough to risk exposure. Before they could discuss this further, a familiar voice called out to them from a nearby shop entrance. Professor Flitwick. Harry. Over here. Augusta Longbottom stood in the doorway of a bookshop, Neville beside her, both looking relieved to see them. They hurried over, quickly explaining the situation at Gringotts. Lucius Malfoy, interfering already, Augusta said grimly. Not surprising, given what we've discovered. She glanced around the busy street. This isn't the place to discuss it. We should return to Hogwarts immediately. I've already arranged an emergency meeting with Amelia Bones there this afternoon. You found something too? Flitwick asked sharply. Indeed. Augusta's expression was grimly satisfied. My contact in the Hall of Records located the original filing of the Potter's will, the version that was sealed after their deaths. The witnessing signatures are most illuminating. One belongs to Bartemius Crouch, who authorized Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial. The other. She paused significantly. Belongs to Albus Dumbledore himself. He witnessed the original will. Flitwick confirmed, looking stunned. The same will that explicitly forbade Harry's placement with the Dursleys and named Sirius as guardian? The very same, Augusta confirmed. Which means he knowingly violated the Potter's legal instructions while simultaneously allowing an innocent man to be imprisoned without trial, a man who would have had legal custody of Harry had justice been served. The pieces were falling into place with horrifying clarity. Dumbledore had deliberately circumvented the Potter's wishes, removed the rightful guardian from the picture, and placed Harry in an abusive environment where he could be more easily controlled. Then he'd used Potter wealth to secure his own political position, potentially through payoffs to former Death Eaters like Lucius Malfoy. But why? Harry asked, the central question still unanswered. Why go to such lengths? What could possibly be worth all that manipulation? Perhaps the answer lies in what your mother mentioned, Flitwick suggested quietly. The prophecy. If Voldemort targeted your family because of a prophecy, and if Dumbledore knew its contents, then Harry himself is significant beyond just being the boy who lived, Hermione concluded. He's important for something still to come. The implication sent a chill through Harry. Was his entire life just preparation for some predetermined role in Dumbledore's grand scheme? Had his suffering been calculated, his isolation engineered, all to create a specific type of weapon or tool? Frostfire, sensing his distress, pressed closer against Harry's side, drawing curious glances from passing shoppers despite the concealment charms. Through their bond came fierce protectiveness and something new, a burning determination that Harry should forge his own destiny, free from manipulation. We should move quickly, Augusta decided, eyeing Frostfire's increasingly visible agitation. The concealment charms appear to be weakening, and we've gathered enough evidence to proceed with both the guardianship confirmation and Sirius Black's case. Amelia will want to see everything immediately. As they prepared to return to Hogwarts via the Leaky Cauldron's flow, with Frostfire flying independently, now that his presence was becoming more noticeable, Harry felt a strange prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Turning, he caught a glimpse of a turbaned figure watching them from the shadowy entrance to Nocturne Alley, Professor Quirrell, his expression uncharacteristically focused and intent. The moment their eyes met, Harry's scar blazed with pain once more. Simultaneously, Frostfire let out a warning growl, his disguise slipping further as his protective instincts flared. Several nearby shoppers gasped as the dragon's true form became partially visible. Inside, quickly, Flitwick urged, noticing both Harry's pain and the failing concealment charms. Frostfire, meet us at Hogwarts, you know the way. The dragon hesitated, reluctant to leave Harry while a perceived threat remained nearby. Through their bond, Harry assured him it was safer to separate temporarily. Frostfire's increasingly visible presence was drawing too much attention. With a final protective rumble, the dragon launched himself skyward, the remnants of the concealment charms shattering completely as he spread his wings. Gasps and shouts followed his dramatic departure, but by the time most onlookers had located the source of the commotion, Frostfire was already a diminishing speck against the clouds. They hurried to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry fighting the lingering pain in his scar while keeping his head down to avoid recognition. Something about Quirrell triggered a visceral reaction, not just physical pain, but a deep, instinctive dread that felt older than conscious thought. I don't trust him, Harry muttered as they rushed through the pub toward the floor. There's something wrong about him, beyond just the stutter. Your instincts may be more reliable than you know, Flitwick replied quietly. Cursed scars often retain a connection to their origin. If your scar reacts to Quirrell, we must discover why. As they used the Fleur to return to Hogwarts, Harry clutched the collection of evidence they'd gathered, his parents' letters, the pensive memories, the financial records, and most importantly, the sealed message for Amelia Bones. Whatever game Dumbledore had been playing with his life, whatever role Malfoy and possibly Quirrell had in the continuing manipulation, Harry was determined to expose it all. Frostfire would be waiting for him at Hogwarts. Together, they would uncover the truth, about his parents, about his godfather, about the prophecy that had shaped his destiny before he was even born. And armed with that truth, Harry would finally take control of his own life. The manipulations and secrets that had shadowed his existence for 10 years were about to be dragged into the light. And neither Dumbledore nor anyone else would ever cage him again. Amelia Bones arrived at Hogwarts within the hour of receiving Augusta's urgent message. Her authoritative presence and monocled gaze gave the impression of someone who missed nothing and tolerated no nonsense, qualities that had served her well as head of magical law enforcement in the politically treacherous ministry. They gathered in Flitwick's expanded quarters, where Frostfire had already returned and was currently curled protectively around Harry's chair. The dragon had refused to let Harry out of his sight since their reunion, his copper eyes constantly scanning for potential threats even in the relative safety of Hogwarts. "These allegations are extraordinary," Bones said after reviewing the evidence they'd gathered. Her tone was measured, but the tight grip with which she held the documents betrayed her agitation. Deliberate violation of a magical will. Unlawful guardianship transfer. Financial misappropriation on a massive scale. And most seriously, the apparent imprisonment of an innocent man without trial. She held up the memory vial containing James and Lily's testimony about the secret keeper switch. This alone would be grounds for immediate review of Sirius Black's case. Combined with the other evidence. She shook her head grimly. "We're looking at one of the greatest miscarriages of justice in modern magical history. And Dumbledore's role in all this?" Augusta prompted, her expression stern. "Deeply troubling," Bones acknowledged. "At minimum, he knowingly violated the Potter's explicit guardianship instructions. At worst." She gestured to the financial records. "These transfers to known Death Eater families suggest something far more sinister." "What about the letter specifically addressed to you?" Harry asked, indicating the sealed scroll they'd discovered in the vault. Bones examined the magical seals carefully. Lily's work, definitely. She had a distinctive style with privacy charms. With a respectful nod to Harry, she broke the seal and unrolled the parchment. Her expression remained neutral as she read, but her complexion gradually paled. "I see," she said finally, rolling the parchment closed with hands that weren't quite steady. "This provides context for many of the irregularities we've identified." She looked directly at Harry. "Your mother was a remarkably intelligent woman, Mr. Potter. She anticipated potential interference and took precautions most wouldn't have considered." "What did she say?" Harry asked anxiously. Bones hesitated. "Some of the information is sensitive, relating to ongoing investigations and matters of national security. What I can tell you is that your mother suspected Albus Dumbledore's motivations regarding your family were not entirely altruistic. She believed he was using the war against Voldemort to consolidate personal power and influence policy according to his own vision of the greater good. That aligns with what we found in the financial records," Flitwick noted. "The redirected Potter funds essentially bought Dumbledore political support after the war." "Indeed," Bones agreed. Lily also referenced a prophecy that made Harry a specific target for Voldemort. She believed Dumbledore's interest in their family stemmed primarily from this prophecy and his desire to control its outcome. "Did she know the full prophecy?" Hermione asked eagerly. "She did not," Bones replied. "Only that it existed and that Dumbledore had heard it in its entirety. However, she did include information about how it might be accessed." She turned to Harry. "Prophecies are stored in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry. They can only be retrieved by those they concern directly. As the apparent subject of this prophecy, you would be able to access it." "I want to hear it," Harry said immediately. "I need to know why Voldemort came after my family. Why my parents died." "Understandable," Bones acknowledged. "And it may be arranged, with proper security measures." But first, there are more urgent matters to address. Specifically, Sirius Black's situation and your guardianship confirmation. She outlined a plan of action that was both cautious and decisive. The pensive memory would be presented to a select committee of senior Wisengamot members, those not known to be under Dumbledore's influence, along with the other evidence they'd gathered. Simultaneously, a team of trusted Aurors would be dispatched to Azkaban to remove Sirius Black for emergency medical treatment and questioning under Veritaserum. Given his nearly decade-long exposure to Dementors, he will require significant healing before he can assume any guardianship role, Bones cautioned. In the meantime, Professor Flitwick's temporary guardianship should be confirmed and strengthened against potential challenges. What about Dumbledore? Harry asked. And Malfoy? And... He hesitated. Professor Quirrell. Bones's sharp gaze fixed on him. Your Scar's reaction to Quirrell is particularly concerning, especially given the timing of Malfoy's appearance at Gringotts. Quirinus Quirrell was never a suspected Death Eater, but his recent travels to Albania do align with certain intelligence regarding Voldemort's possible whereabouts after his fall. You think he might be possessed? Flitwick asked directly. Or under Imperius? I think we cannot afford to dismiss any possibility, Bones replied carefully. Especially with Harry's unique connection to Voldemort through his cursed scar. The casual acknowledgement that his scar might somehow connect him to Voldemort sent a chill through Harry. What do you mean, connection? Bones and Flitwick exchanged concerned glances. The killing curse that struck you left more than just a physical mark, Mr. Potter, Bones explained gently. According to certain magical theories, when a curse of such power is reflected or disrupted, it can create a magical resonance between caster and target. Your Scar's reaction to Quirrell suggests such a connection might exist. So I'm linked to Voldemort somehow? Harry asked, horrified. Because of my scar? It's a possibility we must consider, Flitwick acknowledged. Though the nature and extent of any such connection remains unclear. Frostfire growled softly, pressing closer to Harry. Through their bond came fierce reassurance. Whatever connection might exist, the dragon's loyalty was absolute. Their familiar bond represented a different, stronger type of magical link, one of choice and mutual protection rather than violence and dark magic. Your familiar bond may actually provide protection against such influences, Bones observed, watching the interaction between boy and dragon. Historical records suggest powerful familiar connections can shield a wizard's mind and magic from external interference. This was mildly reassuring, but the revelation of a possible connection to Voldemort still left Harry deeply unsettled. Was this part of what Dumbledore had known? Why he'd made such elaborate arrangements to control Harry's upbringing? There's something else we should discuss, Augusta interjected, changing the subject slightly. The Philosopher's Stone. Everyone except Neville and Harry reacted with obvious recognition and concern. Nicholas Flamel's stone. Bones asked sharply. What about it? According to my sources at Gringotts, it was recently removed from its high-security vault on Dumbledore's instructions, Augusta explained. Apparently for safekeeping at Hogwarts during renovations to the bank's deepest security level. The Philosopher's Stone. At Hogwarts? Flitwick looked genuinely alarmed. I was told the third-floor corridor was restricted for routine magical maintenance, not for housing one of the most valuable and dangerous magical artifacts in existence. What's the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked, confused by the adult's obvious concern. An alchemical marvel created by Nicholas Flamel, Hermione explained before anyone else could respond. It transforms base metals into gold and produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. Flamel is over 600 years old because of it. Harry stared at her. How do you know that? She shrugged. It was mentioned in Great Wizarding Achievements of the Medieval Period. I've been doing a lot of background reading. Quite correct, Miss Granger, Bones acknowledged with a hint of admiration. And such an object would be immensely valuable to anyone seeking power or extended life. Like Voldemort, Harry realized, the pieces suddenly connecting. If he's not really dead, just disembodied or weakened somehow, the stone could bring him back to full power. Precisely, Bones confirmed grimly. And if Quirrell is somehow connected to Voldemort, and now at Hogwarts where the stone is allegedly hidden, it's a trap, Flitwick concluded. Or an extraordinary coincidence. Neither seems likely. Dumbledore arranged it, Harry said with sudden certainty. He brought the stone to Hogwarts knowing I'd be coming as a student. He wants Voldemort to make an attempt for it, with me in the vicinity. But why? To test you, perhaps, Augusta suggested. Or to force a confrontation under circumstances he can monitor and potentially control. The manipulation was so calculated, so callous in its disregard for Harry's safety and autonomy, that it left him momentarily speechless. Dumbledore had orchestrated everything, from his placement with the Dursleys to this elaborate setup at Hogwarts, all to maneuver him into some predetermined role. I won't be his pawn, Harry stated flatly. Whatever game he's playing, I'm not participating. A commendable sentiment, Bones approved. Though disengagement may not be entirely possible given your unique position. Better to understand the game and choose your own moves than to refuse to play altogether. So what do we do now? Harry asked, looking around at the adults who, unlike Dumbledore, seemed genuinely committed to his well-being. We proceed carefully but decisively, Bones declared. First, we secure your guardianship with Professor Flitwick through proper legal channels. Second, we initiate proceedings for Sirius Black's release and exoneration. Third, we investigate the financial irregularities in the Potter accounts, building a case against those involved in the misappropriation. And the stone? And Quirrell? Harry pressed. I will personally lead a covert investigation into Quirrell's activities and background, Bones assured him. As for the stone, its presence at Hogwarts must be addressed, but carefully, so as not to alert Dumbledore to our knowledge of his broader machinations. The discussion continued into the evening, developing specific plans for each aspect of their multi-pronged approach. Throughout, Harry remained acutely aware of the magnitude of what they were uncovering, a conspiracy spanning a decade, orchestrated by one of the most powerful and respected wizards in Britain, all apparently focused on controlling his life for some prophesied purpose. It was nearly midnight when Bones finally departed, taking the crucial evidence with her for safekeeping and immediate action. The Grangers had long since retired to their guest quarters, with Hermione extracting a promise from Harry to keep her informed of developments. Augusta and Neville remained a while longer, finalizing arrangements for Harry's formal introduction to the Wizengamot scheduled for later that week. Try to get some rest, Flitwick advised as the last visitors left. Tomorrow will be busy, with preparations for both the guardianship hearing and your introduction to Hogwarts itself. As your new home, you should have a proper tour, not just these hurried glimpses between crises. The mention of Hogwarts as home struck Harry powerfully. He'd never had a real home before, not one where he was wanted, where he belonged. The idea that this magnificent castle, where his parents had studied and lived, might become that for him was both thrilling and slightly overwhelming. That would be brilliant, he agreed, genuine excitement breaking through the tension of the day's revelations. Excellent. Now, off to bed with you. Flitwick smiled warmly. Frostfire can accompany you, of course. I've expanded your quarters to better accommodate him overnight. Indeed, when Harry returned to his room, he found it significantly larger than before, with a comfortable sleeping area for Frostfire beside his bed and an expanded window opening onto the private courtyard. The thoughtful adjustments, made without fuss or ceremony, reinforced Harry's growing confidence in Flitwick as a guardian who respected both his needs and his bond with the dragon. As Harry prepared for bed, Frostfire settled onto his customized sleeping platform, copper eyes watchful despite the late hour. Through their bond, Harry sensed the dragon's lingering concern about the day's revelations, particularly the possible connection to Voldemort through Harry's scar. I'm worried too, Harry admitted, sitting on the edge of his bed and reaching out to stroke Frostfire's scales. About all of it. Voldemort, Dumbledore, this prophecy, whatever connection my scar might have, it's a lot to take in. Frostfire rumbled softly, projecting reassurance tinged with protective determination. Whatever threats they faced, the dragon would stand with him. It was a simple promise, uncomplicated by politics or prophecy, and all the more powerful for its purity. "Thanks," Harry said softly, drawing comfort from the unwavering loyalty. "At least I'm not facing it alone anymore." As he finally drifted toward sleep, Harry's thoughts returned to the memories he'd viewed in his parents' pensive, their love for him, their careful preparations for his future, their explicit wishes for his care. Whatever Dumbledore had done, whatever manipulation still lay ahead, Harry now had something he'd never possessed before, knowledge of his parents' true intentions and evidence of their love. That night, Harry's dreams shifted from their usual formless anxiety to something more structured, more ominous. He found himself walking down a long, dark corridor. Ahead, a hooded figure stood before a massive mirror, whispering in a strange, hissing language. As Harry approached, the figure turned, revealing not one face but two, Quirrell's pale, nervous countenance on one side, and on the other, a snake-like visage with burning red eyes. "Harry Potter," the snake face whispered, its voice somehow inside Harry's head rather than carried by air. "The boy who lived, to die when I command it." The figure reached toward him with skeletal hands, and Harry's scar exploded with white-hot agony. He tried to run but found himself frozen in place, helpless as those hands stretched toward his throat. Suddenly, a massive shape of gleaming scales and fire interposed itself between Harry and the approaching threat. Frostfire, grown to enormous size, wreathed in protective flame, roared defiance at the hooded figure. The sound reverberated through the dreamscape, shattering the paralysis that held Harry immobile. "No," Harry heard himself say, his voice stronger than he'd expected. "You don't control me. You don't decide my fate." He backed away, Frostfire moving with him, maintaining a protective barrier between Harry and the twin-faced threat. The snake-like visage contorted with rage, its red eyes burning with hatred. "You cannot escape destiny, Potter," it hissed. "The prophecy binds us both. You cannot run from what is foretold." "Watch me," Harry retorted, turning away. He woke with a start, heart pounding, to find Frostfire's head inches from his own, the dragon having sensed his distress even in sleep. Copper eyes gleamed with concern in the pre-dawn light filtering through the windows. "Just a nightmare," Harry assured him, reaching out to stroke the warm scales. "But maybe not just a nightmare." Through their bond came questioning concern. Frostfire clearly sensed the dream had been significant beyond ordinary night terrors. "I think I saw him," Harry said quietly. "Voldemort. Using Quirrell somehow, like they're sharing a body." He shuddered at the memory of that snake-like face with its burning red eyes. "And he mentioned a prophecy, said it binds us both, and that I can't escape what's foretold." Frostfire growled softly, projecting protective defiance through their bond. The dragon's message was clear: prophecy or no prophecy, he would stand between Harry and any threat. "I know," Harry said gratefully, drawing strength from the dragon's unwavering loyalty. "Whatever's coming, we face it together." As dawn broke over Hogwarts, Harry Potter sat awake beside his dragon companion, contemplating the tangled web of secrets, lies, and manipulations that had shaped his life thus far. The revelations of the past days had exposed the machinations of those who sought to control his destiny, Dumbledore with his greater good justifications, the Ministry with its political expediency, perhaps even Voldemort himself through whatever connection existed via Harry's scar. But they had also revealed unexpected allies, Flitwick with his genuine concern and respect, Augusta Longbottom with her formidable political savvy, Amelia Bones with her unwavering commitment to justice, the Grangers with their straightforward decency, and Neville with his quiet, steadfast friendship. And most importantly, Frostfire, the unexpected companion whose arrival had changed everything, setting Harry on a path to freedom, truth, and self-determination. Whatever prophecy existed, whatever destiny others believed had been ordained for him, Harry was determined to forge his own path forward. With Frostfire by his side, his parents' truth finally revealed, and new allies supporting his autonomy, the future, for the first time in his life, felt like his own to shape. The shadows of manipulation might not be fully dispelled, but in their place grew something stronger, the unshakable determination of a boy and his dragon to write their own story, regardless of what others had planned for them. Chapter 5. Heritage and Destiny return to Gringotts for the emergency hearing on magical guardianship. Full Wisengamot assembled in the bank's ancient chamber. Dumbledore forced to recuse himself due to conflict of interest. Augusta Longbottom acting as Harry's advocate. Testimonials from goblins about financial discrepancies. Lucius attempts to claim magical guardianship of Harry. Harry's magic flares when Quirrell enters the chamber. Frostfire senses Voldemort and attacks Quirrell, exposing his secret. Chaos erupts as Voldemort is revealed. The Philosopher's Stone's hiding place is compromised during the battle. Harry and Frostfire defend the stone against Quirrell/Voldemort. Frostfire is seriously wounded protecting Harry. Harry's touch burns Quirrell as in canon, but with greater effect due to his developed magic. Voldemort's spirit flees, vowing to understand Harry's power. Aftermath. Financial conspirators exposed, including Lucius and others. Dumbledore forced to accept new terms for Harry's attendance at Hogwarts. Creation of special dragon sanctuary near Hogsmeade for Frostfire. Evidence presented for Sirius Black's innocence. Harry granted self-determination with Augusta as nominal guardian. Epilogue showing Harry and Frostfire flying to Hogwarts together rather than taking the train. Key relationships. Harry and Frostfire, a profound magical bond that grows from mutual need to genuine love. The dragon becomes Harry's first true family, understanding him on a level no human ever has. Their connection manifests physically through shared sensations and a limited form of communication. Harry and Hermione, built on Hermione's initial fascination and Harry's desperate need for human allies. Their friendship develops through shared danger and Hermione's unwavering loyalty once she commits to helping him. Her logical approach complements Harry's instinctive magic. Harry and Neville, a friendship born from shared loss and betrayal by their guardians. Neville's quiet strength becomes crucial to Harry as they both discover their potential outside the shadows of their parents' legacies. Harry and Dumbledore, complex and antagonistic initially, as Harry sees Dumbledore as complicit in his suffering. The relationship evolves toward wary respect as Dumbledore recognizes he must adapt his plans to this new, independent Harry. Ragnarok and Harry, an unlikely mentor relationship. The Goblin Director sees in Harry a chance to redress centuries of wizard-goblin injustice while Harry learns goblin magic and philosophy that shapes his understanding of inheritance and responsibility. Frostfire and Hermione, initially wary of each other, they develop mutual respect. Hermione's research helps understand the dragon's needs while Frostfire comes to protect her almost as fiercely as Harry. World-building elements. Dragon bond magic, ancient and nearly forgotten magic that allows certain wizards to form symbiotic connections with magical creatures, enhancing both beings' abilities. Gringotts Inner Sanctum, hidden levels of the bank where the oldest goblin magic and most valuable treasures reside, including inheritance verification stones that recognize bloodlines regardless of age. Financial guardian contracts, magical documents that governed orphan children's inheritances, designed with loopholes that allowed systematic theft. The old laws, pre-ministry magical regulations that still hold power, including clauses about magical creatures bonding with wizards that predate the current restrictions. Heritage magic, spells tied to bloodlines that can be accessed only by true heirs, explaining why Harry can command certain types of magic without training. Go further. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.